Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Rumble. In the endless yellow, sand Gobi, dust clouds rolled beneath the roar of fighter jets. Armored convoys stretched across the plain, and helicopters thundered overhead, casting long shadows across the desert. Engines went silent as dozens of vehicles stopped. The doors slammed open and hundreds of SHIELD agents fanned out with military precision, weapons raised. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton stepped forward, eyes fixed on the scarred horizon. Before them lay a massive crater, its edges cracked like a spider's web. The sand and stone had crystallized under impossible heat, and at its center, a kilometer-wide scar cut across the desert floor. Natasha gave a low whistle. Seeing it on satellite was one thing, but standing here makes you feel pretty small. Barton, bow in hand, shook his head grimly. That blast could rival a tomahawk strike, and it came from one man. Boom! A figure dropped from the sky, landing heavily in front of them. Both agents tensed until they recognized E, a warrior of the Gene Power Resistance Army. Mr. E, Natasha approached. Status. E's face was pale, blood staining his uniform. He shook his head. He got away. Badly injured, but he escaped. He wields illusions, something close to LeBlanc's magic. The name made Barton and Natasha stiffen. LeBlanc was on SHLD's blacklist, considered a level of danger even higher than the Hulk. Was it her? Barton asked, wary. He closed his eyes, then shook his head firmly. No, not her. This one different. He said no more, simply gesturing for them to move. Natasha gave the order to withdraw, and the convoy rolled toward the Tian base, carrying with it fragments of a mystery. The briefing. Hours later, in a dim conference room, a holographic screen replayed the battle. Yi's clash against Loki. Every frame was dissected. SHLD's analysis teams compared armor materials, weapon composition, even fighting stances. His armor doesn't match any known Earth alloy, one analyst reported. And the weapon, similar readings. Not of this world. Physical stats put him far above human baseline, Natasha added. He leaned forward, voice steady but edged with frustration. His tone was arrogant. He has instinct, but not mastery. His weapon is powerful, but his skill doesn't match it. And one more thing. He hesitated. He's not from our universe. The room fell silent. Even Coulson's usual calm faltered. After a long pause, Coulson spoke quietly. If that's true, then maybe he's connected to the hammer. And to him. No one needed to ask who him meant. Mexico mountains. Far from the desert, beneath a canopy of trees on a jagged cliff, Loki staggered against a trunk, body broken and bleeding. The spear of eternity clutched in his hand trembled as his chest heaved. His pale face twisted in rage, black eyes burning with humiliation. His armor was shredded. His chest bore a deep, ugly gash. Blood dripped steadily to the ground, painting the dirt crimson. Shame, he hissed through clenched teeth. What shame? The god who dreamed of thrones and supremacy had been brought low on this miserable planet. The wound stung, but not half as much as the insult. Damn ants, he spat, voice echoing in the forest. When I return, I'll bring an army. I'll drown this world in blood until my disgrace is erased. His fury barely masked a bitter truth. He couldn't return to Asgard like this. Not weak, not defeated. His fragile claim to power would crumble. He forced himself to breathe. His body would heal. He was strong enough for that. Still, regret flickered. He should have learned healing magic from his mother. Just as his anger simmered into silence, a presence stirred. A soft hand brushed his shoulder. Loki's body went rigid. A sultry whisper coiled around his ear like smoke. Well, what do we have here? A battered, humiliated king-to-be, The loneliness of licking your wounds, so very attractive. Loki narrowed his eyes, not daring to turn. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Who are you? The hand lingered, and the voice laughed softly. Me? Just a woman, who wants to help a king take his revenge. The woman's voice had barely fallen when Loki's left hand snapped out, seizing the pale sapphire hand resting on his shoulder. In the same motion, he rose and leveled Gungnir, the spear of eternity, at her chest. A slender figure met his glare. Black shorts, white fur draped across her shoulders, leather belts crossing her waist and arm. Every gesture was clean, elegant, and dangerous. It was LeBlanc, this time wearing the guise of Bayonetta. Even caught, her smile never wavered. Her eyes narrowed, shimmering with unseen magic, and she spoke with honeyed charm. In your state, Lord Loki, turning me into an enemy would be unwise. A ripple of unease flickered in Loki's chest. Those eyes, maddening, endless, were not something he could read. His grip faltered, and he let go without hesitation. He was cunning, and cunning meant knowing when to yield. I do not know your name, lady. His tone cooled, deflecting. You may call me LeBlanc, my prince. Loki's gaze sharpened. You know me, yet in all the 9 realms, I've never heard of you. LeBlanc's lips curved. That is because I come from elsewhere. Another dimension, just like the one who scarred you. The words slid into his ear like a blade. Loki's expression gave nothing away, but his mind raced. Another dimension? Another power at play? LeBlanc tilted her head, watching him carefully. So, Loki, do you wish to remain in your brother's shadow? Forever the lesser son, the overlooked prince? His jaw tightened. The barb hit deep. Asgard, she continued, voice smooth and merciless, is the oldest and most revered kingdom in the universe. Odin is a king feared across galaxies. When he falls, Thor will inherit it all. And you, her smile sharpened, you will still bow. Loki's hand trembled faintly on his wound, eyes narrowing with anger and dread. LeBlanc walked past him, her steps graceful, her figure haloed by the sun's light at the cliff's edge. She looked both divine and devilish as her voice echoed. To become a true king, simply removing Thor will not suffice. You must make Asgard kneel to you, utterly. That is why you came to Earth, is it not? Searching for power Odin cannot give. Her words wrapped around him like chains. Loki despised losing control, despised being played. And yet, he could not look away from her, this woman of mystery who seemed to embody both starlight and abyss. She turned back, eyes gleaming with ambition. I will help you seize Asgard. In return, I want Asgard's might to help me claim the world that belongs to me. Her smile was that of a queen on a shadowed throne, ambition blazing, seduction and conquest entwined. Let us begin a new era, Loki. Let our names shine brighter than Odin's. Loki met her gaze in silence, then allowed the faintest curl of a smile to touch his lips. Before I trust such words, he said softly, you must prove you have the strength to match them. LeBlanc's eyes glimmered. Then let us wait and see. Kinking base. As the night approached in the state of Mexico, there were dark clouds and the tinking and heavy rain, which was completely contrary to the blue and rising sun during the day. Heavy rain can wash away a lot of information that seems to be left inadvertently. Under the torrential rain, there was a deep and thick roar. You stupid mortals, you know what a stupid thing you have done. You attack the sons of Odin. You cannot bear the wrath of Asgard. In a not-so-large confinement room, the glass in front of him reflected a strong figure sitting on a chair, struggling and roaring. Standing in front of this angry blonde man like a lion, Natasha Romanoff put down the tablet in his hand and said calmly, "This is Earth, sir." Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass, Phil Coulson folded his hands on his chest, and the voice of a Sitchieldi agent came from his ears. Asgard, from the ancient mythical continent of Europe, is the kingdom of gods. According to legend, the king of God Odin rules the kingdom of gods. The king of God Odin? Phil Coulson thought, could it be that the hammer also came from Asgard? While thinking, Natasha Romanoff's voice came again. We welcome anyone with good intentions. but what you call the son of Odin, he has a lot of malice, sir." These words made the man's expression condense. Although his mind is a bit straight, but with Loki's personality, it seems probably maybe it is. The anger faded a bit, and after taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, "The earth you speak of belongs to one of the countries ruled by Asgard. We also hope for peace. As for what happened before, it may be just a misunderstanding." There was finally a breakthrough. Natasha Romanoff's eyes brightened, and she continued to pursue the victory. "During this period, we have encountered too many crises, so we will maintain corresponding caution. I hope you can understand, sir." Maybe it's Natasha Romanoff's charm and soft, gentle tone. After the man calmed down completely, he sat back in the chair again. "What do you need to know first?" "I want to know your identity." "Thor, Odin Sr. Mr. Thor, SHILD has checked all the data, based on when you appeared. Plus now, we are sure that you do not seem to be from the Earth, so who are you?" "I come from Asgard, the son of the king of god Odin," Thor said flatly. But the plain words struck everyone present like a thunderbolt. Natasha Romanoff frowned, looked directly at the man in front of him who claimed to be the son of Odin, and his tone became a little dignified. "Thor, the king of god Odin, but now you." "Because I made a big mistake and was exiled from the earth by my father god, I have lost my power." Thor's tone became bleak. This is a memory he will never forget. Father god Odin's cruel and majestic sentence to him. Thor is very unconvinced, but so what? He still became immortal. He lost everything. The glory of the warrior, the glory of the son of Odin. "So that hammer is your weapon?" "That's right, Mjolnir. It is a weapon created by the Dwarf King, and it has accompanied me in battle for thousands of years." Thor paused for a moment, and then continued. "There is my father god's supernatural imprint on Mjolnir. Those who are not qualified can't take it up, and I also lost this qualification." "Thank you very much for your clarification, Mr. Thor." After Natasha Romanoff said something politely, she turned and left the confinement room. When they came to the door, Ashji and Phil Coulson stood outside the door. "Do you think he's telling the truth?" asked Phil Coulson. After pondering for a moment, Natasha Romanoff nodded seriously. "Although it's unbelievable, I don't think he lied." Natasha Romanoff, as the ace spy, has almost reached the world's top level in terms of people's hearts and micro-expressions. There are not many people who can act to deceive her in front of her. Moreover, from the information missing from the database, monitoring, and the hammer that he couldn't lift at all, the man's performance after going straight to the hammer, plus the conversation information, all the logic of everything is perfect and self-consistent. Lying is not non-existent, but it is very small. It's going to be a big trouble now. Phil Coulson rubbed the center of his brows. His headache was so bad. He, and even SHILD, were overwhelmed and exhausted by the various forces, characters, and crises that came one after another. But now, Asgard, Odin, and Thor from Norse mythology came. Phil Coulson was a little tired. If he could, he would tell the truth and destroy it quickly. The Earth is beyond salvation. If that person is Thor's younger brother, Loki, the god of cunning and lies, his attitude does not seem to be friendly to humans. Natasha Romanoff puzzled. Loki's pride and contempt are engraved in his bones from words to actions. This is somewhat different from the attitude of Thor himself. Even if Thor lost his power and was exiled, Thor got along very well with the few humans who were traveling with him. Could it be that Loki and Thor have different attitudes towards humans? Ash turned her head and glanced at E, who nodded, and a metallic voice came. "That man is very hostile, not only treating us, but also that man named Thor." Phil Coulson was immediately thoughtful. From this point of view, the relationship between the two brothers seems to have some problems and flaws. There doesn't seem to be peace in Asgard either. After speaking, he looked at Natasha Romanoff. "I need more information and intelligence about Asgard, which will be the key to our attitude towards Asgard." Natasha Romanoff nodded and returned to the brig to talk to Thor. And Phil Coulson turned his head to look at Ash and the others, and said sincerely, "The arrival of Loki and Thor made me feel extraordinary, so I hope to get Ms. Ash's help. This is what we should do." Ash is not hypocritical. Since they are united, the rebels will naturally give them enough help. Night. Phil Coulson stood in the passageway of the base, looking at the dark and rainy night in the distance. The heavy rain is like the beating of chime bells, constantly hitting the muddy ground and plastic sheeting, making natural and harmonious sounds. Since this period of time, various characters, forces, and even characters from mythology have continuously appeared continuously, which opened Phil Coulson's horizons and at the same time felt the urgency in his heart. This urgency seemed to be pointing at him with a gun behind him. Let him keep moving forward, keep adapting, and keep trying to solve it. Although Phil Coulson is also a top agent with a willpower like steel, he is still only a human being after all. Human willpower is strong, but it also has limits. All of this made Phil Coulson's nerves tense for a long time, and it also made him feel exhausted all over his body from the exhaustion of his soul. Behind him, there was the sound of soft footsteps. Accompanied by a gust of fragrant wind, Natasha Romanoff came to his side, shoulder to shoulder with Phil Coulson. What? There's a result. According to Thor, the king of God, Odin, has fallen into a deep sleep. In the entire Asgard, only Thor and Loki are qualified to command. The two brothers grew up with a deep relationship. I tried to remind him Loki had other ideas, but he firmly rejected them. Have you reached any conclusions? Based on the existing information, Thor's personality is very straightforward, cheerful, aggressive, and treats the weak. He maintains a sense of empathy and disdains to bully the weak, but he also has a superior attitude from the Protoss in his bones. As for Loki, I think he's playing a disgraceful role in the context of Thor being exiled. Even he came to Earth, combined with strong hostility, it is not difficult to draw a conclusion. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff paused and turned to look at Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson sighed softly. Whether it is human beings or the gods who are high in myths and legends, power struggle will always be the theme, and no one can avoid it. It's not a good thing for us that someone like Loki is in power. Natasha Romanoff turned her head and stretched out her hand, catching the drops of water dripping from outside the passage, staring at the splash in her palm. So, when dealing with Thor, our attitude is very important. Phil Coulson understands the great danger that lurks in it. Thor is like a ticking time bomb now. He has lost his identity as a god. He is just a slightly stronger human being. Any attack may kill him. Thor can die, but he must not die on Earth, not in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, Loki will definitely take this opportunity to attack the Earth under the pretext of avenging Thor. No matter what the result is, Loki will not only solve the only stumbling block to the throne, but also get the support of a large number of Asgard Legion fighters and Protoss. No matter where it is, Dei is like a sharp weapon. Isn't the United States the favorite to use this thing to wantonly launch wars at various levels? The current Phil Coulson, looking around, always feels that in the darkness in the distance, there are pairs of invisible eyes hidden, staring at himself and at the base. However, everything is opposite. Under the crisis, there are still corresponding interests. If they can help Thor and gain the friendship of Asgard, this will be another powerful ally for the Earth to deal with future crises. The two communicated for a while, and Natasha Romanoff went back. Phil Coulson was left wondering what he was thinking. For some reason, there was always a kind of uneasiness in his heart, and he felt that something might happen tonight. He frowned and thought for a while, just as he turned to leave. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a black silhouette. Its appearance was blurry, and only those eyes that seemed to be full of magic were watching him. Phil Coulson was startled, subconsciously about to pull out his pistol. He suddenly found that his thinking seemed to be much slower. After staying there for a while, a dark purple flashed in his eyes, and then he left the passage calmly, just like in the past. In the darkness in the distance, the black silhouette also slowly disappeared into the rain. Everything seemed to be at peace. Phil Coulson, like a normal person, walks in the base, investigates as before, and communicates with the agents from time to time, until he came to the door of a room in the base. I didn't see any movement from him, but after pausing for a while, He left on his own and went to another room. After going back and forth, Phil Coulson returned to his room and sat on the metal bed. His expression finally changed. Twisting, struggling, suffering. Gentle murmurs kept echoing in his ears, corroding his steel-like will. "You have done a good job. Join us. You will gain eternal life and become a supreme life beyond mortals. Everything you do is for the evolution of the Earth, and even the entire human civilization. Human civilization is too backward, and a new master is needed to lead human civilization forward and beyond. Trust me, lead the evolution of human civilization and move forward." Phil Coulson murmured to himself in a low voice. The dark purple light in his eyes became more and more beautiful, and his distorted face began to calm down. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes silently. No one knows that tonight, everything will be different from the past. Time passed slowly, and the heavy rain stopped overnight. But the sky was still gloomy, and the dark clouds made the sky and the earth look a little bit colder. In the sky, a Quinjet vertically landed nearby. Several figures came out of it. Stepping on a muddy ground made one of them a little uncomfortable. His leather shoes were bought by Pepper himself. The iconic black windbreaker with one-eyed bald head is exactly Ike, Tony, and a group of people who were originally on the Pacific Island. The resolute crowd came to the conference room. The Rebels and the Avengers team complete the assembly. Sitting in front of the glass round table, Ike, Tony, and Bruce Banner first reported the construction progress of the portal. "The construction of the Hex portal has been basically completed. I have inlaid 3 Hex crystals, which can support 2 teleportations. The effect is very gratifying, but at the same time, it is also very limited. After all, for the Rebels, Hex crystals are not so precious. Since the last time the Rebels invaded the branch to obtain a box of Hex crystals, the Source Project Group seems to be cautious enough in this regard. The secrecy and defense are extremely strict. In other words, it is completely impossible to obtain Hex crystals, unless you go to Runeterra to buy it. But, needless to say, just like all rebels, the gene-powered rebels are so poor that they can't afford it all. Compared with the rich and powerful Yuan Project Group, the Rebel Army is nothing." On this point, Ike, the Rebel Army, was also outspoken and explained it clearly to Tony and Banner. Tony couldn't help asking for one from Ike to see if he could replicate the Hex crystal. Ike was also generous and even shared his research results. After Ike finished explaining, Phil Coulson also stood up and talked about what happened at the base in the past few days. Especially Asgard, those things between Thor, and Loki are also described clearly. Fury actually got a briefing from Phil Coulson that day. These are for Tony and Bruce Banner. Just like Phil Coulson before, Tony and Bruce Banner couldn't help complaining after hearing the full report. "What the hell? I don't know what happened this year." Inexplicable people suddenly appeared one after another. Now the king of God Odin and Thor in Norse mythology also appeared. Will the Olympian gods appear next time? Or those angels from heaven will also show up? Tony made a casual remark, but it silenced Fury and the others. There was a subtle change in his expression. At this time, everyone felt that Tony's words seemed to be not unreasonable, since the mythical characters in Norse mythology all really existed. Is it possible that Greek Kobe, Egyptian mythology, Oriental mythology, and the mythical characters in the Bible really exist? Tony also reacted at this time. His eyes suddenly widened. Then he said with a dry smile, "Shouldn't it be? It's just that after talking about it, he was a little unconfident." The atmosphere became a little weird for a while. Finally, Ash said, "The thing that should be considered now is Loki, because the power struggle in Asgard will be his best chance to step on the throne. Yes, letting Thor die here is the best choice." Natasha Romanoff sat in a chair, crossed her arms, and crossed her legs. "So, if there is no miscalculation, he should take action during this time." Phil Coulson nodded calmly. Fury pondered for a moment. "So, the way he will kill Thor becomes the key. According to Thor should have been the best choice to become a king in Asgard. He has quite a strong prestige in Asgard. So Loki will not blatantly use Asgard's people to kill Thor in the name of Asgard. Natasha Romanoff analyzed it a little bit and looked at the problem from the perspective of Asgard. Tony agreed. With Loki's strength, it is undoubtedly very difficult to kill Thor in front of us. So, before he finished speaking, Tony noticed something was wrong, and he suddenly found that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the entire conference room. He squinted his eyes and scanned everyone present. This time, no one spoke, and everything fell into a strange, dead silence. Violation, too much violation. Where exactly did he feel the disobedience? The disobedience he clearly felt. But he said it again, this feeling is very contradictory, like a thorn stuck in the flesh and blood that cannot be pulled out. Not just Tony, Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, Bruce Banner, and Ike felt it too. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff put their hands on the gun handles calmly, and Dr. Bruce Banner seemed to be able to hear the sound of his own heart beating in this deadly atmosphere. Ike also shows the qualities of a resistance fighter. His sharp eyes swept across Phil Coulson, Ash, and other companions one by one. Time seemed to have stopped slowly. In this eerie, dead silence, Tony, Nick Fury, and Natasha Romanoff had a few drops of sweat on their foreheads, and their bodies tensed up. Tony suddenly regretted that he should have come in armor. Finally, the weird atmosphere was broken. Seeing that who was sitting between Lucian and Fiona made a move, he stood up suddenly, stretched out his hand fiercely sideways and grabbed Lucian and kicked Fiona on the other side. Boom! The sudden attack made Lucian and Fiona notice it. Lucian stomped on his legs hard, and the chair and body that he was sitting on quickly moved back and made a harsh sound. Not only that, his legs also kicked on the ground on the glass table. The huge vibration force caused the particle beam guns placed on the table to vibrate. But Fiona was simpler, pulled out the red 0-degree pulse blade at her waist, and swung the sword to look at the neck of the leader Ash. The latter was also as vigorous as a cheetah and quickly dodged sideways. Phil Coulson drew out his gun. Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and others were already prepared, and they drew out their guns at a speed not inferior to Phil Coulson to start shooting. In an instant, the entire conference room became chaotic. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying roar exploded in the Tian base. The entire huge conference room was torn apart by the terrifying energy fluctuations. Several figures suddenly shuttled out of the gravel, plastic fragments, and metal fragments. A great battle belonging to the genetically powered rebels began. Roar. Accompanied by it, there was an angry roar like the sound of the evening drum and the big bell, and the oscillating sound waves went straight into the sky. The burly green monster more than 2 meters tall crashed out of the conference room and rushed towards the person in front of him like a heavy armored vehicle. His anger burned his mind, and everything in front of him was his enemy. Ash, Ike, Lucian, and Fiona fought each other, and the green monster Hulk savagely rushed in. No matter who they were, they all became enemies. This huge amounts of melee will overturn the entire base. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the dense gunfire, Nick Fury yelled, "Tony, you have to leave first and put on your armor." I think so too. In the sky full of bullets, Tony fled out in a panic, running towards the room where his armor was placed. What the hell? Although Tony didn't know what happened, someone must have intervened in this sudden chaos. While running, he did not forget to think. The biggest suspect, without a doubt, is Loki. But how did he do it? Such an effect could be produced within the tight security of the Gene Dynamics rebels and the entire SHIELD base. In any case, this scuffle has spread to the entire SHIELD base. Running in the passage, Tony noticed with sharp eyes that a group of heavily armed SHIELD agents had surrounded him with indifferent expressions. What surprised Tony the most was the killing intent in those people's eyes. Sure enough, the next moment, the moment they saw Tony, the group of agents raised their weapons and aimed at him. After Tony couldn't help cursing Siete, he quickly smashed through the plastic sheeting on the side, ran to the side quickly, first put infrasonic wave blockers on his ears, pulled out the infrasonic wave pin he made himself from his waist, and threw into the passage behind him. Whoa! Sure enough, the next moment, the invisible infrasound wave spread, immediately causing those SHIELD agents to fall. Fortunately, the interior of the base is not too big, and he ran to his own room after a while and found a portable MK armor box that he made himself. After the box's fingerprints were scanned instantly, he stepped on the box with his right foot. Click, click. In just a few seconds, the MK armor shell has covered him, and Iron Man is online. Sir, Mark V is at your service. JRVS, mobilize the monitoring in the base. I want to know what happened these few days, and we have to find that Mr. Thor first. Boom. The tail flame of the engine propeller sprayed out, and his figure suddenly shot straight into the sky, flying towards the sky. At the moment, the base was in complete chaos. The SHIELD agents here seemed to be mutinying one after another. A large number of SHIELD agents went to the meeting room, as if preparing to encircle Nick Fury and others. In other words, is simply procrastination. While another group of agents went to the confinement room, the virtual screen in front of Tony kept showing the monitoring screen, watching the whole situation from a bird's-eye view. At this time, he instantly realized that Thor was the key point. The SHIELD agent and the rebels Lucian and Fiona defected just to get attention for killing Thor. Without hesitation, Tony immediately flew towards the confinement room. When I came to the confinement room, I saw that the SHIELD agents were already holding up their weapons and preparing to fire towards the confinement room. Thor inside had no idea what was going on, just watched those humans pointing at him with strange weapons and didn't know what to do. Just when the agents were about to pull the trigger, the ceiling of the confinement room shattered suddenly. Boom! Iron Man came on stage, followed by the shock bomb, fired by Tony. The huge amounts of concussion attacks shattered the floor-to-ceiling windows of the confinement room, and all the agents outside the confinement room screamed and were thrown into a coma. Tony glanced at it and said without any sincerity, "Sorry, guys." Seeing Tony, Thor still didn't know why, but Tony grabbed Thor's shoulder directly, ignoring Thor's struggle, flew up again, smashed the ceiling, and flew towards the distance. He had to take Thor away from the chaotic base. "Tony," Fury's voice came from next to his ear. "I took Thor, and they're targeting him. Okay, watch out for Loki." Fury and Tony communicate very briefly, which is how smart people communicate. Because of Loki, Thor's situation is dangerous, and Tony himself dare not say that one person can protect him. Without thinking, Tony landed tens of kilometers away from a small town in Mexico. On a land full of goby yellow sand, Tony threw Thor roughly onto the sand, with a hill blocking his view. Thor was treated roughly, which made him very dissatisfied. Especially the previous experience even made him feel that he was just a puppet at the mercy of others, which was a shame for Thor. He stood up, rushed towards Tony angrily, pointed a finger at Tony's chest, and roared like an angry lion, "Damn Midgar, I can cooperate with you, but it doesn't mean you can wantonly blaspheme Odin, the glory of the Mori family. Your rude behavior will cause you and your country to suffer unnecessary anger." Tony opened his mask, revealing his signature, neatly trimmed mustache and mature face. Facing the angry Thor, he shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Okay, my prince, I can apologize. But you should be clear that your current situation is very bad. Your dear brother has bewitched our people. Now there are a large number of people who want to kill you. Okay." Thor's first reaction is disbelief. "Impossible. Loki wouldn't do that. We're brothers. He wouldn't do this to me." "Won't you do this to you?" Tony said amusedly. He stretched out his fingers arrogantly and made the same action as Thor before, poked Thor's strong chest, and said sharply, "But he's already done it. SHIELD, and the fighters who just formed allies with us were all manipulated by him with inexplicable means. Who do you think you are? Are you the future king of Asgard? Killing you will allow him to step on the throne with peace of mind and become the king of Asgard. At that moment, you are not his elder brother, just a stumbling block. As a stumbling block, what do you think is the best solution, my dear prince?" Tony's words were like thunderclaps constantly exploding in Thor's mind, especially the heart-wrenching questioning at the end, which made Thor speechless. Thor has a straightforward personality, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. The words of the Midgard man in front of him are detailed and clear, and if he doesn't understand, he's as brainless as those low-level pigs. After calming down, Thor's thinking has been expanded. It's hard to believe, but at present, all the evidence points to Loki. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Is your army controlled by Loki? Most of the people here should be his people. That's troublesome." Thor shook his head. "You guys are very powerful fighters, but Thor is holding Gungnir, an artifact of my father's god. If so, he has basically mastered it temporarily. Power over Asgard. That means... What does it mean? He can lead the army to attack the Earth." Tony pressed, but Thor vetoed. "No, Loki will not let me face Asgard warriors. They are loyal enough to me, unless Loki can manipulate their minds." Thousands of years of fighting have long allowed Thor to confirm enough majesty among the warriors of the Asgard Legion. Otherwise, Loki wouldn't need Thor's death to secure his throne. Only his silent death in the shadows of Asgard could secure Loki's reign. In Asgard, my father used to have an artifact armor called the Destroyer. He once put on the Destroyer armor and fought in the Nine Realms. He once started a war with a powerful group of gods. Since my father got old, this armor has been used sealed in the vault of Odin. Loki, with the Gun of Eternity, can also manipulate the Destroyer to descend. This will become his most powerful weapon, and no one in the world can stop it. Destroyer armor? It sounds quite powerful. The armor of the king of god Odin. It seems that it can also be driven. This thing is very dangerous. To get Thor to take it so seriously, Tony had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. JRVS immediately mobilize and invade the Mexican state military satellite and all other networks. From now on, I want to know the situation of the entire Mexican state. Yes, sir. Boom. Boom. Tony has also been paying close attention to the battle at the Tian base. The fight is very fierce. In a short period of time, hundreds of agents have died. Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and other people who have not been controlled are already working hard under heavy siege. Support. Nick, take him away, Stark. Tony frowned and turned to Thor. Looks like we have to go. Thor was silent for a moment, looking up at the sky. His mind recalled everything he had encountered after arriving on Earth. The woman named Jane made his heart germinate. At that moment, he realized a lot. His thick and sonorous voice came. "I am the inheritor of the Odin Sun family, the son of Odin. I swear to protect the glory of the Odin Sun family. Cowardice will never appear on me. I will not be afraid of war. I will face it all." At this moment, Thor's eyes shone with a dazzling light. Although he was still immortal, his fighting spirit was like a round of tomorrow. Under this strong will, Tony was also shocked. For many years, he has never seen a person with such a will. The kind of fanaticism and belief, like the essence, makes people tremble all over. "Take me back." Phil looked Tony in the eyes. "This is my war with Loki. Compared with the bustle of playing in Mexico State, Lyon is a little quieter here. But after all, it was Hell's Kitchen. At this time, there were already dense gunshots, roars, screams, and the sound of car engines exploding. It seems that the fight is quite lively. Lyon and the girl sat quietly on the sofa in the store and didn't take it seriously at all, mainly because they got used to it. Lyon and the girl were sitting side by side, playing small games with a lollipop in their mouths. Not leisurely. Suddenly at this moment, the clear sound of wind chimes came from outside the door, and Lyon said lazily without looking back, "I'm sorry. I'm off today. Mr. Lyon, I take the liberty of visiting. Please forgive me for forgetting." The slightly gentle girl came to the ear, and it was easy for people to let go of their defenses when meeting for the first time. Lyon put down the joystick, and the picture on the TV froze. He turned his head and looked over. "Welcome to Devil May Cry, Ancient One Magician." The visitor was wearing a yellow magician robe with a hood. Under the hood was a sheet that was not beautiful, but it also had a unique charisma, just like an ancient wise man, and one glance could make people trust. It is this universe, the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One who guards the earth for thousands of years from being invaded by evil gods from other dimensions. Lyon was not surprised by Ancient One's visit, because he knew very well that it would happen sooner or later. Lyon stood up and walked over to the desk. "Stretch out your hand. Please sit down. The Ancient One magician was not polite either, just sat on the wooden chair. At this time, the girl saber obediently took a pot of tea and came over, poured 2 cups of tea for the two of them, and then returned to the sofa to continue her little game. Magician turned to look at the girl and said with a gentle smile, "She seems to like life on Earth. Born in the darkness and seeing the light, she will not be willing to become the darkness." Lyon said slightly. Ancient One magician nodded. "She is a very special life, and her future is blurred, as well as you." Then what does the Ancient One magician think? Lyon picked up his teacup and took a sip. Will these 3 universes have an impact on our universe? Ancient One magician asked softly. She looked directly into the eyes of the man in front of her, as if she wanted to see something, but Lyon was no longer what it used to be, his soul, and had already been so strong that Ancient One couldn't see through it at all. He said calmly, "There will be a few powerful lunatics who may stare at this universe." A powerful lunatic? Ancient One thought for a while, and then suddenly said, "You have many secrets, and I won't explore them. I once wanted to see the future through the long river of time, but the future follows the cursed Holy Grail. The appearance of him is already blurry. I can only vaguely see the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. The terrifying river of darkness spreads. Under the endless starry sky, there are countless demons that I have never seen before. The fleet confronts a group of angels, and there is another group of troops. Under the leadership of a supreme being, they fight against evil. So, Mr. Lyon, what kind of role will you play in this?" There is another sentence she didn't say, because she saw Lyon, who seemed to grow into a greater existence, fighting fiercely with chaos, the devouring monster who didn't know where it came from. In that battle, Lyon's whole body was broken, and his anger was like gossamer, but with those firm and fiery eyes, he laughed wildly and bravely fought against the powerful enemy. The Asgard Legion, Thor, Loki, and a large number of people from the main universe are all fighting against that horrible evil. Evil like that, more terrifying than a Mephisto like Dormammu. This made Ancient One feel an unprecedented crisis, which is the mysterious unknown that is out of control. But these are just a few of the clips. As for the other branch of the future, she saw the man in front of her, sitting high on the supreme dark throne, overlooking all living beings, and scorning the universe indifferently and ruthlessly. Countless powerful forces slaughtered wantonly, and thousands of gods became corpses. The blood rain filled the sky and starry sky. The starry sky was shattered, and the Milky Way rolled back. Ancient One was not sure which way Lyon would go, which made Ancient One determined to meet Lyon in person. This man will become an important factor in the future. Lyon is not clear about Ancient One's inner activities, but facing Ancient One's eyes that seem to penetrate people's hearts, he maintains enough calmness and confidence. "I don't know. Hungry." Ancient One looked at the confident man in front of him and uttered this word, which made her laugh dumbfounded. "I don't know. I never cared about the future. I only cared about one thing, and that was happiness." Lyon picked up the teapot and filled his own teacup, then picked up the teacup and shrugged. "Worrying about the so-called future, for me, is a stupid thing. A freewheeling personality? It is really similar to the 2 different futures I have seen. In the face of 2 bifurcated roads, for some reason, I will choose one of them at any time. Maybe become a hero, maybe become a terrifying king who is indifferent and slaughters the common people." Ancient One thought to himself. The unstable factor of Lyon made Ancient One a headache. Her duty has always been to protect the Earth from being invaded, but now it seems that the future Earth will definitely become a target of public criticism. All kinds of gods, demon kings, and evil gods followed one after another. In fact, the best way is to kill all unstable factors. Ancient One did the same. The biggest example is Faith, the Lord of Hell, who was waiting for an opportunity to open the gate of hell to occupy the earth while she was fighting with the dark Lord Dormammu, who was trying to invade the main universe. After repelling Dormammu, she broke into hell angrily and used the most kind physical means to make him sign a contract. This is her usual solution for Sorcerer Supreme. But this person in front of him is not good. Not to mention that in the future, the one that has never been seen before can devour the starry sky and the universe. And the terror of all life is the current Lyon. He exudes a dangerous aura. There is a premonition in the dark, once the war with the mysterious man in front of him starts. The result is bound to go to extremes. Ancient One couldn't bear such a bad ending, so she made another decision. Gazing at Lyon, she said in a sincere tone, "Mr. Lyon, if you can, as a plea, I hope that if the future Earth is in crisis, you can help the Earth to tide over the difficulties. I think you should know what I mean when I say yes." Lyon frowned. He really didn't expect Ancient One to show such an attitude. He glanced at the green, eye-like jewel hanging on Ancient One's neck, and his tone became slightly serious. It seems that Ancient One magician has seen an extraordinary future. It can make you so deep what you see. Two completely different endings. The source and key of everything lies with you, Lyon. Ancient One's tone was calm, but the twinkle in her eyes was enough to prove that her emotions were not as calm as they appeared on the surface. When I see you with my own eyes, I will be more sure. The journey of blood and warriors in the name of hero protection, or to rule the darkness, standing on the throne with many bones. Establish the throne and rule the darkness. Lyon ignored the former, but murmured the words following Ancient One in a low voice. That's where it gets interesting. Is it possible that I made two completely different choices in the future? Compared with the former, the latter seems a bit strange, and the former is most likely another script he created. As for the latter, could it be that he personally went to slaughter the universe? This script doesn't seem like someone with a sixth personality like him can do it. From the very beginning, he made up his mind to hide behind the deepest scenes. His thoughts raced, and a script outline that he had confirmed in his heart emerged, and his expression changed slightly. This change was immediately captured by Ancient One, and she frowned slightly. It seems that Mr. Lyon has already had an idea. Two completely different endings. It seems that the future me should be related to someone. Who? Demon Queen Morgana. With mixed emotions in Lyon's eyes, he spit out a name. This name, which seems to have a unique charm, made the whole store much quieter. Halo rendering, reflecting Lyon's slightly serious face. An inexplicable gleam flashed in Ancient One's long and narrow eyes. Mexican state. On the vast desert road, a car is leaving at high speed towards the distance. Behind them are more armed vehicles, SUVs. There are also a dozen gunships and Quinjets in the sky. Bullets, missiles, poured toward the front few cars like a torrential rain. In the back seat of the car without the roof, Ash was wearing azure alloy armor, holding a matching bow, and continuously pulling the wire to fire arrows of ice particle energy, accurately shooting the densely packed missiles. Boom, boom, boom. There is a sound of explosion and fire resounding. The yellow sand is all over the sky behind the car. The car was traveling at high speed, and on both sides of the convoy, two figures were like two satellites, turning into two beams of orange and green, interlaced and shuttling to guard the car, blocking all the incoming dense bullets. In the driver's seat, Natasha Romanoff's wine-red hair was constantly swaying with the strong wind, and the face was painfully hit with fine sand and gravel. But Natasha Romanoff didn't care. She kept watching the rear through the rearview mirror and kept turning the steering wheel to avoid the missed bullets that hit from time to time. "We're in big trouble now. A team of Quinjets are running in front of us, Nick." Natasha Romanoff observed the few Quinjets passing by in the sky. Her charming and delicate face immediately changed, and she reminded loudly. Nick Fury sat in the passenger seat. That sort of pistol, noticed that, pulled out his phone and started operating. He wants to use the authority belonging to SHIELD to mobilize the SHIELD agent distributed in Mexico State to rescue. But even if it is rescue, it may take time. The most troublesome are Phil Coulson and Barton. Although their authority in SHIELD is not as high as that of some high-level officials, they also know the SHIELD system very well, and they can delay or even block the rescue through interference. Thinking about this, Nick's one-eyed flashed coldly, and he shouted at Ash, who kept bowing and shooting arrows behind him. "Ash, can you shoot down those Quinjets?" While shooting arrows, Ash in the back seat turned her head to glance at the several fighter planes that were flying past in front of her and calculated the distance in an instant. Turn around immediately, draw the bow, and aim at the distant sky. Wong! 3 ice blue particle energy arrows instantly appeared on the composite bowstring, and after fully drawing it, let go of your fingers. Whoosh! The next moment, 3 tiny icy blue beams tore through the sky and instantly hit the engines of 3 of the Quinjets. Boom! 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 The terrible energy directly shattered the engine of the fighter plane. With the flames of these 3 days, the Quinjet engine spun with flames and black smoke and fell towards a yellow sand plain in the distance. When it fell to the ground, there were bursts of flames and explosions. This miraculous archery is admirable. However, 2 fighters were still missing. Natasha Romanoff and Fury frowned. They also knew that this was Ash's limit. After all, it was Ash who was blocking the missiles attacking from behind. This is really troublesome. In the sky ahead, 2 Quinjets had kept enough distance to form a diagonal encirclement with them. As SHIELD director and ace agent, no one understands how terrifying the Quinjet's firepower is than Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff. Under the front and back attack, the level of fire coverage bombing can increase exponentially. As super fighters, Ash, E, and Ike will be fine under the cover of firepower, but Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, who have not escaped the limits of ordinary people, will undoubtedly die. What's more, Lucian and Fiona, who are also super soldiers, are watching and attacking at any time. Ash also noticed this. As the leader of the rebel army, she certainly does not lack courage. As a temporary ally, she won't just let her ally die so easily. On the way to shoot the arrow, she yelled, "E!" No excessive nonsense. He already understood what AI she meant and rushed to the left side of the car at high speed, holding the alpha sword in his right hand and pointing his left hand in front of his eyebrows. A raging orange-yellow particle flame suddenly rose. An explosion of excess energy. Boom! The ground trembled suddenly, and the ground was cracked. An orange light flashed in front of Fury and Natasha Romanoff. In the shocking eyes of the two, he turned into a ray of light, surpassing the limit speed of the SUV instantly at an astonishing speed, and rushed forward. Shoot away! The terrifying air waves plowed the ground into a long ditch along the way. Boom! 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 In front, 2 Quinjet bullet storms and missiles poured in. During the cover bombing, there were bursts of flames and explosions. Under this kind of destructive bombardment, that orange light tore apart everything. With incomparable belief, he moved forward without hesitation, forcibly ignoring the terrifying bombardment and the shock wave. The orange-yellow light suddenly shot straight into the sky at a 90-degree angle. The light tearing apart the sky, and the earth pierces the sky. In the shock full of visual impact, the light is like a sword that cuts off the sky and the earth. 2 fighters with the most cutting-edge technology of human beings at an altitude of several thousand meters were cut into pieces like this. Half. Rumble. The 2 flames exploded, and Yi's figure fell towards the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The ground was cracked, and he took a deep breath amidst the yellow dust and smoke all over the sky. At the moment, under the background of the 2 fires, he is like a sword master who can cut everything without any disadvantage. All except the war-damaged SUV at the moment passed quickly, and Natasha Romanoff only realized it at this moment and subconsciously cursed. Nick Fury lowered his eyes, and the shock in his heart couldn't be added. There was an involuntary heat in my heart. The origin of the strength of the Shao organization, General Huang Yuan and others, is unknown, but he knows the source of the strength of Ku, E, and other plan fighters. All come from the laboratory of Source Project Group. Being able to create such a terrifying fighter through technological experiments means that it can be completely replicated. If possible, SHIELD must master this technology. Nick Fury secretly made up his mind. Mexico State Military Base. Colonel John Wilhelms got several unusual reports in just these 2 days. Someone discovered that a mysterious armed force was active in the state of Mexico, and it also created large-scale armed conflicts. Although it was short, it still didn't hide the past. He reported the situation to the Pentagon, but was ordered by the Pentagon to stand still. This made him feel a little strange. It's a pity for the colonel. If he can be ordered to dispatch, it will be a big gain for him. After all, he still has a black account that needs to be reimbursed legally. After all, every time an army is dispatched, if there is any loss, it is too legal. It's itchy to be unable to do it when you have the opportunity. John ordered his soldiers to continue to pay attention to the territory of Mexico State. Once there are new changes, he may have the opportunity to dispatch the army. In the office, Colonel John flipped through the files, looking at the information on the confidential files. He rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. There are more and more black accounts, and the holes are getting bigger and bigger. We must find a way to legally reimburse the accounts. The previous method was military drills. Every military drill can allow some equipment to be reimbursed legally. A little legal calculation can be offset. Account. It's just that military drills are also limited. The best way is to find a way to start a war and export wars to the United States and the Middle East every year. The Army and Air Force can make a lot of profits every year, legally make money from Capitol Hill, and eat a lot of oil. He was dispatched to the state of Mexico, a place where no shit, and he couldn't do it even if he wanted to export war. There are gangs in Mexico, smuggling, gambling, and drugs. Unfortunately, the water in Mexico State is too chaotic, so there is no need for him at all. Unless there is a large-scale armed conflict here, but the gangsters are not stupid, how can they give the military a chance to intervene? The military intervenes. That would be too much fun, and it is no different from courting death. The more I think about it, the more headache I get. Colonel John leaned back in his chair, picked up a thick-bottomed square glass, and took a sip of whiskey with ice cubes. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," John said casually. Da-da-da. Unfamiliar and crisp footsteps came from my ears, which was similar to the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. It is common in cities, but in places like military bases, it is basically unheard of. John raised his eyes subconsciously and was suddenly taken aback, because there was a strange woman who had never seen before. Wearing a fur coat, black shorts, high-heeled shoes, short silver-white hair, and a beautiful face. One can't help but feel a little desire. When a man sees her, he can't wait to take her immediately. But Colonel John is not an idiot. How could such a woman suddenly appear in such a tight military base? "Who are you?" Colonel John said calmly. One hand calmly opened the desk drawer, and there was a gun in the drawer. "Dear Mr. Colonel, I need your help with one thing." With a charming smile on the corner of the woman's mouth, she said softly. The colonel didn't speak, just looked at the woman indifferently. The latter didn't mind either, and walked to the desk on her own. She lightly waved her green hand, and a chair not far away seemed to be pulled over by the invisible force. This hand made Colonel John's pupils shrink suddenly. Mutant. I saw a woman sitting gracefully on a chair, her legs crossed gracefully, her arms folded across her chest, and she made a suggestion gently. "If I were you, I wouldn't do something unwise. It is not a wise thing to break into a military base and control and threaten a military colonel. This will bring devastating disaster to your ethnic group." Colonel John expressed his attitude strongly. Now that he was noticed, he didn't try to hide it anymore. He took out his pistol and slapped it on the table. If the woman in front of him is a mutant, then he must be quite confident in his ability. At least the pistol should have no effect on her at all. Sure enough, you humans do not lack smart people. You use the general trend to make me throw a mouse. It is a pity that your approach is meaningless to me. John frowned. His heart sank. You humans? The woman's inadvertent words immediately made Colonel John have bad associations. Asking for flowers. John took a deep breath and stared at the woman. "So, what do you want to do?" "I need your authority in your army." "What do you mean?" John felt increasingly uneasy. The corner of the woman's mouth curled up indifferently, and she said softly, I need you to mobilize the army to surround a place, and I need you to launch all the missiles." "What?" Colonel John suddenly stood up and exclaimed angrily. "This is impossible." Without the authorization of the Pentagon, the army was mobilized and missiles were launched to bomb the mainland. "You want me to be court-martialed?" As the top leader of the military base, he does have the authority to launch missiles and mobilize troops. But if he does this, he will be tried by a military court and even executed directly. This is no joke. No one can directly afford to bomb the U.S. mainland. Even a high-level group in the White House is the same. John knew that the woman in front of him was a lunatic, so he directly pulled out his gun, aimed at the woman, and pressed a red button on the desk by the way. Beep, 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 beep. A rapid red siren sounded immediately in the military base. At the same time, outside the office, the sound of dense footsteps soon came. The door was forced open, and a group of heavily armed soldiers poured in, raising their weapons at the woman at the desk. "I don't care who you are. I'll catch you immediately." John yelled at the woman, and then yelled at the surrounding soldiers. "Take this lunatic away and put him in jail." "Yes, sir." Just when the soldiers came over to control the woman seemed helpless and ran her fingers across her pink lips. "I appreciate your courage, but it's a pity." Boom! The world seemed to change in an instant, and the black-purple fog enveloped the entire meeting room. In just a moment, the eyes of everyone, including John, were rendered by the strange light of black-purple. Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury suddenly felt in a trance that a group of them seemed to be in a desperate situation. A group of them were not only being chased and intercepted by SHIELD agents. A large number of troops suddenly appeared and strangled them. A group of fighter jets flew by in the sky, not to mention bombing them indiscriminately, and from time to time, there were also large equivalent missiles attacking. Through the horizon far away, you can see the yellow sand flying all over the sky. It is obvious that a large number of armed forces are mobilizing to establish positions. It can be said that he has truly fallen into a desperate situation. Natasha Romanoff is struggling to drive the battle-damaged SUV at speed. Although those missiles and bullets were dealt with by Ash, Ian Ike, the huge amounts of explosion impact could still affect her body. If it wasn't for the body modification and cruel training in the spy organization 383 Red House, which made her physically stronger than the average adult, her internal organs might have been smashed by the shock. But even so, she also felt that her body was about to reach its limit. Tony's voice was heard. "Nick, I found that a large-scale army is encircling you. Looking at the number of troops and their route, they should come from a military base in Mexico State. F***K. What the hell are those F***G idiots doing? Who gave the authorization?" Nick Fury couldn't help cursing. Originally, a large number of people in SHIELD were manipulated to rebel, and now they were intercepted and besieged by the army, which brought the already bad situation into a desperate situation in an instant. Asking a few of them to directly attack the defensive positions of the U.S. Army is no different from suicide, and they went to war with the army. Even if they survived by chance, the news would inevitably spread afterwards, and Nick Fury couldn't bear the bad influence. Only now did Fury feel hopeless. Even if the enemy doesn't see it, the opponent can use their own strength to destroy them. Now, what the hell to do? Nick Fury really can't do anything right now. Now, the only ones who can be relied on are the three rebels of Ash, but I believe they're also powerless. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Ash shot an arrow into the sky and exploded several fighter jets flying by. In the flames, Ash shouted loudly, "Your people and my people have been manipulated by people." I remember Tian said that her mentor Charles is an expert in this field. Contact him. These words entered Nick Fury's mind and immediately passed like a thunderbolt. Nick Fury didn't have time to scold himself for being stupid after losing his composure, so he quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Charles immediately. Connected quickly. From the other end came the familiar old voice of Charles. "Director Nick Fury." Boom, boom, boom. A bang sounded through the phone to the professor's ear and the professor's face immediately became serious. "Director Duan, my people and the Mexico State military base have been mind-controlled, Professor." Nick Fury's long story short, extremely concise. And Charles immediately understood what Nick Fury meant, and replied succinctly as well. "I see." After speaking, he hung up the communication. With Charles as a super backup, Nick Fury immediately felt much more at ease and gritted his teeth and persisted. Even Ash, Ian Ike's consumption is not small in this kind of high-intensity war. Finally, less than 3 minutes. An invisible and vast force swept across the entire Mexican state, and this powerful spiritual force beyond the era acted on the spiritual world of those SHIELD agents and army soldiers. In just an instant, all bombing and attack stopped. The group of fighter jets shuttled back and forth in the sky returned. The missile launch stopped, and the group of SHIELD agents who were chasing after them also stopped chasing and killing. The hopeless situation unexpectedly bloomed with radiant vitality at this moment, just like the dawn after the dark night. Natasha Romanoff stepped on the brake slowly, and the car came to a slow stop. On the road full of potholes caused by the bombing, Natasha Romanoff's forehead hit the steering wheel heavily. 2 lines of blood slowly flowed from the nasal cavity, and his face was full of exhaustion. Cough, cough. She couldn't help coughing a few times. She forced a smile and joked with Nick Fury. "I think this job needs a raise, otherwise my mother will quit immediately." He just joined the Avengers, but was almost killed by his own people. The feeling of wandering between life and death is not pleasant at all. "I will give you a better reward when I have a chance in the future," Natasha Romanoff. Escaping from desperation made Fury feel a little better, and a smile appeared on his serious face. It's just that the black face covered in dust is a bit ugly when he smiles. At this time, Ike and E, who were running at high speed, also stopped suddenly and stood on both sides of the car like 2 loyal guards guarding their leader. The panting sound coming from under the helmet is enough to prove that the 2 of them have also fallen into absolute exhaustion in the state of at the moment. Ash stood upright on the back seat. Through the blue crystal mask, a pair of beautiful eyes scanned the rear and surroundings like a falcon, still maintaining enough vigilance. Boom! In the sky, under the sharp eyes of the 3 of Ash, a red and gold armor descended from the sky, holding a figure in his hand, and landed in front of the car. It was Tony Stark and Thor. Tony opened his mask and looked around. "Wow, it looks like a world war is coming. Is the end coming?" Tony is the only one who is still in the mood to joke around at this time. 5.4. "But our battle is not over yet, Mr. Stark." Ash reminded at this time, slightly raised his jaw to signal everyone. Everyone turned their heads and followed Ash's line of sight to the rear. At the end of the bumpy road ahead, 3 figures were walking slowly. The familiar metal equipment, and that green, scary, burly monster. It was Lucian, Fiona, and Hulk. Just right, Charles's old voice came to my ears. "I'm sorry, the spiritual world of the 3 of them is manipulated by a mysterious force, and I can't solve it for the time being. This power, which is very similar to the power directly left by Tian's spirit, comes from that woman named LeBlanc." The professor's tone sounded calm, but everyone could hear the engraved hatred and anger from it. "LeBlanc," Tony responded, "is that the leader of the Black Rose you met before, the Pale Witch?" His expression changed. "So, it's not Loki's fault?" And no, although Loki is very good at manipulating people's hearts, but let him control such a large number of people, and those 3 guys, he can't do it. Thor cuts in at this point, but he kept the name of LeBlanc firmly in his heart. After all, looking at the posture she made, this woman is not an ordinary danger. Sure enough, it was the handwriting of that Pale Witch who inadvertently manipulated people's hearts and controlled others to become her puppets. She's clear voice was a little cold, and her eyes were sharp and full of killing intent. Others understand too. After all, it is unacceptable for anyone to regard one's companions as puppets and fight with companions who used to get along day and night. What's more, This heroic woman in front of her is the master who dares to fight against the behemoth who rules the world, and the ruthless character who really kills decisively. So what do we do now? Tony pointed to the growing trio on the opposite side. B. Ash uttered a word in a cold voice, and her decisive character was fully displayed at this moment. Ike shrugged and suggested, E. Why don't you go and deal with Fiona? I don't want to be an opponent with Fiona. Every time I train, she can torture me. The warrior's way never allows backing down, Ike. He adjusted his breathing rhythm and said calmly, Actually, I should be considered a hacker and a scientist. Ike reminded that he is a genius, but his skills are all focused on scientific research. Compared with Fiona, a master of actual combat swordsmanship, he is definitely not a star and a half behind. Roar. At this time, they were no longer allowed to communicate over there, and saw the big green monster, Hulk, roaring suddenly, and suddenly stepped forward like a heavy armored vehicle rushing towards him with a fierce aura. It's amazingly fast. While Fiona was holding the red 0-degree pulse blade, Lucian held the beam particle guns in both hands behind him and followed closely behind in a swooping posture. Seeing this, Aishi, E, and Ike's breath changed instantly. The three of them turned into 3 different beams of light and also rushed towards them, not to be outdone. Tony's mask fell, the lens flashed, the flames of the particle injectors on his hands and feet shot out, and his whole body suddenly shot straight into the sky. The battle has already begun. When Thor saw this scene, the blood in his body began to boil. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he wished to follow Ash and the others to rush to fight together. It's just a pity that he has become immortal. Clenching his hands tightly, Thor's face was full of unwillingness. Fury took out his communicator and contacted Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson. Sir. From the other end came Phil Coulson's slightly apologetic voice. Obviously, after recovering his mind, he still remembered what he had done before. Fury didn't blame it this time. Instead, give the order immediately. Phil Coulson, contact Colonel John. After coordination, let me monitor everything within 50 kilometers. Once LeBlanc and Loki are found, report them immediately. In addition, no unauthorized attack is allowed without my order. Also, I need support from the Air Force. Yes, sir. Communication hangs up. Fury's one eye narrowed. In fact, facing people like LeBlanc and Loki who come and go without a trace, there is not much they can do. Fortunately, with Charles as a rear reinforcement, the Pale, which was unable to manipulate her mind a second time, and the 50-kilometer blockade was just to ensure that Lucian, Fiona, and Hulk could be eliminated as soon as possible in this battle. Otherwise, once you escape, there will be endless troubles. Moreover, it may also cause the members of the Gene Dynamic Rebels to have a little mistrust with them. After all, an ally without ability is worthless. Boom! When this side explained, the battle over there had already started. Hulk, whose mind was controlled, fell into endless anger. The enemies in front of him were like annoying bugs, which made him want to tear them apart. In anger, Hulk's explosive muscles swelled a circle, and when the distance between the two sides was less than 500 meters, his thick right foot suddenly stepped on the ground, and huge amounts of strength pushed his body to jump up. Like a huge amount of cannonball, it directly hit Tony Stark flying in the sky. Did Tony react to the sudden blow? When he reacted, the eyes were already rendered in green, and the artificial intelligence JRVS manipulated the power injection of the MK armored engine at a critical moment and immediately accelerated to take off and dodge. In the end, although Hulk's jumping distance has reached nearly 500 meters, it is still much worse than the flexible MK armor. It's just that Hulk didn't catch Tony Stark, and he slapped Tony above with both hands suddenly in the air. As if thunder exploded, the moment the palms collided, a terrifying shock wave burst out from the palms. Under the powerful shock wave, Tony MK's armor was instantly hit, and the flames from the engine were instantly turned off. Tony was like a bird with its wings broken and headed towards the ground. Come down. Hulk grinned ferociously and fell towards the 3 of Ash below in a swooping posture. The three of them felt the huge amounts of wind pressure in the sky, and their legs that were traveling at high speed forcibly braked. The metal boots slid on the ground for some distance, and Hulk also hit the ground 50 meters in front of everyone like a meteorite. Boom! The earth trembled, and terrifying air waves swept in all directions, and the strong wind that engulfed the sky full of gravel and yellow sand raged and swept across. The three of Aishi were nailed to the same place like three sea-fixing needles, completely unaffected by the airwaves. The dense impact of gravel made a crisp ding-ding sound on the shell of the three-person Metal Gear. The yellow sand and dust in the sky ahead made it impossible to see the situation clearly. At this moment, two figures suddenly pierced through the smoke screen, like two bolts of lightning, flashing in different orange and red light, and attacked the three of Aishi coldly. Bang! 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 Like bright stars blooming, the sky is filled with orange-yellow particle light bullets. Bang! 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 A storm of orange-yellow bullets hit onto the starlight, overwhelming the already overwhelmed road with hundreds of holes. Wong! But the three of Ash had already turned into three rays of light to dodge. Ash is like an elf in the ice and snow world, elegant and vigorous. He can more calmly shuttle through the bullet storm, while Ike is as fast as a cheetah. The three different postures also represent a completely different fighting style. In the bullet storm, a smear of red light tore apart, and the blood-like red degree pulse blade flickered, as if teleporting, and it was already pointing directly at Ash. The cold, sharp edge gracefully crossed a crescent bay in the air and slashed towards Ash's snow-white neck. The latter didn't change his expression. He twirled the compound bow in his hand twice and then took advantage of the situation to block in front of him. Clang! Sparks splashed everywhere, and the compound bow struck immediately. But the huge impact mixed with Fiona's ladder still made Ash's delicate body tremble, and her lower limbs squatted down a little. Ash's beautiful, slender eyebrows frowned slightly, bit her pink lips lightly, twisted her waist with strength, and kicked Fiona in midair fiercely with her right leg. Wong! The latter flashed a red light, and his figure disappeared like a ghost. And when he appeared here, he had already come behind Ash. And Ash's fighting consciousness is not generally strong. She has already noticed the moment the latter disappeared. She quickly turned her body around, stepped heavily on the ground with her metal boots, retreated quickly, and shot an arrow with her bow. Whoosh! The arrow was so precise and vicious that Fiona had no time to dodge it, so she could only block it with the red 0-degree pulse blade. Ding! A clear voice sounded, and the latter was forced to retreat by the power of this piece. Fiona stepped on the ground, still launched a swift and violent attack, and her whole body turned into an arrow, rushing towards Ash again. The battle between the two is as gorgeous and beautiful as a waltz dance. When approaching, leaving, and turning around, every move is full of undoubtedly unparalleled beauty. But under this aesthetic feeling, there's a murderous intention every step of the way, back and forth on the edge of life and death. No matter who it is, if there is the slightest mistake, it will fall into the abyss. In the battle between Ash and Fiona, watching Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff in the distance couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The speed of these two source plan fighters is invisible to the naked eye, but it is just a faint blur, and they can intuitively feel the horror. The two couldn't help but think about it differently. If they were one of them, they might be regarded as corpses in an instant. Not to mention the two of them, even Thor, a warrior who has fought for thousands of years, couldn't help but get goosebumps. For a brave fighter like him, his favorite is the kind of fist-to-hand combat. For example, it must be very cool to fight with that big green fat man. Ash and Fiona's integration approaching the peak in terms of skills, swordsmanship, and dodging made him very uncomfortable and disliked. After all, he doesn't like to be beaten unilaterally, even if the enemy can't even break his skin. The battle between Lucian and Ike is not much different. If the battle between Fiona and Ash is dancing on the tip of a knife, it is a game between skill and swordsmanship. The battle between Lucian and Ike is one of speed and agility. The two of them shuttled across the ground at a ghostly speed. Two bolts of orange-yellow and green lightning collided and fought each other, and the orange-yellow light bullets all over the sky burst out brilliantly like a meteor shower. The energy disk of the green light curtain raged around. The naked eye couldn't see the speed of the two of them clearly at all, and could only vaguely see two orange and green lightning bolts, which made my heart skip a beat. The Green Monster Hulk and E-Collision are much simpler and rougher. The power of the former is endless, like an ancient fierce beast stepping on the ground and smashing the sky with its fist. With a punch and a kick, the ground could be smashed into pits one after another. The dense cracks destroyed the entire road, and the surrounding Gobi sand dunes were smashed to pieces by the two of them. But most of the time Hulk can only be beaten and can't fight back. Although his strength is terrifying, and his fighting instinct is also frighteningly sharp, but he seems to be his natural nemesis. Fiona is the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and Nai's swordsmanship is somewhat stronger than Fiona's. In terms of speed and strength, it is especially above Fiona. This light is like a long orange streamer wrapped around Hulk, and each brilliant blade flashes, drawing a perfect arc in the void, and takes away a piece of green blood. The ultralight alpha blade, created by Yuan Project Laboratories' first technology, the sharp blade is destined to cut the skin of Hulk's phoenix. Cannonballs can't destroy Hulk's skin, but the blade can cut a wound. The sharp sword, combined with Ina's pinnacle of swordsmanship, made Hulk roar in embarrassment and anger, but he was powerless to fight back. In the end, Hulk, who was overwhelmed by anger and rationality, swelled up again, reaching a height of 2.56 meters. Cooperating with the thick arms full of explosive muscles, a ferocious and bloody aura swept all directions. Roar! Hulk didn't care about the dozens of scars on his body. He suddenly raised his hands to the sky, and his two fists were like two heavy hammers, and they hit the ground heavily. Boom! The power of a berserk giant smashed heavily on the ground under his feet. In an instant, there was an earth-shattering roar, and the ground shook violently. The ground was instantly sunken, and dense cracks spread like spider webs. The dense gravel was engulfed by the terrifying air wave like a torrential rain and washed the good quartet. The gravel that seemed to be able to pierce through everything was so powerful that even he couldn't ignore it. In the end, he could only give up the attack, and kept backing away to prevent Hulk from attacking later, while waving the Alpha sword in his hand to block the densely attacking gravel. Fly away from a distance of hundreds of meters. Ikai stopped his figure and stared at the cloud of dust and smoke in front of him. There, a huge and burly green figure loomed, and the air was distorted by the majestic power. Huh, huh, huh. In the ear, there was a clear sound of heavy panting. The breath was heavy, and the chilling breath permeated the battlefield several kilometers away from Feng Yuan. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff watched with shock unconsciously on their faces. Especially the latter. She has never witnessed a war scene of this level with her own eyes. I regret it now. Looking at the inhuman battlefield ahead, Natasha Romanoff, who was sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly said something with a complicated expression. Regret joining the Avengers? Fury replied without looking back. Natasha Romanoff nodded subconsciously and said with a heavy tone, although I have read those materials, but I really doubted myself when I saw this kind of battle in person. Doubt that I'm really qualified for such a mission. Participating in this level of mission, someone like me, might be a drag. Nick, you know what damage it could do to be dragged down in this kind of team, right? Natasha Romanoff has her own past, which is an unbearable past, but it is also that cruel experience. Let her life be separated from most ordinary people. She wandered between life and death countless times and performed countless mortal missions, but she survived, and she has her own pride. But no matter how proud she was, Natasha Romanoff had to admit that she was weak and an ant in front of these people with such power as to destroy the world. She was powerless to fight back. In the face of the natural moat-like strength awareness, she can only become a drag. She didn't want to kill her comrades. 603, even though she knew that the biggest reason for Nick Fury to let her join the Avengers, besides monitoring, was to become a glue, to bond the atmosphere between the team and the team. Nick Fury glanced over at Natasha Romanoff. He said in a deep voice, "I said, I will give you a satisfactory reward, but it will take time to wait, Natasha Romanoff. And the Natasha Romanoff I know never gets lost in tasks." Natasha Romanoff smiled bitterly, but then took a thoughtful look at the black-hearted black boss. Obviously, there is something in this statement. What is a satisfactory reward? Natasha Romanoff is also a character full of double merchants, and she immediately thought of something. Unexpectedly, this black-bellied boss with thick eyebrows and big eyes turned his attention to the Yuanhua group. But I have to say, when Natasha Romanoff sees through Fury's mind, she really thinks the success rate is not low. But the premise is to reach a close alliance with the rebels. Use the rebels as a springboard. Use the Hex technology portal. Go to the universe that belongs to the chaotic dimension, seize BDCH, the genetic modification technology, and take the opportunity to explore the chaotic universe. But these are things for later. The premise is that they have to solve the most unfavorable factor of LeBlanc first. This woman's degree of danger is too high. With the ability to manipulate people's hearts with one hand, she has already made them pale by comparison before she appeared. But when Nick Fury was giving his capable subordinates the psychological work with earnestness, he didn't find that there was a mirror dimension that was isolated from the real world not far away. Two figures are silently observing here. Wearing a yellow magician robe with a hood, holding a classical oriental exquisite wooden folding fan in his hand. Another man wearing a magician-style cloth canvas robe with a slightly bloated figure. Looking at the fierce battle scene ahead, the man couldn't help but said, "My lord, these people from other dimensions are too presumptuous. Should we just let them mess around here?" As a magician who guards the Earth, he can't stand people from other universes disrupting the order of the Earth. It's as uncomfortable as a few bugs playing disco in your own room. The magician known as the Venerable smiled and shook his head slightly. "My lord, facing the visitors from other worlds, the most important thing we should do is to observe their attitude towards the Earth." Observe. A look of doubt flashed across Wong's face. In the past, facing threats from other dimensions, what Sorcerer Supreme led the magicians to do most was to observe and then eliminate or expel. Why did Sorcerer Supreme show mercy this time? Moreover, although these people's strength is good, it is not enough for Sorcerer Supreme to observe in person. Ancient One focused her eyes on the two moving figures who seemed to be dancing a gorgeous waltz. The smooth and flowing fighting skills were like art, and her eyes showed admiration. "Wong, don't you think they're really a group of very good fighters?" "Yes, my lord. Although their fighting system is different from ours, I can feel their pursuit of fighting skills." Wong nodded in agreement. Although the two power systems are different, there is no doubt that that group of fighters is very strong, and to some extent stronger than their group of magicians. Generally speaking, the source of the magic used by a magician does not come from itself. It is a kind of borrowing magical power from the ancient and great Emperor Wei Shan, but this kind of power is also a very powerful backlash for himself, and every time he uses it, the attack on himself becomes stronger. These are the exact words of Sorcerer Supreme. Wong still doesn't understand why, but he knows that Sorcerer Supreme's words can't be wrong. Therefore, in normal battles, there is no endless demand for power to release powerful magic. More is to hone their fighting skills to combine magic, so as to reduce the borrowing of Waisandi's magic power. It can be said that every senior magician is a fighting master. It's just that, compared with that group of fighters, it's too far behind. It's such a wonderful world. In that colorful universe, such a world was born, and such a group of heroes were born. Ancient One said with a smile. She was very curious about that chaotic universe. In the group of warriors in front of her, she saw bravery and unyielding for freedom, for her own world, fighting against the behemoth. That was their story. When those three universes collide with each other, What more exciting and grand stories will be born? Ancient One secretly planned in his heart. Although the world has undergone earth-shaking changes and disrupted her original retirement plan, it doesn't matter. As long as the general direction remains unchanged, she will be completely liberated when the next Sorcerer Supreme takes office. Then you can go to the multi-universe and see for yourself those worlds that interest her. As for the Earth, she will be watching at that time. Anyway, she has already made up her mind to cheat. Emperor Weishan wants to ask her for a debt, but it also depends on whether she is willing to pay the debt. Tony's head was a little dizzy. He shook his head, and the voice of JRVS came from his ear. Sir, it is detected that the right foot thruster is damaged by 15%, the left foot thruster is damaged by 18%, and the jib is slightly damaged. A slight fracture of your left rib was also detected. It seems that the convenient model must be improved when I go back. Feeling the pain from his left rib, Tony made up his mind to go back and improve this damn model. Portable type armor. Although the advantage can be carried at any time and quickly dressed, it sacrifices most of the functions, defense, and flight speed. The shock absorber function is greatly reduced. According to the armor he designed, the perverted shock absorber system can fall from a height of 10,000 feet, and he can survive without being injured. This set feels too big. The shockwave caused by Hulk's palm slap caused the engine to be damaged and fell. Now that the combat power has been greatly reduced, it seems that the scene that was originally ambitious and prepared to fight side by side with Ash and the three of them now seems to be obedient. Just watch from the sidelines. After all, in case someone comes here at random, or Rongbo may let him jing on the spot. The current Tony has become quite calm since he has seen too many monsters, and all pride has to be left behind. Compared with ordinary people, he is still the billionaire, genius scientist, Iron Man, heartthrob. It's just that after his vision has been expanded, Tony has already set his sights on the group of monsters after realizing that the era of crisis is coming. A real hero can only match up with the stronger, and it is not what he does to compare with the weak. He also firmly believes that with his own wisdom, he will be able to create a more powerful IMK armor. JRVS records Ike's personalities and hobbies, as well as their battle data. Tony climbed up from the pit, looked at the fierce battlefield in the distance, and spoke after pondering. Yes, sir. JRVS punctured Tony's thoughts straightforwardly. Sir, do you want to absorb Metal Gear technology to upgrade armor through your relationship with Mr. Ike? This is a very good idea. Thank you, JRVS. Tony replied angrily. It doesn't sound right no matter what. Also, Records Archives, Anti-Source Project Armor, and Anti-Hulk Armor Project. Okay, sir. Tony's thinking is running fast. He needs to make his armor performance and combat power enough to rival those monsters. He doesn't know if he can make a comprehensive and perfect armor. As long as there is a weakness, he believes that he will be able to create a MK armor for the weakness. On a high hill miles away, Loki and LeBlanc watched the battle side by side, clad in rich armor. In a high wind, Loki's green cloak and LeBlanc's fur coat fluttered. The yellow sand filled the air and seemed unable to affect the two of them. Behind the two of them, a few fighters from the anti-espionage team Yuan plan stood silently like robots. Your plan has succeeded. What are you going to do next? Loki looked at the fierce battle scene in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and while talking, he became more and more jealous of the woman around him. With Loki's pride, he has to admit that those people in front of him are quite powerful, especially the big green monster, whose power is as terrifying as Thor's. Such a group of powerful fighters are being played around by the women wantonly. Scheming, the power of the heart, is like a rose with thorns, beautiful and dangerous. What's more, the group of people behind them are equally dangerous. Loki realized that before he was absolutely sure, he must not fall out with this woman. All he can do now is to bury his fear deep in his heart. Use this woman to step on the throne and become the king of Asgard. After ruling Asgard, he will have more confidence. LeBlanc didn't seem to notice Loki's thoughts. She bit her pink lips lightly and said in a soft and charming voice, "They have reached their limit. Now is the best time." 11. So it's your turn to play. It's not just to the counterintelligence team, but to Loki as well. Behind them, agitated and wreak havoc, several lightning-like figures skipped over the two of them and shot toward the battlefield ahead, asking for flowers. In the blink of an eye, a kilometer has been crossed. The corner of Loki's mouth curled up slightly, and he saw his right hand stretched out. With a sound of a bright emerald-green streamer flashed, and Gungnir, the eternal gun, appeared in his hand. Holding the gun of eternity tightly, he slammed it toward the ground. Boom! Accompanied by the crisp sound, I saw dark clouds gathering in the distant sky and a dazzling beam of light falling down in the vast distance. This sudden movement immediately attracted the attention of the Ashes who were fighting, as well as Fury, Natasha Romanoff, Tony, and Thor. During the battle, the three of Ash could not be distracted. The four of Nick Fury suddenly looked up. Zero. The eyelids are rendered by the colorful beam of light, which connects the sky and the earth on the ground of the yellow sand plain hundreds of meters away from the battlefield. When Thor saw this beam of light, his pupils shrank suddenly. This is Bifrost. Someone is coming. Bifrost? Hearing Thor's words, Fury and Natasha Romanoff's eyes moved. In Norse mythology, Bifrost's name is not small. Sure enough, Thor's explanation came the next moment. Bifrost was created by Asgard, and you can travel through the 9 realms through Bifrost. Thor frowned and stared at Bifrost in the distance. But when the extremely tall figure loomed in the dazzling, colorful light, a bad premonition emerged in his heart. The face also became ugly. Destroyer, Loki, what have you really done? Sadness, anger, disbelief, complex emotions lingered in Thor's heart, although he knew that all of this was caused by Loki and the woman named LeBlanc. The real purpose is to kill him in order to step on the throne. It was just because of his brother's request that he kept being lucky in his heart. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. But with the appearance of the Destroyer, the luck in Thor's heart completely dissipated. The moment when the Destroyer appeared, the situation has completely collapsed. Ash, Ike, and he couldn't get out of the way in the battle. Yi's swordsmanship speed was far faster than Hulk, but he couldn't beat the opponent, mainly because of Hulk's monstrous body. Although the Alpha Blade is sharp and can cut through Hulk's skin, Hulk's self-healing speed is quite astonishing. It takes almost a second or two to complete self-healing just after the wound is cut. Moreover, his physical strength seemed to be endless. Up to now, his physical strength has not been weakened at all since he fought Incapable and Furious. He also tried to cut off Hulk's tendons with the Alpha Blade, but the opponent recovered in just a second or two. As for cutting off the opponent's hands, feet, or head, they were all blocked by the terrifyingly dense muscle layer, and for 190, even cut into the bones. In other words, he can only use speed, flexibility, and procrastination. This is especially true in the Civil War of the Rebels. They know each other too well, and they will not be able to decide the winner for a while. The most important thing is that when Ash and Ike are fighting, they still need to worry about hurting their former companions, and their strength cannot be fully utilized. Leading to a deadlock in occupation, physical fitness began to weaken. The appearance of the Destroyer made everyone's hearts sink. Sure enough, at the next moment, in the distance, several particle energy crossbow arrows struck from a distance, and their targets were directed at AI She. Not only that, several black shadows surrounded the battlefield, and in the phantom of black smoke, faint blood-colored eyes stared at AI She. She 3 people. The appearance of the spy team put Ash's side into a deadlock immediately. Ike and he did not have any hesitation, and decisively forcibly used their own ability to force their opponents to retreat and retreat. Masters gathered and stood on the road, relying on each other and making corners. They are in a defensive posture. Hulk quit at this time. He was beaten all the way and couldn't fight back, which caused him to be furious. Now that nasty little bug wants to run away. Roar. Roaring angrily, Hulk spread his legs and was about to rush up and tear the little bug apart. But suddenly his shoulders sank, and a slender and beautiful light white jade hand brushed Hulk's cheek, and a gentle voice came to his ears. Little guy, calm down. 11. The gentle voice seemed to have magical powers, and Hulk, who was originally ferocious and violent, really quieted down and stood obediently in place. Nick Furué, Natasha Romanoff, and Tony, who were watching from a distance, shrank their eyes when they saw the woman sitting on Hulk's shoulder. It really is her. Nick Furué said in a heavy voice, "The pale witch LeBlanc. Is she that LeBlanc?" Thor glanced at the woman, frowning slightly. That big green guy was manipulated by her? The situation collapsed, and Li Rue and others fell into desperation again. The rebels were surrounded heavily, and the destroyer was approaching step by step in the distance, and the three of them couldn't run away. Fury glanced at the long white hair, holding a dagger in both hands not far away without leaving a trace. Women, they were also pegged. Fury thought quickly. In this situation, what should be done to break the situation? In the mirror dimension world, Wong could not help feeling a little worried when he saw this scene. "My lord, we..." 11. The words were not finished, but Ancient One understood what Wong wanted to say, shook his head lightly, and said, "This is their battle. If they can't even pass this level, then they can't face a bigger crisis. What's more, because of Thor's existence, that person will not just watch. This is just a test." Instead, Ancient One paid special attention to the pale witch LeBlanc. An ancient and powerful breath, a powerful god, full of death and destruction. "What did you say, my lord?" Wong looked at the venerable who was whispering suspiciously. The latter didn't answer, but after taking a deep look at LeBlanc, he said softly, "Let's go." The breath of chill pervades a yellow sand goby. Except for the sound of the wind and the heavy footsteps, everything seemed so quiet. But under this tranquility, there is a terrifying, murderous intent. "LeBlanc, all of this is really your handwriting." Ash held the compound bow, panted lightly, and pointed her sharp eyes like a falcon to LeBlanc, who was sitting on Hulk's shoulder. In the slightly calm voice, there was anger at LeBlanc's manipulation of his companions. "I like your eyes very much. It reminds me of a person I met in Noxus, and your eyes are the same." Hulk's broad shoulders are indistinguishable from the seat. She gracefully crossed her legs, played with the fur on her shoulder with one hand, and looked at Ash with a smile. "It's just a pity that he died in the arena, and I was sad for a long time because of this." She remained silent. Her face became resolute, and she said without looking back, "Ike, if you have a chance, get out of here." "Hey, leader, want me to abandon my companions?" "I can't do that." Ike said cynically. "Let him be a deserter. It would be better to die here." Ash didn't say much, but everyone present could feel the desperate belief. Crack, crack, crack. LeBlanc applauded, full of appreciation. "I like you more and more. You're all real fighters. Ash, if you're willing to join Black Rose, I can let you go. You should not be limited to fighting with the Yuan Project group. It is too narrow. We never associate with evil." AI 4.4, she replied indifferently. LeBlanc's beautiful face was full of regret. "That's a pity. Then this will be your burial place." As if changing his face, his regretful expression became indifferent, and he ruthlessly spit out a sentence. "Kill them." Just as the members of the anti-espionage team were about to do something, a loud roar came from afar. Jia and the others froze, not because of the sound of obstruction, but because they saw LeBlanc casually stretching out his hand to order him to stop. LeBlanc looked with interest at the burly man in a white t-shirt and blue sleeveless jacket in front of him, and walked over with firm steps, with the belief that death was at home. "Loki, I know it's you. Come out and meet me." Thor opened his eyes, like an angry lion, roaring towards the surroundings. Yellow sand filled the air. The destroyer walked to Hulk's side step by step, and with a green light and shadow, Loki appeared in front of Thor. The handsome face is full of indifference. "Thor, Loki, I don't know why you want to take the throne, but it's between us. Let them go." Thor walked up to Loki and said with a complicated expression, "They were a worthy group of warriors, and they didn't deserve to die here. Loki, Thor has a brave and fearless heart." The friendship between the three of Ash and the bravery and fearlessness in the face of the enemy have deeply touched his heart. Thor has always had only admiration and respect for such fighters. For such a fighter, He couldn't bear to die like this. And in just a few days on the earth, the woman named Jane attracted him deeply, and he fell in love with her unconsciously. For these soldiers, but also for her beloved earth, Thor is willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for peace. Thor was even moved by his own spirit of sacrifice, completely oblivious to Loki and 13 LeBlanc's eyes, as if looking at a mentally handicapped person. Loki covered his forehead with one hand. Although he knew that Thor was stupid, he didn't expect that he was still so stupid now, without any improvement. He couldn't even imagine that such a brainless brother would have such a high prestige among the gods of Asgard. Isn't wisdom the most important thing for a qualified king? Clutching his forehead, Loki spat out a sentence through his teeth with a headache. My dear brother, you don't seem to understand the situation. Surprised face. It was only at this time that Thor noticed that something seemed wrong with the atmosphere, and immediately showed a puzzled expression. He looked at Loki, then slightly raised his head to look at the woman sitting on Hulk's shoulder, and found the woman's seemingly impolite eyes, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Loki? Thor yelled tentatively. Giggle. At this time, LeBlanc covered her pink lips with her light, white, slender hands, and laughed, as if she was amused by Thor's simple and honest appearance. What a cute little man. I'm a little bit reluctant to kill you now gone. Otherwise, will you come with me? The sound is so charming that people can't help but sink. Loki's eyelids twitched, although he knew that the woman was just joking, but he still felt a little uneasy in his heart, and he couldn't understand the woman's mind. If it was true, then he... Fortunately, LeBlanc's next words completely dispelled his doubts. Unfortunately, I have an agreement with your brother. You must die. The gentle voice. But the spoken words make people feel as if they have fallen into the harsh winter, and people can't help but breed fear in their hearts. Especially Tony. He can hear the conversation of the three through the long distance by accepting the audio capture function. Looking at the heroic but unique charm, I muttered in my heart. He, a playboy, sees this peerless beauty, and he is full of thoughts of keeping a respectful distance, instead of thinking of kissing Fangza. It's too scary. The opponent's ability to play with people's hearts is like a devil. Maybe he will be used as a puppet toy at any time. Purely a pervert. Unlike Tony, Thor is unaffected. He is Thor. His will is like steel, and for him, death is only the beginning of the journey to the Soul Castle, and death is both glory. He stared at Loki with sincerity on his face. Loki, maybe I ignored your feelings, but we will always be brothers. I can give up everything, glory, throne, but I, in the name of Thor, your brother, beg you, let this world go. Let go of those warriors who are fighting for their ideals. After speaking, Thor closed his eyes and opened his arms, waiting for death to come. This is the only thing he can do for that group of fighters and for this world. Loki put down his hand. His handsome face was expressionless, just looking at Thor in front of him, and seemed to recall every bit of the past relationship in his mind. At this moment, he actually found that he could not bear it. LeBlanc just looked at Loki with a smile, waiting for the man's decision. At this time, Ike, and he walked over and stood beside Thor, feeling someone approaching. Thor opened his eyes in surprise, looking at the person beside him in confusion. Ash didn't even look at Thor. Nice to meet you. Thor, my name is Ash, and I am the leader of the Gene Power Rebels. My name is Ike. Easy. Thor stared blankly at the three fighting warriors in front of him, and after a second, he laughed. Without communicating, he already understood the master's thoughts in front of him. He solemnly called out his name. Thor, Odin Sr. In the distance, Tony and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other and walked towards Thor step by step. Nick Fury's one-eyed flashed, and he didn't know what to think of, and he followed along. The three of them, 983, walked up to Thor, just staring at Loki, staring at LeBlanc. People from three different worlds with different identities at the moment stand shoulder to shoulder at this moment, calmly facing the powerful enemy and facing the desperate situation. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of courage. This sentence is vividly displayed on them. Thor was very happy to meet such a group of fearless warriors at the end of his life. He raised his head slightly to look at the sky, as if he saw the face of his father Odin through the endless starry sky. I remembered what my father had said. "Father, you are right." At this moment, the hammer that no one could pick up at the remote tinking base shook slightly, and a wisp of electric arc exploded on the hammer handle. LeBlanc noticed something, frowned, her eyes flickered. "Come, Loki, in my blood, in death, to witness your steps to the throne." Thor shouted boldly at Loki. At the moment, his body condensed an invisible but convincing aura, which is the unique temperament of a king. The atmosphere fell into silence. Loki's disdainful chuckle broke the silence. At the moment, he only had eyes for this elder brother whom he hated so much. "Thor, you know, what I hate the most is your awe-inspiring look. Every time, with this posture, everyone you lead needs to act as if they are passionately following you. What did you say?" Speaking of this, Loki put on a puzzled expression, as if he didn't understand. Seeing Thor hesitated to speak, his face immediately turned cold, and he roared in a low voice. "What are you? Give me the throne? What do you think of me like him?" Loki's venting roar made Thor a little dazed. He never thought about these reasons. In his heart, the two are the closest brothers. Why bother with these things? But after experiencing so much on the earth, he also knew how to think, and when he shook his head slightly, he still wanted to say something. Loki is completely impatient. Those words in his heart before had already made his rationality occupied by anger. Loki had already made up his mind, and said with a cold, killing intent, "Let you and these people be buried in this place together." Boom! Gungnir, the spear of eternity in Loki's hand, hit the ground heavily, making a crisp sound. This sound was also like a signal, causing the tall and motionless destroyer armored black striped helmet behind him to suddenly split into two halves, and the inner wall of the empty helmet was carved with small and mysterious marks. The red fire light shines like a volcanic eruption, and the terrifying high-temperature color indicating beams shoot out. The flames reflected the faces of the people. The members of the anti-espionage team, Lucian and Fiona, also showed ferocious and bloodthirsty killing intent and rushed over one after another. Under this heavy siege, it can be said that there are 10 deaths and no life. But whether it is Ash, Tony, or others, they're also preparing for this may be the last battle of life in an instant. He put his index finger between his eyebrows and once again burst out beyond the limit of energy. Under the crisis, he had to make a breakthrough. The flow of time seemed to slow down. Aishi, Ike, and EXN had a tacit understanding, and the three of them instantly grabbed the shoulders of Thor, Nick Fury, and Natasha Romanoff. Under the astonished eyes of the latter three, they suddenly flung it backwards with force. The red ray shot out by the destroyer's armor happened to be empty because of this and disappear at the end of the horizon. Plop! Plop! The three of them were thrown thousands of meters away and hit the soft yellow sand heavily, splashing dust all over the sky. Tony instantly flew up with engine flame jets, trying to use it as air support, but just after flying less than 100 meters, an energy particle crossbow bolt in the distance tore through the air, piercing through MK's right chest in an instant. Tony was also taken by this. The impact fell towards the ground in the distance. It's just that at this moment, 4 of the 7 people in the original group lost their combat ability directly, and only the 3 of Ash chose to face this group of powerful enemies. Thousands of meters away, even if Thor lost his divine power, his physical fitness was generally far superior to that of ordinary people. In addition, the soft yellow sand all over the ground prevented him from suffering any harm. He got up from the ground suddenly, stared wide-eyed, and looked at the 3 Ashes who were overwhelmed by the crowd. Watching Yi's fearless will, the moment he collided with the anti-espionage team's Z double blades with the alpha blade in his hand, the blood splashed from Ash and Ike's body fluttered, and Thor shouted in horror and anger. And no. Boom! The earth-shattering roar exploded, and a terrifying scarlet energy mushroom cloud rose up, engulfing everyone. The ground vibrated violently, and the mushroom cloud drove the turbulent airflow, engulfing the sky with the impact of yellow sand and raging in all directions, even spreading thousands of meters away. Thor, Nick Fury, and Natasha Romanoff, who also just got up, could only use their hands get in front of you. Couldn't even open my eyes. However, he was still continuously retreated by the impact of this airflow. Hair and clothes danced wildly in the airwaves. The turbulent airflow shattered all the hills and rock walls on the nearby Huangsha Gobi, and the densely packed gravel rolled back like bullets. Such a terrifying force exploded. It is obvious how terrible the collision of the force in the center would be. I don't know how long the terrifying scene like a nuclear bomb explosion lasted, but it finally calmed down slowly. The three of Thor, Fury, and Natasha Romanoff slowly lowered their arms and eagerly opened their eyes to look forward. But when they saw the scene in front of them, the pupils of the three suddenly shrank, with incredible expressions on their faces. What kind of tragic scene was that? The ground of the road ahead has been cut off a layer, and the dense cracks are like spider webs, hideous and terrifying. And what makes the three of them most unacceptable is that the three figures lying on the ground. It was Ash, Ike, and E. The three of them lay quietly on the ground. Their bodies were densely covered with scars caused by various weapons. The originally powerful alloy equipment was also shattered. Fragments of the alloy equipment of the three were scattered all over, and one piece of Ash's composite bow was broken. I called it a blade of time and space, made by some kind of clock hands, and Yi's alpha blade was inserted upside down on the ground not far away. Blood flowed in pools. Apart from the three of them, Tony Stark could be vaguely seen lying down more than 1,000 meters to the left. It was so sudden, in less than 30 seconds. The original passion, the original desperate fight, everything has come to naught. Zhao Hao. Nick Fury was silent. His one eye reflected the three figures lying quietly on the ground, flickering slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Natasha Romanoff's pretty face was already dirty a lot. Her eyes were rippling. She was biting her red lips, and the hand holding the gun handle was about to be crushed. Thor panted continuously, like a lion at its peak. He never thought that at the last moment he would be thrown out. "That you guys?" Thor gritted his teeth. He raised his head and looked at the group of standing figures in front of him. As well as the indifferent Loki, the anger in his heart was beyond words. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes. Zila. A wisp of electric arc exploded in both hands. Boom! Lightning streaked across the sky, and the dazzling thunder made the sky look like day. At the moment when the lightning exploded, Lyon, who was far away in the New York office, stood on the roof and looked up at the sky. Oh, looks like awakening. This scene is coming to an end, but the next stage should not be on Earth. Stretching slightly, LeBlanc is still easy to use. Existence like a shit stick makes people itch with hatred. He also needs more shit stirs. The next candidate is easy to choose. As for the gene-powered rebels of Project Yuan, they have perfectly completed their mission and can temporarily go offline. But then, he can finish the finishing touches. The raging thunder rendered the sky into a sea of lightning, as if the end was coming. In the astonished gazes of Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, he saw that Thor in front of him seemed to have changed into another person, surrounded by terrifying lightning, and the scorched smell came from his nostrils. This terrifying sight made the two of them take a few steps back unconsciously. Thousands of meters away, Loki saw Thor's appearance. His handsome face was full of disbelief. This is impossible. Didn't Odin seal his power and expel him? Why, 413, why did he regain his divine power? A bolt of lightning flashed across his mind. Loki's eyes widened suddenly, and at this moment he finally came to his senses. All the previous pictures were pieced together and finally converged into a complete message. Is it all your calculations? Odin, my self-righteous calculation, let you expel Thor and make him immortal, is just a test for Thor, and I am just a stepping stone for Thor to mature. Odin, in my heart, a complex emotion of fear and anger emerged unconsciously. It was only then that Loki realized that he was just Odin's pawn, whose function was to catalyze Thor to become a qualified king. So from the beginning to the end, he followed the steps of Odin's plan step by step. The veins in Gungnir's hand holding the eternal gun burst out, making a creaking, squeezing sound. His eyes turned blood-red unconsciously, and his pupils reflected the burly figure in front of him bathed in the lightning. Unwillingness and resentment emerged in his heart. No, he's definitely not going to be a stepping stone for Thor. He wanted to see Odin's distorted, angry, stunned face. Loki's face twisted, and he suddenly turned his head to LeBlanc, who was sitting on Hulk's shoulder with his hands outstretched between his brows, and yelled angrily. "Kill him," you said, "if you want to help me become king. Just kill Thor, and I will be on the throne. Whatever you want, I will give you all my support." The ferocious appearance made people unable to bear a trace of fear. However, because of extreme anger, Loki ignored that in front of him was the devil who played tricks on people's hearts, the Pale Witch LeBlanc who lived for an unknown number of years. LeBlanc lowered her hands, lowered her head slightly, and looked down at Loki in a condescending posture. The eyes met directly, a pair of blood red, a pair full of succubus and beautiful. However, at the moment LeBlanc's eyes were full of ice, just staring at Loki like this, a terrifying and dangerous aura slowly permeated from her body. Under this breath, Loki felt as if he had fallen into an endless cold winter. Even though he has the blood of the Frost Titan family and has extreme cold resistance, he still feels like his blood is frozen. Moreover, the terrifying monster Hulk also lowered his head, staring at his eyes, with a ferocious smile on his face, looking forward to throwing him a handsome combo and blowing his head off. The rest of the anti-intelligence team members focused their faint eyes on him. The atmosphere at this moment immediately made Loki's forehead start to break out in cold sweat, and his legs trembled a little unconsciously. BBD. Threats. This is a naked threat. Asterisk, O degree. Only then did Loki realize that there was something wrong with his tone. Angry. He almost forgot how scary this woman was. His thoughts turned quickly, and his tone immediately softened a bit. Please forgive me for being rude to a beautiful lady. I was dazzled by anger just now. Even in showing weakness, he also appears to be elegant and polite. LeBlanc's pink lips slightly outlined a charming arc, and the dangerous breath was slowly withdrawn. The rest of the people also withdrew their dangerous eyes, while Hulk showed a disappointed look. Loki gave Hulk a hard look, wiped off his sweat calmly, and then said solemnly, "Dear Ms. LeBlanc, my dear brother, has recovered his divine power. If he kills here, it will be a big hindrance to our future plans." LeBlanc withdrew her eyes, looked ahead, and there was a cracking roar in the sky in the distance. A hammer broke through the sound barrier and flew towards this side. What a fun and powerful fighter. It would be a shame to kill. However, for my future king Loki, I can only wrong him to die. Looking at the sadness, as if sighing that a brave warrior is about to fall, Loki lowered his eyes slightly and rolled his eyes at an angle that LeBlanc couldn't see. I think Thor can still go to Soul Castle after death. If it falls into your hands, I'm afraid life would be worse than death. Definitely these words are just whispering in my heart. He didn't dare to express it openly. Okay, big guy, it's your turn to kill him. I saw LeBlanc's index finger brushing Hulk's thick cheeks, issued an order, and jumped off Hulk's shoulder after speaking. And Hulk grinned ferociously. Roar. Roaring, he clenched his fists and hammered his muscular chest a few times. He squatted slightly, and the power of the explosion burst out from his lower limbs. In an instant, a hurricane raged and raged, followed by LeBlanc and Loki. Dance Hulk out. Boom, 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 boom. Hulk, the ultimate monster, officially debuted. Hulk's anger was already brewing in the bottom of Hulk's heart because of the aggrieved battle with the before. If he hadn't instinctively obeyed LeBlanc's orders, all living creatures in front of him would have been torn apart by him. After suppressing it for a long time, he wanted to vent his anger completely on Thor, who was bathed in electric light. Roar. Mixed with violent momentum, the Hulk, like a heavy armored vehicle, ran wildly on the Huangsha Gobi. Dust rolled up under the feet. Seeing Hulk, a terrifying monster rushing towards him in such a posture, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff's expressions changed drastically, and they turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Don't ask why you didn't shoot. Asking is afraid. As for the two small pistols in their hands, the bullets were basically tickling the monster and the casual flick of the other's thick and big arms. Both of them had to regard it as going to see God. If you don't run, you are waiting to die. What's more, knowing that Thor seems to have regained his divine power. This is a 1v1 battle between men. They do not participate in the battle between monsters. Not to mention, standing next to Thor, the lightning almost singed Natasha Romanoff's hair. This is a tactical retreat. Hulk didn't bother to pay attention to the two running away. Thor was the only one in his eyes like copper bells. When the running distance was still 100 meters away, Hulk squatted down suddenly, and then leaped up to 100 meters in the sky, and then waved his huge fist at Thor below. Boom! When Hulk's fist pierced through the dense grid and was about to hit Thor's cheek, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, flashing infinite thunder, and raised his right hand high, holding the flying Mjolnir. Coming later, he swung Mjolnir from bottom to top, stealing Hulk's fists in 3 head-to-head gestures. Boom! The thunder hammer and the big green fist collided in an instant, as if sparks hit the earth, and a shocking explosion broke out centered on the two of them, and the terrifying air wave swept across all directions in an instant. The earth trembled fiercely, and a large area of the ground cracked instantly. With endless yellow sand and gravel, Hulk and Thor were blown away by the impact of relative force. Hulk was lifted into the sky like a cannonball by the impact of force, while Thor was smashed into the ground heavily. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, who hadn't run very far, also suffered. Entrained by the air wave, they flew hundreds of meters away, gliding and rolling on the ground in embarrassment. Fortunately, there was yellow sand all around. Otherwise, if they were on the asphalt road, the two of them would have to shed a layer of skin if they didn't die. However, after rolling and sliding for hundreds of meters, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff lay on the ground and let out a low cry of pain. The dusty and dirty cheeks couldn't help twitching. During the tumbling, although he consciously adjusted his body, several body parts, such as ribs and hand bones, were still hit, resulting in bone fractures. What the hell, Mayor Falk? These monsters. Nick Fury pulled Natasha Romanoff, got up from the ground, looked at the scene in front of him that was almost baptized by missiles, and cursed in a low voice. I also made up my mind to sit in the rear from now on and let Phil Coulson do this kind of dangerous thing. Natasha Romanoff was so ashamed that Fury pulled her up with difficulty. Her originally beautiful face was covered with dust. She was so embarrassed that she didn't have the demeanor of the famous Black Widow at all. Definitely at the moment, Natasha Romanoff wouldn't care about these things at the moment. She glanced at the front and immediately suggested, "Nick, let's get out of here quickly." Fury didn't talk nonsense, turned around, and continued running with Natasha Romanoff. Anyway, a distance of several thousand meters is not a safe zone. In fact, what Nick wants most is to leave Mexico State directly, where the risk factor is too high. As for Tony Stark, Fury took a look. Well, he was thrown far away again. He pondered for a moment and decided to give up the rescue. There was no way, the distance was too far, and a big circle was needed. Tony still has MK armor anyway, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Mainly, he was also afraid of LeBlanc's counterintelligence team. Rumble. When Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff were running wildly, a thick lightning bolt fell straight down from the swirl of dark clouds in the dark sky and bombarded in the huge pit where Thor was located. Bathed in the infinite electric light, Thor let out a roar, and the force of the explosion made him entangled in the endless electric light and soared into the sky. In the eyes full of lightning, there is endless anger towards Hulk and LeBlanc. He is no longer fighting for the sake of fighting as in the past, but for the group of Ash and others who died bravely and tragically, and for the world not to be destroyed. He could step aside, but someone like Loki, who is so overjoyed, becomes a king and joins forces with that mysterious and dangerous woman, LeBlanc, asking for flowers. It is a disaster for the Earth, and even Asgard. In order to eliminate all these people who sacrifice for peace, Thor fought for it, no matter what. Boom. At this time, Thor didn't realize at all that his power was unknowingly stronger than his previous self. It's just that Thor doesn't care about those. His goal is to defeat Hulk, defeat Loki, and defeat all evil. The flash of lightning in the sky tore through the sky and rushed straight to Hulk in the sky. Hulk's physical strength was extremely terrifying, but the disadvantage was that he had no fulcrum to support him in the air, so he couldn't exert his own strength at all. Zero. He waved his fist wildly, but the thunder-wrapped hammer still hit Hulk hard on the cheek. Boom! Under Thor's astonishing power, the hammer hit Hulk's cheek, causing a large dent in his cheek, causing blood and saliva to fly, and the whole person fell to the ground like a meteorite. Thor stands tall in the sky, overlooking Loki and LeBlanc below. Raise aloft Mjolnir. Rumble. The thunderbolt turned the sky into an ocean, like the end of the world. When the thunder rolls through the dark clouds, when the lightning illuminates the earth, the storm comes with the fury of the thunder. Thor's roar resounded through the sky, and he waved Mjolnir, and the next moment, endless lightning and thunder fell down. Seeing the divine power of thunder and thunder, Loki's face changed drastically, and he felt fear and danger coming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The anti-espionage team's planned fighters, Lucian and Fiona, immediately turned into beams of light and shot towards the distance without any hesitation, while LeBlanc raised her head and smiled with interest, just waiting with thunder coming. And Loki raised Gungnir, the Eternal Lance. Brilliant, colorful energy surrounds the whole body, and the destroyer armor quickly steps forward to block Loki. Rumble. The entire area within 1 kilometer of Fengyuan in the Gobi Desert in southern Mexico was baptized by endless thunder. The raging thunder continued to wash the desert, and the thick thunder and lightning pierced and tore the air, turning the whole world into day. Under the sea of thunder, everything seemed so small. This is the natural power of heaven, the terror of thunder's anger. Under this vast ocean, Jia, Lucian, and others were attacked indiscriminately, and they had to try their best to escape. Fortunately, everyone burst out with all their strength, and the speed could reach the subsonic level, and the speed of lightning was faster and more swift. Fortunately, there is a gap between the sky and the ground. Otherwise, everyone might not be able to dodge if they wanted to. If so, this also makes everyone hovering on the edge of life and death every minute and every second. After all, being bombarded by that thunder column, the speed of 033 will inevitably be delayed, and what follows is endless lightning attacks. The Hulk who fell to the ground was a bit miserable. Although his speed and explosive power are strong, he still can't dodge the lightning. He can only be yelled by the constant chopping and jumping feet. Looking over, you can still see the wide skeleton frame at the moment of being chopped. On the contrary, Loki's side is numb. Almost half of Thor's attention was on him and LeBlanc. The two were still so close, but LeBlanc's woman didn't know what ability she used, and at the moment the lightning struck, she had already run away. He was left alone to bear the enthusiasm of his dear brother. If it weren't for the destroyer standing in front of him, and the fact that he could mobilize part of Gungnir's authority, he would have been smashed into a scorched corpse by these lightning bolts. The ferocious bombardment lasted for a full minute before calming down. The air within 1 kilometer was distorted and blurred by the continuous lightning storm attack, and even gave off a burnt smell. On the Huangsha Gobi, they're densely packed with countless pits, and the crystallization phenomenon caused by high temperature can be clearly seen. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff held their heads in their hands and lay in a standard curled-up position in the bunker. When they heard the whistling and thunder crackling in their ears dissipated, they opened their eyes and raised their heads with lingering fear. Seeing the tragic scene around her, Natasha Romanoff's face turned pale, obviously frightened. Nick Fury looked very calm, but it was only because of his complexion that he couldn't see anything, but his beating heart was enough to prove that he was in the same mood as Natasha Romanoff. Fury raised his head and looked at the figure standing like a god's mansion under the swirl of dark clouds in the sky. The swear words that I wanted to spit out were swallowed back. Forget it. If he was overheard and an inadvertent lightning struck, then he, the powerful shield director, would have to confess here on the spot. Nick Fury doesn't want to die so aggrieved yet. What's more, Fury glanced at the three Ashes and Tony Stark who were lying on the ground safe and sound in the distance, and knew that it must be Thor's intention not to affect them. The lightning flashed on the destroyer armor in front of Loki, and he slowly stood up straight with his helmet on, watching Thor in the sky. Loki breathed a sigh of relief, but for safety's sake, the energy barrier around him remained intact. LeBlanc's exclamation sound came from his ear. It's terrible, it was almost killed. Loki rolled his eyes angrily, glanced at LeBlanc, who was covering her pink lips and looked like a showman, and after despising the woman in his heart, he reminded, "Dear MS. LeBlanc, I don't think we can after the delay. He has awakened his divine power, and he can call the portal to Asgard at any time. When Thor shows up, everything Loki has done in Asgard will be exposed. All efforts will be in vain. This is something Loki can't stand." LeBlanc smiled lightly. She heard that she was going to run away without taking care of Thor, a cunning man. She won't let that happen, though, and Loki plays a big part in her plans for the future of this universe. This shot can be regarded as dispelling his doubts and intimidating him. So, LeBlanc gently raised her beautiful face. Her dark and obscure eyes flashed past. I saw her flickering with a gloomy light wave, and a scepter appeared on her light white hand. After the scepter flexibly rotated in her hand, she held up the scepter and pointed at the sky. "My once great master, now I need your strength." Thinking silently in his heart, the surging dark power communicated with endless dimensions. In the immortal fortress that imprisoned him, an unprecedented energy that seemed to pollute the world and destroy the world appeared here. The sky, the earth, and the endless years are like a mountain. In everyone's shocked eyes, there was a gap in the earth. In the crack that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, the turbulent and faint black particles rolled back like a vast ocean. In the frenzy of dark particles that symbolized death, a vast and ancient roar was accompanied by a giant hand full of armor pulled out of it. Rise from the ground. In a trance, everyone seemed to hear an ethereal whisper in their minds, calling out a name they had never heard before. His name is Maud Caesar. Under the influence of this dark force, the entire state of Mexico began to shake out of thin air. During the violent shaking, yellow sand and gravel all over the sky floated up and poured down towards the sky. The huge ironclad heavenly hands that seemed to be able to hold the starry sky in their palms, wearing the claws with sharp iron spikes, grabbed Thor in the sky. In Thor's eyes, the 3.3 hands of Tsang Tianda, which was originally only 1,000 meters, is constantly expanding from his perspective. 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters? Endless souls and wraiths are entwined, trying to crush Thor completely. Just looking at it, Thor felt that his body seemed to be frozen, and the freezing air from the soul was gnawing at his soul and freezing his divine power at an alarming speed. Thor was in a trance. A kind of so-called despair was spreading in his heart. And so Thor, for the first time, feels real death. In the dark, Thor felt that if he was caught by the iron hand of the sky, he would die completely along with his body and soul, and would become a member of the endless souls of the dead. The world is vast, but Thor only feels that now. Everything is occupied by the ghostly iron hand of the sky. At this moment, the consciousness in Thor's heart is telling himself, he can't escape. He can't escape at all. Death is his destination, waiting for the coming of death, waiting for sinking in the endless abyss, turning into a dead soul, falling into the netherworld forever. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff stood on the violently shaking yellow sand. When their bodies were shaking, their eyes were still fixed on the big hand that symbolized death. What's this? Nick Fury's one eye has been completely empty. Natasha Romanoff, at the moment, is beyond words. Boom! Loki lost his previous elegance, his eyes widened, and he just watched, seeing Thor didn't struggle or resist, just being grasped by that terrifying giant hand from the underworld. The angry roar and the bursting lightning in his hand finally dissipated and went out. Thor just disappeared into the clenched hands. In the end, 13 chains composed of the power of death and ghosts wrapped around the giant hand and slowly pulled towards the crack. The owner of the giant hand seemed unwilling to just go back like this. A roar came from the endless, boundless world. Struggling, shaking, trying to break free from the chain. But LeBlanc held up the scepter. The obscure darkness in his eyes became more and more intense, and the power brought by the chain became stronger and stronger. No matter how hard he struggled, his big hand was still pulled back into the crack. In the yellow sand, all over the sky, the storm of black particles was countercurrent, and the ground began to heal. All is at peace. The atmosphere fell into a strange, dead silence. Loki looked at this scene in disbelief. He held Gungnir tightly and looked at the destroyer armor in front of him, as if it could bring him a sense of security. Thor just died like this? He had imagined countless times how Thor would die in front of him. His resentment towards Thor, the hatred towards Odin's preference, originally thought that because of Thor's death, he would be completely vented. Only when Thor really died in front of him. However, Loki found that he was not happy and joyful. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable loss. Loki seemed to have lost his soul. He stood slumped on the spot, staring blankly at the sky. His lips moved and wanted to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth. Loki! Next to his ears, LeBlanc's iconic voice came, which made Loki suddenly tremble, recovering from a state of disorientation. He adjusted his emotions in an instant, turned his head and said with a smile, "It's really an unimaginable power. Ms. LeBlanc, it opened my eyes." Amidst the admiration, he didn't realize that there was a trace of inexplicable emotion hidden in his tone. That is indifference. Loki's disguise is very good, but it's a pity that LeBlanc is better at capturing everyone's emotional changes. Her eyes moved slightly, and she said meaningfully, "I seem to hear your inner cry, Luigi." Crying. Loki's heart shuddered, and his heart was full of dignity. This woman is sensitive to emotions. Loki's thoughts turned quickly, and he admitted frankly, "Although I hate him and Odin, he is my brother after all." Sure enough, LeBlanc glanced at it and said softly, seemingly appreciative, "I like this kind of feeling very much. It is unforgettable. Only a person full of feelings is qualified to be a king." These words were full of comfort, but did not make Lu Ji feel at ease. Instead, a chill ran down my spine. This woman's heart is as deep as an endless abyss, and people will never be able to guess, but Loki is very sure. That is, this woman is very dangerous, and she is vicious and greedy, and he is seeking skin from a tiger. Loki knew that the reason why he was able to live was only because he still had enough use value. After all his value is drained by this woman, the end result will not be much better than Thor. What should we do now? Loki changes the subject. The latter stretched slightly and said charmingly, "I like this world. Conquer this world, and make the people of this world your slaves." After a pause, he walked to Loki's side, put a light white jade hand on Loki's shoulder, and whispered softly in Loki's ear, "And you, without the stumbling block, you will become the king of Asgard. From now on, king of Asgard, with the help of the Black Rose, you will become the greatest king in the history of Asgard. Your reputation will be praised by the world, and your iron hoof will conquer everything." That whisper was full of temptation, as if to sink Loki and stimulate his ambition. And Loki, indeed, was excited by LeBlanc's blueprint. He whispered to himself, his eyes misty, "Yes, I will become the real king, surpassing Odin, surpassing the kings of the Odin son family. I want everything to surrender and kneel at my feet." Loki's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood in his body began to boil. 260. LeBlanc was pleased with Loki's performance. "Then, my dear king, let this world be your spoils for ascending the throne." Boom! No nonsense. Gungnir, The eternal gun in Loki's hand slammed on the ground, and with a crisp sound, the destroyer armor in front of him slowly moved. The destroyer, as the name suggests, will be the death god who conquers the world. The earth will usher in its king amidst blood, wailing, and despair. The green cloak fluttered in the strong desert wind. He stared at the destroyer and said in a deep voice, "Go and conquer this world." Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, thousands of meters away, saw Thor's disappearance and saw LeBlanc and Loki communicating. Although they didn't know the content of the communication, when they saw the terrifying metal monster destroyer in action, Nick Fury's heart rose. It's not good. Gritting his teeth, he immediately took out the communicator, only to find that the communicator had already been damaged by thunderstorms and various airwaves. In other words, he has now lost the channel to issue orders to S.H.I.E.L.D. "Director," Natasha Romanoff yelled from the side. Her dusty face was full of determination. "Natasha Romanoff, are you ready to die?" Nick Fury glanced at the destroyer armor that was slowly walking towards him in the distance. Instead of running away, he took out a retro button from his waist, put his thumb on one of the buttons, and put his other hand on it. Pulled out the gun. "After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., I was ready for this day." Natasha Romanoff tilted her head, her face smeared with dust, and she smiled brightly like a rose. "There is regret, there is determination, but there is no fear of death. Then let those alien bastards witness our bravery and bloodiness." Fury loaded his pistol, left a cold sentence, and stood up straight. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the destroyer spread his legs and approached at an astonishing speed, causing the yellow sand on the ground to jump up. From completely unequal strengths, Fury and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other with a smile, and instead of waiting to die in place, they also rushed towards each other. Just when an unequal killing was about to begin, just when the destroyer and the approaching Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff were within a few hundred meters of each other. Surrounded by the anti-espionage team, LeBlanc and the others, who were walking slowly towards the road, suddenly stared. The footsteps also stopped. "That's," LeBlanc murmured, looking forward with her beautiful eyes. The beautiful eyes are rendered by light cannons blending black and blood. Boom! Wrapping the turbulent air current, skipping over Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury, it shot straight towards the destroyer. Caught off guard by the latter, he hit the bloody light cannon, and his entire burly body was instantly blasted away. Boom! The destroyer shot backward several kilometers like a cannonball, and finally smashed heavily into a piece of yellow sand. The sudden attack nearly knocked Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff off their feet. But the two of them didn't care about this, and looked back with joyful eyes. Under the distorted and blurred air, two figures slowly walked over. A handsome man in a red leather jacket, black sports denim, and white sneakers, and a beautiful girl in a white t-shirt and shorts with pandas printed on it, holding a black holy sword with blood-colored patterns. When seeing these two people, Loki felt the so-called sense of crisis from these two people, and then his heart was close to collapse. Loki is tired. He couldn't figure out at all. It turned out that Midgard, who he always thought was backward but ignorant, would appear all kinds of monsters again and again. One blow can knock the king of God Odin's armor away. He can manipulate the destroyer through Gungnir, and naturally has a spiritual connection with the destroyer. It is clear that the current destroyer is on the verge of being scrapped. 1. He looked at LeBlanc helplessly, but found that the latter's face was also a little wrong. There was a thump in my heart, and I immediately understood that the opponent's strength would definitely not be weaker than this woman, and Liao might even be stronger. Without hesitation, Loki was immediately ready to run away. He didn't want to be cannon fodder. Lyon, W. Nick Fury turned around and looked at Lyon and Saber, who had slowly walked in front of him, and slowly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. No one would want to die if they could. Since the person in front of him appeared here, he obviously planned to intervene. According to the analysis of Nick Fury and even the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. on this one, the initial estimates of strength are all existences capable of destroying the surface of the Earth, and it is even suspected that they may have the power to destroy the planet. If someone of this level makes a move, the threats from Loki and LeBlanc are nothing. You interrupted my plan to conquer the dark journey with Saber. Lyon skipped Fury and Natasha Romanoff, without looking back. Fury shrugged. I'm sorry, but I can give enough compensation. Lyon stood about 10 meters in front of Fury and Natasha Romanoff and glanced around. In the distance, Tony Stark was still lying dead. Ash, Ike, E, and Hulk, who was beaten back into a human body, were all reversed. The spy team is calling. Finally, the eyes were on LeBlanc and Loki. I saw Lyon lightly tap a photo paper. Click! The space between heaven and earth seemed to be shattered, and the two sides stood 1,000 meters away, and the ground quickly melted away. In the next second, he saw Loki and his party inexplicably appearing in front of him, less than 10 meters apart. This sudden blow made Loki's pupils shrink sharply. The anti-espionage team, Yuan Plan Fighter Jia, and others immediately threw away Aishi and others who were carrying them, and squatted down slightly to make an attack at any time. Lyon tilted his head slightly, looking coldly in his eyes. Boom! A ferocious breath suddenly pressed down from the sky and the earth, like the revival of the will of the ancient gods. The heavy pressure was heavily suppressed on Loki and everyone else, instantly making Jia and the others feel as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Their bodies staggered. Their bodies, there is nothing that cannot be controlled by oneself. Loki's physical fitness was worse than the rest. If it wasn't for the support of Gungnir, the gun of eternity in his hand, he would almost fall to the ground. But under the strong pressure, he still faintly began to feel uncomfortable. With sweat on his forehead, he raised his head with difficulty and looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. My heart is faintly bitter. Only now did he realize how naive his previous thoughts were. He always believed that Midgard was the weakest of the 9 kingdoms, and now all kinds of monsters emerged one after another. Hearing LeBlanc's nonsense before really started to have a thought of conquering this world. Now this idea has been left behind by Loki. He only has one thought, and that is to return to Asgard safely. He's still suitable for shrinking in Asgard, conquering the world, conquering the universe, or something, or forget it. You should be called LeBlanc. Lyon didn't even look at Loki, staring at LeBlanc. Nice to meet you, respected Mr. Lyon. LeBlanc still maintained enough elegance and politeness in the face of powerful enemies. It seems that I have to take back my previous understanding of this planet. I hate when someone disturbs my quiet life. Lyon said in a flat tone, paused for a while, raised his head and glanced at the Blackbird fighter plane falling slowly in the sky. So, get out of the earth, or next time I will kill you. Facing Lyon's aggressive posture, LeBlanc didn't get angry, but thoughtfully faced Lyon's indifferent eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't know in advance that there is such a great existence as Mr. Lyon on this planet. I hate hypocritical people, especially a woman like you who is good at manipulating people's hearts. Lyon's eyes became more and more indifferent. So, get out or die. LeBlanc bit her pink lips lightly. I understand. A woman like LeBlanc is very smart. Feeling Lyon's almost ruthless and domineering attitude, she immediately gave up her previous plan and chose to leave. At this time, Lyon also withdrew his terrifying aura. Just when LeBlanc was about to leave, there was an angry growl in his ear. Damn woman, I'm going to kill you. LeBlanc paused, frowned, and looked over, and saw a burly figure in a black combat uniform rushing towards the parked Blackbird fighter in the distance. That resolute face was full of anger and hatred. She recognized the person who came, the wolf cub who was teased and tortured by her before. And after him, the entire X-Men crew came out, plus Magneto, Sabretooth, and Mystique Raven. Slender eyebrows raised. It turned out that 897 is a group of vengeful people. The leader, Logan, had only LeBlanc in his eyes. Ever since he returned to the academy, he was filled with anger all the time. He wanted to cut off the head of the woman who brought him pain and torture all the time. Finally, this time he met this woman here. How could he miss this opportunity? However, it was a pity that a smaller figure stood in front of him. Logan was stunned and could only stop in his tracks. She saw Saber pointing at Logan with the extremely black holy sword in her hand and said softly, "Lyon said, 'Let her go. You are not her opponent.'" The girl's words have two meanings. Lyon let that bad woman. She would not allow other people to interfere, and she also expressed goodwill, not letting Logan go to death. However, Logan, who was dazzled by hatred, no longer cares about these. He stretched out his finger bones and steel claws and roared at the girl, "Get out of the way. I'm going to kill that woman." Fierce and violent, the enemy. Sensing the malevolence towards her from the man in front of her, a gloomy black light flashed in the girl's eyes, a terrifying BDFJ. Blood-purple airflow suddenly appeared out of thin air. Spinning around her, her delicate body squatted slightly, and a slender jade hand holding the hilt of the sword once tight, it's ready to attack. Beast-like senses immediately sensed the danger of death, and the angry Logan immediately regained consciousness as if pouring a basin of cold water. When his face changed, and he was about to speak, Lyon's voice came. "Saber." The voice washed away the girl's killing intent like a clear spring and immediately calmed the girl's indifferent face. She put down the sword in her hand, turned her head to look at Lyon. Her eyes were full of inquiry. Lyon shook his head with a doting smile and said, "It's just a beast lost in hatred." "Hate?" The girl tilted her head cutely. Surprised face. The girl didn't understand what hatred was, but when Lyon spoke up, she returned to Lyon quietly and honestly. At this time, the X-Men came over pushing the professor's wheelchair. Standing side by side with Magneto, the professor first took a look at LeBlanc, who looked calm and didn't know what he was thinking. She is an extremely dangerous existence for the Earth. Those agents who died because of her, my students, Thor from Asgard who died fighting, those warriors who fought to the death all proved it. She was full of ambition, greed. We should not let her go. Charles believes that LeBlanc must not be spared in public or private. If possible, he is willing to sacrifice his life to keep this woman, but unfortunately, he cannot guarantee that his sacrifice will send LeBlanc to hell. So Lyon's attitude is the most important, because only Lyon has the ability to keep her here. Professor Naiha can't influence Lyon's decision. The old man has no idea that LeBlanc has more things to do, which are related to his series of plans in the future. How could he kill LeBlanc? Lyon remained silent, and LeBlanc seemed to understand something, and after looking at Lyon with a surprised expression, he slid his finger across his pink lips, showed a playful smile at Magneto and the professor, and even gave a mischievous wink to Logan, who was panting heavily after blinking the left eye. A gorgeous black magic circle emerged under his feet. She, Loki, and the counterintelligence team disappeared into it. As for Ash and the others, including Lucian, whose mind was originally manipulated, Fiona stayed behind. "Why let her go, Mr. Lyon?" Watching the enemy leave, Logan gritted his teeth and spit out a sentence, and the rest were also a little puzzled. Nick Fury and the professor frowned slightly. The two of them figured it out. Lyon had a special status and couldn't do it easily. Otherwise, his aura might be captured by the legendary Demon Queen, which might lead to even greater disasters. It's just that if this girl named Saber makes a move, it's not impossible to keep the other party. Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Lyon gave an explanation. "I should have told you that there is a very ancient life behind that woman, and I thought you had a deep understanding before," he said, and looked at Fury and Natasha Romanoff. The eyes of the two were fixed, recalling the scene where Thor was killed instantly, the huge metal iron hand that came from the netherworld, and the whispered name. "Maud Caesar," Natasha Romanoff exclaimed. "Maud Caesar?" Magneto, Professor, and others recalled what Lyon said to them when they found Lyon and immediately understood. On the way to the plane, I felt a very short-lived but also very terrifying ancient breath, the breath that seemed to bring death and disillusionment, the spiritual power that once let me release the real death in the true sense. It turned out to be this Maud Caesar. The professor frowned. "I just heard about it before, but now I am sure that this woman is the former follower of Maud Caesar." Maud Caesar, in the ancient ages, with whispers began to penetrate the veil between the realms, promising his invincible power to anyone who dared listen. His reputation for brutality is passed down in classical legends. I didn't expect him to exist. Lyon's eyes showed interest, and he seemed to have a lot of interest in this ancient life. Although it was only a flash, everyone still caught this point. Everyone's hearts moved. It seemed that although the so-called ancient god of the underworld, Maud Caesar, was powerful, this one didn't seem to be afraid. It's just LeBlanc's escape. Will the future Earth be exposed to the eyes of those powerful beings because of her? The professor asked the most concerned question. Lyon was flat on this. She's a smart person. As for what will happen in the future, I can't promise, okay? Speaking of this, he looked at the girl. Let's go. Saber, since I'm here, I'll take you to play here for a few days. Good. The girl nodded obediently. The crowd had nothing to do with Lyon's attitude. They could only watch Lyon take the girl along the road to the distance until they disappeared at the end. If Lyon is self-willed or arrogant, Nick Fury and others will not think in this direction at all. The strong always hold the word. What's more, knowing that Lyon is suspected to be recuperating from his injuries, and there's a demon queen watching outside, it is the utmost humanity to be able to make a move at this time. Nick Fury wouldn't be so stupid that he would let people do everything for the sake of the so-called overall situation for no reason. If you want to use righteousness and morality to suppress people, you also have to divide people. For someone with Tony's personality, this method can still be used, but for Lyon, it will only make the relationship worse quickly. A person of this level would lift the table as soon as he said he would lift it and would have to lick his face and beg for forgiveness after lifting the table. Although we didn't spend time together, who was not a good person, Lyon's character has been seen through in general. This is a werewolf who dares to fight with the Demon Queen. He communicates nicely, but it doesn't mean he can push his nose on his face. What's more, the existence of this person can be regarded as the biggest hole card on the earth. A LeBlanc has already played them in the palm of his hand. Now that Thor died directly on the earth, Loki's plan was successful, and when he returned to Asgard, he would definitely take the opportunity to avenge Thor in order to win people's hearts. The relationship between the two parties has become a hot water. Because of Lyon's appearance, Loki probably didn't have the guts to lead Asgard to ask the Earth for guilt. Even if LeBlanc is still staring at the Earth in the future, he still has to weigh it. This is already equivalent to making a move, and it would be too unfair to expect others to do more. Magneto noticed the figure buried in the yellow sand in the distance, raised his eyebrows, waved his hand lightly, and saw the sad Tony Stark flying towards this side out of thin air. Finally fell to the ground. The fragmented MK armor, as well as the horrific blood hole on the chest, cooperated with Ash and other rebel members lying dead in front of him and Bruce Banner who passed out. It can be seen that it is tragic. The X-Men couldn't help but fell silent. Jean stepped forward, squatted down, and inspected Tony and the others a little bit. With a dignified expression, raised her head and said to the professor and the others, "Mr. Stark must receive treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous besides." As he spoke, he looked at the three of Ash and shook his head slightly. They are more dangerous. Although they may have deliberately saved their lives, they are more seriously injured than Mr. Stark. Fortunately, I can feel that there seems to be other forces in their bodies. It's repairing itself. It's just going to take a long time. Nick Fury looked at the professor. There's a SHIELD branch base here, and the medical treatment ranks among the top in the world, but it is far from here. The professor understood, nodded, and said, "Take our plane." Fury glanced at the two indifferent Lucian and Fiona, and the professor followed his gaze, pressing one hand on his temple. LeBlanc's power affected their brains, but she left. The power has faded, and I will clear these powers. Then trouble the professor. Fury tapped his jaw lightly. The impact of the war in Mexico State is neither too small nor too small. Compared with the Great War in New York, the war in Mexico State was basically not cared about by many people. First of all, it was located on the Yellow Sand Highway in the south of Mexico State. It was sparsely populated all year round, and the nearest town was 50 or 60 kilometers away, asking for flowers. In addition to SHIELD's blockade of this area, the so-called energy shock detected by the outside world was also evaded by SHIELD for any reason. The only thing is Phil Coulson and some illegal orders made by Colonel John in the military base after being mind-controlled. Fortunately, the two sides coordinated and cooperated to cover up this matter. Phil Coulson aside, Colonel John is the most urgent. After all, he issued orders in violation of regulations, mobilized the army for no reason, bombed the mainland with the aircraft fleet, and even fired missiles directly. This is enough for him to go to the military court. Fortunately, SHIELD's energy is not so great. Nick Fury seized the opportunity to show his kindness and helped Colonel John cover up this matter. 0. In addition, he also gained a friendship of Colonel John of the military. Definitely, the loss of fighter planes and personnel needs John to settle it himself, but this aspect is not a particularly big deal. As for the death and sacrifice of soldiers and the loss of fighter planes, John, as the top leader of the military base, wants to operate it not too much. Simple. What's more, there is SHIELD to assist. It is that some drug lords and gangsters in the state of Mexico are going to be in bad luck, and they need to endorse this matter. These are, of course, a later story. And in the state of Mexico, SHIELD Distribution Base Medical Department. In the bright and clean passageway, Nick Fury hung with bandages wrapped around his right hand and shoulders, rubbed some trauma medicine on his cheeks, and through the glass, he could clearly see Tony and others lying on a hospital bed and performing first aid. Listening to the doctor's report, he nodded and turned to leave. Follow the passage to the base meeting room. In the conference room, Magneto, the professor and his party, as well as Lucian and Fiona, who woke up after being cleared of LeBlanc's black magic power by Professor X, gathered here. Everyone sat in chairs in silence. The arrival of Nick Fury attracted everyone's attention. As soon as he came in, Nick Fury looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I think we need to talk." In the colorful Asgard, the resplendent Asgard is full of luxury and nobility. In the historic halls of Asgard, Loki stood under the stepped throne, looking indifferently at the throne that symbolizes supreme power, and now he is already qualified to sit on this position. Loki, who has been longing for this seat, is not as happy as he imagined. The Asgard warriors guarding outside Asgard looked a little strange. Loki, the interim authority, seems to be a little different from before. Just muttering in my heart. After all, compared with Loki, Thor should be the one who should be the king. They don't know why the wise Odin exiled Thor, but they still questioned Odin instinctively. At this time, 487, outside Asgard, several figures settled down. 3 men and 1 woman are wearing armor, each with its own characteristics. Seeing these 4 people, the guard immediately raised his right fist to his chest to show respect. The 4 nodded without talking nonsense, and went straight into the Asgard hall. Seeing Loki, who seemed to be looking at the throne with his back turned to him, a stout man with long braided beard yelled, "Loki, Heimdall said he saw you on Earth. Did you see Thor?" Why does Heimdall later say that Thor is missing? Walls, my brother, don't be presumptuous in Asgard. Another man who looked quite elegant reminded him to stop his good brother from yelling in Asgard, which is disrespectful to Odin. The latter touched his head honestly and grinned after realizing it. "Oh, Fandral, thank you for reminding me. I'm too worried about Thor." The only female with heroic and beautiful eyes rolled her eyes, ignoring this idiot. The 4 of them walked up to Loki, and the woman said, "Loki, what happened in Midgard?" Heimdall said that some power suddenly blocked his eyes. When he saw it, Thor was no longer there. What happened here? The other 3 also looked at Loki with concern. The latter turned around slowly, and when they saw his expression, the 4 of Fandral thumped in their hearts, because Loki's eyes were red, full of resentment and sadness. Feeling something bad, Walls immediately took a step forward and asked, "Loki, what happened to Thor?" Loki's tone seemed a little choked up with great sadness. Thor is dead. Rumble. This sentence made the 4 of them stiff like a bolt from the blue in an instant, and Wall's voice immediately raised a few decibels. His eyes were like copper bells, and he roared in disbelief. Impossible! Thor can't probably dead. There's no way someone in Midgard could kill Thor, the best warrior of House Odinson. How did he die? Their chests kept rising and falling, and the four of them couldn't believe such a cruel fact at all. Fandral, who had always been known for his calmness, stopped the excited Walls. Walls, don't worry. Let Loki finish. Unexpectedly, Walls threw away Fandral's arm and glared at the partner in front of him. Fandral, Hogun, Sif, we followed Thor to fight in the Nine Realms, experienced cruel wars, and witnessed Thor's growth and strength with our own eyes. Now Loki tell me that Thor died in Midgard, the weakest place in the Nine Realms. Do you believe it? After finishing speaking, regardless of the reactions of his partners, he turned his head and asked Loki, "Is it you, Loki? I know you have been jealous of Thor since you were a child. You have always wanted to ascend the throne. It was your conspiracy that Thor was exiled by Odin. The most let Thor, you are the one who died." The expressions of Fandral, Hogun, and Sif changed drastically. Before the four of them were exiled in Thor, Loki had been suspicious of him since he suddenly took power. Originally, they wanted to go to Midgard to find Thor, but now that something like this happened, Wall said it directly. This accusation is not usually serious. No matter how much they suspect, Loki is still theoretically the prince of the Odin son family temporarily, in power for Odin. Walls could be judged for his impulsiveness. Hill reacted the quickest and immediately shouted angrily, "Walls, you're drunk. Now apologize to Loki immediately." Wall simply ignored so much and wanted to refute. But he was immediately held back by Fandral and Hogun, and when he saw the serious expressions of his partners, he immediately reacted, noticed Loki's extremely gloomy expression, immediately got excited, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Loki, yes, I was impulsive, I don't." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Loki waving his hand. After seeing Loki take a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said sincerely, "I and Thor are brothers, and I will never do something against human ethics like killing my brother. I know Walls is losing his mind with worry and anger, so I don't blame him." These words made the three Asgard warriors and Sif breathe a sigh of relief. Especially Loki's sincere words, coupled with the generous forgiveness, made the four of them doubt their previous guesses about Loki. Loki immediately caught the changes in the eyes and emotions of the four and was overjoyed. So he continued his efforts, his eyes flushed, and he told the story he had made up. "After God expelled Thor, he told me to do my best as the temporary commander of Asgard, and fell into a deep sleep. But I knew that I was not up to the task, so I wanted to find Thor. But when I found him in 1.8, I discovered that when he lost his divine power, he was captured by the Midgards when he was looking for Mjolnir. There is another force from another dimension that wants to capture Thor and Mjolnir. I can't bear it. There was a conflict between us. In order to save me, Thor recalled his divine power, but speaking of this, Loki seemed a little unable to bear the death of his brother, and his tone was a little choked up. Listening to Loki's description, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif couldn't help but their eyes turned red. Loki's words are reasonable, no matter how they don't believe it, and with Heimdall's description, only this kind of explanation can make sense. Val's roar resounded through Asgard. The people of Midgard dared to kill the prince of the Odinson family. They must pay the price and bear the wrath of Asgard. Walls raged like an angry bull. At this moment, he gave up his previous prejudice against Loki. He looked at Loki seriously and made the most sincere request. "Loki, Volstagg, please launch a war against Midgard. Asgard as iron hooves will make Midgard bloody and avenge Thor." Fandral, who was the most sober, wanted to object instinctively. However, facing the sorrowful and hateful eyes of his companions, he swallowed back the words in his mouth and fell into silence. "My brother Vals, Asgard ruled the 9 realms. For the hard-won peace, we sacrificed countless brave warriors. They dedicated themselves. We do not fear war, but the people of Midgard are innocent. They should not be affected by the war for this." Surprisingly, Loki actually stood up and expressed his opposition. Fandrel's eyes froze, and the rest of the people also looked at Loki dully. It's not like Loki could say these words at all. Walls wanted to say something else, but Loki shook his head and said, "Thor's blood debt. We will definitely pay it back, and we will cut off the heads of those people to pay homage to Thor. But we must not launch a full-scale attack. War." Father God worked hard for this, and his benevolent radiance spread all over the 9 realms, and he must not let Midgard's blood flow like a river and his bones piled up. Volstagg, Hogun, and Hill exchanged glances. Although they were reluctant, they had to admit that Loki was right. Unknowingly, they didn't realize that Lu Ji was in control of the situation at this moment without moving his expression, and subtly changing everyone's perception of Loki. Only Fandrel still maintains a trace of instinctive vigilance and suspicion. Although he can't say it, he can feel that there seems to be some disobedience. Fandrel rubbed his bearded chin subconsciously and fell in a deep thought. Loki is still performing. His eyes were red, showing that for the sake of peace, even if he was sad or angry, he could not lose his mind. The enemy who killed Thor came from another world. I saw with my own eyes that woman summoned an ancient life that seemed to come from another era. A giant hand in the sky grabbed Thor and fell into the mysterious and unknown endless netherworld. That picture is something I have never seen before. Our enemy is powerful and mysterious, so we must not lose our minds. Volstagg was moved by Loki's words. He calmed down his anger a bit, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "No matter who they are or where they come from, I must cut off his head with my own hands and take out his heart." That's right. As Sif, who has always maintained love for Thor, the only word in his mind is revenge. She swore that she would spend the rest of her life pursuing and revenge. An enemy from another world. Where did it come from? Could it be some of our former opponents? Fandrel recovered from his contemplation and asked suspiciously, "It stands to reason that the border has already been conquered by Asgard. There may be rebellions from time to time, but they will soon be conquered by Asgard's army. As strong as the Frost Titan family, the Flame Titan Satyr was maimed by Asgard, so there shouldn't be any strong ones. It would be okay if Thor lost his divine power, but Loki said that Thor recalled his divine power at the last moment. What kind of enemy would easily kill Thor who regained his divine power? But beyond the 9 realms, Asgard has never been involved, and was the former opponent of the king of god Odin. But that was too long ago to be verified at all. Based on the records of Odin's life in Asgard's historical code, Odin's enemies were basically killed in the records. Where did a powerful enemy emerge from? The rest were also puzzled. Loki gave the answer, holding Gungnir and tapping lightly on the ground. Boom! The green light curtain spread from the ground to Asgard's surroundings, and in an instant, the whole of Asgard began to change. Loki and even the 3 warriors of Asgard, Sif at the moment, were placed on a yellow sand plain. The dark clouds in the sky thundered wildly. What was presented in front of Walls and the others was a scene that shocked them. In the sky ahead, Thor holds Mjolnir in his hand, entwined with lightning and bursting out a terrifying lightning storm towards the ground. Endless lightning ravages this poor land. Under this lightning frenzy, a group of people on the ground who turned into light beams and ran for their lives could be clearly seen. They have also seen this kind of scene before. When they were fighting in the 9 realms, the enemy fled in embarrassment under the thunderbolt, and Walls, who have followed Thor for thousands of years, are sure that the current Thor's strength has surpassed that of the past. It really showed the demeanor of the future king of the Odinson family. However, it is such a powerful Thor who has encountered the most terrifying enemy in his life. It was a female 837, wearing a gray fur coat, with short silver-white hair, a beautiful face, and a heroic and elegant temperament. The next moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Under the shocking eyes of Walls and the others, a huge amount of crack opened in the earth. Dark particles and yellow sand flooded the sky, and a huge hand in iron armor wrapped around endless souls of the dead, and the ghost grabbed at it. Thor, just looking at it, it seems that the soul will be frozen by the terrifying death breath. The same is true for Thor, who just watched as he was grabbed by the giant hand and completely disappeared without any disturbance. In the end, Thor's roar could be vaguely heard. "Run away, Loki!" The last voice of Thor dissipated as the big hand struggled to be sealed back into the mysterious, ghostly rift by the chain in the rift. Odin on board. This is unbelievable. Seeing this scene, I murmured in horror. The visual impact brought by watching it with my own eyes is far beyond Loki's verbal description. Who the hell is she? Is she from Helheim? Hogun was equally shocked. The green curtains slowly rippled, and all the pictures disappeared. Because of Thor's death, the whole of Asgard immediately fell into turmoil. The angry warriors of Asgard were saddened and outraged by Thor's death. For thousands of years, Thor led them to fight together to clear up the rebellion in the Nine Realms. Thor's strength, pride, and unique personality charm conquered Asgard. Even the gods of the Aesir Protoss, except for a very few gods, most of them support Thor. All warriors, gods, and people of Asgard believe that Thor will be the most powerful king the Odinsons have ever seen. It's just that when Thor was in full swing, Thor suddenly offended Odin and was beaten back to mortal exile. Very sorry and very puzzled. They can't question the great Odin, but they believe that one day Thor will return to Asgard and lead Asgard to greater greatness. But on that day, Thor's younger brother, Loki, suddenly summoned everyone and announced news that everyone could not believe on the rooftop of Odin Square in front of Asgard. Thor is dead. He died at the hands of a powerful enemy. No one could believe it. How could the mighty Thor die? But it wasn't until the Queen appeared in person to confirm the news that everyone had to believe that the powerful Thor, who could drink with any warrior, just died in battle. Sadness, anger, hatred, and all kinds of emotions permeated the whole of Asgard. Countless people shouted to avenge Thor. The enemy's blood, corpses, and heads are to be used as sacrifices to Thor, and the fanatical atmosphere of war is filling everyone's hearts. Asgard's anger needs blood to quench it. At this moment, Loki, who concocted this scene, came to his bedroom alone after comforting his grieving mother Frigga in Asgard. As a prince, he has a spacious and luxurious bedroom. On the balcony, Loki was wearing exquisite and gorgeous clothes, looked up at the night sky, and said without looking back, "Is this the scene you want to see? It's what you need, my dear prince. Congratulations, you will be on the throne in a short time." Behind him, LeBlanc's familiar voice suddenly came. Loki turned around and looked. LeBlanc was sitting on the stone railing of the square balcony, sipping a glass of wine elegantly, took a sip, shook the glass, and shook his head slightly. "I don't like your wine. I thought of the Freljord. But you and I can't hide it from Odin." Loki didn't explore where the Freljord was, but instead considered what worries he had left now. In the past, he thought that he could hide the old Odin who was already dizzy, but since he was in Midgard, he finally understood that Odin is still the same Odin, his city. The scheming was far beyond his imagination. The years had taken away Odin's strong body, but not his brain. "No, you will believe it," LeBlanc said confidently, "because he has to believe in you and needs you." 11. Loki chewed on the meaning behind this sentence silently, and after a little thought, he knew why LeBlanc said that. Thor's death has become a fact, and the fact is that Thor died at the hands of LeBlanc, and he is not lying on this point. The most important thing is that Odin is already old, so what if Odin guesses the role Loki plays in it and is glorious? He will be angry and sad, but he is a late king after all. As a king, he needs to consider how to stabilize Asgard. He has no time to choose a new king to rule Asgard. He didn't want to see Asgard fall into turmoil, which would ruin the Odinson family's foundation. Having figured this out, Loki looked deeply at LeBlanc. This woman is terrifying, not just because of her strength, but because of her wisdom. After a short contact, I have a thorough insight into the situation in Asgard, and I also have an insight into Odin's current helplessness. And, extremely decisively, let Loki put all the blame on her, just to put Loki on the throne. Loki is not happy about becoming king. On the contrary, he is more disturbed. All investment is just for more benefits. He shouldn't understand this too well. This woman had invested so much in him, and even considered herself as the object of revenge for the entire Asgard, to wash away all his stains and help him become king. So what she asked for was probably more than he imagined. But Loki can't turn back now. He is like a prey, caught in the spider web, unable to break free. He's already in LeBlanc's hands. At this time, Lu Ji was no longer hiding his extinguishing method. But can you tell me, what do you want from me, or what Asgard can do for you? I like your frankness and wisdom. LeBlanc really didn't care about the question Loki asked again, but said appreciatively. She valued Loki, and what she valued was Loki's character, cunning, suspicious. Such people are often very smart. The smarter people are, the more they think, the more suspicious they are, and it is difficult to control them. But she likes such a person very much. She enjoys a little bit of seduction, charm, and conquering this kind of person, sinking, and finally kneels at her feet and kisses her boots. Just like an excellent bartender, he adjusts the brewed wine to the desired appearance bit by bit. She hooked her pink lips, and a charming smile emerged, which was enough to make all men sink. But not only was Loki not charmed, but his heart was agitated. He was a little afraid of this woman's smile now. Every time he laughed, he felt this woman wants to cheat him. Loki would rather she be more comfortable with a cold face in the future. At this time, LeBlanc spoke and said charmingly, I want you, and the whole of Asgard, to kill someone for me in the future. Whose servant? Maud Caesar. When LeBlanc spat out the name, Lu Ji's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at the woman in front of him in horror and lost his voice. Maud Caesar? Is it the owner of the hand you summoned? Yes, exciting. Under the moonlight, the pale which blinked mischievously. This gave Loki a chill in his heart. Lyon was wearing a cool black t-shirt, a necklace hanging around his neck, and sunglasses in his eyes, leading a girl in a simple fashion style to play in the central square of Oaxaca, Mexico. It is a famous historical and cultural city. The trading center of the agricultural and pastoral areas and mining areas in the south has industries such as flour, oil extraction, and textiles. The handicraft industry is relatively developed, especially famous for felt cloaks and jewelry. Home of the famous Indian president Warlords. There are many colonial buildings, and there are ancient cultural sites of the Mixtec and Zapotec people nearby. The first impression of Tile City is that it is colorful. The houses on both sides of the street are colorful, with high-saturation bright colors intertwined and embellished, as if God overturned the palette, bright but not dazzling, coupled with blue sky, bright sun, green trees, red flowers like a watercolor painting. It is pleasing to the eye. The central square, located in the heart of the city, is just between the two rivers running through the ancient city, hidden among dense and towering trees. The ancient city radiates around the central square. To the north is the main church built in the 17th century. To the south stands a state government office building. And to the east is the sightseeing pedestrian street that best embodies the style of Washi. Strolling in the ancient city, you can see exquisite colonial buildings, squares, museums, street parks, and botanical gardens with hundreds of Wajo characteristic plants forming the green lungs of the city. The 833 churches of Santo Domingo, the former residence of Juarez, the 1,000-year-old trees, and the petrified waterfall make this city full of exotic charm. The historical and cultural landscape, which is relatively new to Lyon, at least satisfies a major shortcoming of his previous life when traveling abroad. Needless to say, human civilization may be a backward civilization compared to the universe. But in this universe, the Earth is also extremely difficult. The ancient gods, the god of black magic, etc., all originated from the Earth. On this planet, there are many hidden secrets. As far as this city is concerned, Lyon feels that there are hidden ancient secrets in Oris. Although it is very thin now, Lyon can still be keenly aware of it. It's just that Lyon wasn't particularly interested in it. He is too lazy to explore the source. Or, to him, these ancient legendary secrets will feel mysterious to some ordinary people who don't know the truth. For him, it is at most a stage for making troubles one day, and when he has a whim, Let this become the center of the world's focus storm. Give the old city the New York treatment. As a Yin Huang person in his previous life, he definitely would not harm the ancient Eastern countries. But when it comes to harming the United States or European countries, he has no guilt at all. At noon, Lyon took the girl into a restaurant called Samboni. This restaurant has unique specialties. The evaluation scores of tourists are very high, and Lyon can't bear to let it go. There were a lot of people in the restaurant, so Lyon and the girl specially found a corner with a good location, next to the floor-to-ceiling windows. While eating delicious food, you can see the street scenery outside through the glass windows on all sides. While the two were enjoying the delicious food, the world in front of them was covered with black and purple light curtains. Wearing a small gray fur coat, LeBlanc, who was walking as by Uekwe, walked down the aisle gracefully and sat down opposite Lyon, next to the girl Saber. The tourists and service staff who came to eat didn't seem to see her at all. After the girl glanced at LeBlanc, she didn't pay any attention to it and fought with the delicious food by herself. "It's over with you?" Lyon pushed a mole Mexican magic sauce rice and shepherd stark pie to LeBlanc. He was slightly surprised that this woman would suddenly come to him. He will give considerable tolerance to the characters he creates, as long as his strategic goals are fulfilled. As for the content of them, he doesn't care at all, and he completely lets go of his tenure. So everyone has a very distinct personality, and the things they do will conform to their own personality characteristics. Like Deaf, LeBlanc, what kind of character is she? Ambitious, ruthless, manipulative, tortured for enjoyment. This is her, for which X-Men Logan suffered greatly. Storm and Beast died for it. And even Tony, the central protagonist of the prologue of the era, was almost killed. This is the horror of LeBlanc. It can be said that if it wasn't for Lyon, who still needed those tool men to extract gold coins, came to Mexico in person and scared her away with a strong posture, then the Pale, which could even play the superheroes on the earth until they collapsed and died. This thorny black rose is his precious gift to this world. He is looking forward to seeing how many superheroes she can play in the future. LeBlanc caught the smile in Lyon's eyes. Her pink lips outlined a beautiful curve. She gently supported her short white hair with her bare hands. She didn't answer, but said with a hint of charming flirting, "I like it. The way I am now, my dear." It has to be said that this woman, LeBlanc, has engraved her charm into her bones, and with the addition of Bayuekwe's beautiful and heroic appearance, her temperament has become complicated and changeable. There is a different kind of beauty. At least for a normal person like Lyon, there was already a lot of fluctuations in his heart. Lyon rolled his eyes. "Are you serious?" It has to be said that a woman like LeBlanc is the dream lover of countless men. After all, for something like kaleidoscopic shapeshift, only Mystique Raven can stand up to it. Seeing the playfulness in Lyon's eyes, LeBlanc didn't dare to tease her too much. She doesn't mind devotion, but she can feel the murderous intent emanating from the girl who seems to be obediently eating delicious food beside her. In order not to be slashed by the girl with her sword, Lil Mylan restrained herself a lot. Holding a knife and fork in his hand, he elegantly enjoyed the food and set his plan. Now Loki has controlled the situation in Asgard with my help, and there is a loud voice in Asgard to go to war with the Earth. Loki needed an uncontroversial, hearty victory, a formidable foe on whom they could wreak vengeance. Lyon tapped his jaw. Asgard and Loki and LeBlanc, also a large stage play. The protagonist of the stage is undoubtedly the whole of Asgard, and the evil villain is definitely this woman in front of me. Then what do you want? I need help in an army. The counterintelligence team is strong enough, but it still can't support this war, even if it is a war that must be defeated. LeBlanc eventually left. She was able to come to Earth in a dignified way because she knew through Lyon that the dark gangster who wanted to invade this universe came out to make trouble again, and Ancient One had to suppress and fatten her. The strength of Sorcerer Supreme lies in this. Not only did he dare to consume Waisandi's wool, but he also dared not to return it. He was stronger than the Dark Lord Dormammu in front of Ancient One, and he could only be beaten unilaterally. Although there are reasons for the weakening of the barriers of the three magician holy places on the earth, is also enough to prove the horror of the Ancient One. If Ancient One wasn't there, LeBlanc might not have dared to appear on Earth alone. She was also afraid that the other party would come to her if she didn't talk about martial arts. And Lyon saw the gold coins soaring to 40,000 under the entry column and fell into deep thought. After studying for so long, he has figured out the pattern. The star level is equivalent to about 5,000 gold coins, which is its ceiling. The templates are Mr. Yamamoto and Kagaya Heim, and 10,000 gold coins are level sub-god fathers who surpass the planetary level. The stronger the strength, the more gold coins spent will multiply. Level godfather needs at least 20,000 gold coins to create. Now, LeBlanc needs a helper, and the strength must not be too strong, otherwise it will make this Asgard desperate. With a powerful helper and LeBlanc's wisdom, it shouldn't be too easy to kill Asgard. But it can't be too weak, otherwise it won't work. After thinking about it for a while, and thinking about LeBlanc's background, he came up with an idea. Lyon finished the last bit of food on the plate in front of him, stood up neatly, and left the restaurant with Shao. Asgard. In the main hall, all the high-ranking members of the god realm, and even the gods of the Aesir Protoss gathered together, and the noisy sound made the originally quiet and solemn hall as noisy as a vegetable market. But no one will stop drinking, because everyone here has anger engraved on their faces. The warlike Asgard people could not tolerate the future king, so he died at the hands of dirty and evil people. And Loki, who was standing on the throne ladder, watched this scene with some headaches. Beside her was Queen Frigg, whose eyes were full of sadness. No mother could bear the pain of the death of her own son, even if she is the wife of the king of God. Mother! Loki turned his head to look at his mother. He felt guilty and distressed unconsciously in his heart. He was full of hatred for Odin, but he would never hate this Frigga, who gave him unreserved maternal love. Seeming to feel Loki's worry, Frigga reluctantly said softly, "Go, Loki. Do what you should do." Loki couldn't bear to look at Frigg, nodded and turned back to look at the gods in the hall, stretched out his hand, following the green light curtain. Gungnir, the spear of eternity, appeared in his hand, gently touching it enough to be clean enough to reflect the light knocking on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The crisp impact sound is full of the rhythm of divine power, suppressing all the hustle and bustle. The gods raised their heads and subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound, only to find that Loki was looking at them steadily with the spear of eternity in his hand, with the light and shadow shining on his body. At this moment, the gods actually felt that Loki has such a trace of majesty. The gods of Asgard, for the sake of peace and order throughout the ages, we have waged wars with countless powerful races and rival civilizations, and countless warriors have died one after another. For this reason, Asgard, under the leadership of the king of God, Odin, the moment of glory and glory for tens of thousands of years has ushered in. In this glorious light that spreads all over the 9 realms, when peace comes, we let go of killing and show mercy. But when someone offends Asgard, we will pierce the other's heart with a sharp blade and cut off their heads. Thor, Odinson, originally the pride of God's domain, is also the future king of God's domain. He should have succeeded Odin and lead us to greater heights, but he died in Zell. Now, should the angry god's domain raise its swords and guns to avenge the enemy? Tell me. Loki's seemingly calm but subdued voice resounded throughout the Asgard hall. The gods were astonished and understood. As Thor's brother, Loki's anger is definitely justifiable. Revenge! 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 No one can kill the future king of the death god domain. Revenge! Loki's words were like igniting a barrel of fire oil, instantly detonating the wrath of the gods. Everyone stared at their blood-red eyes. Their faces were flushed, and the veins on their foreheads and necks burst into hissing roars. The terrifying sound wave shook the entire Asgard hall for a moment. Loki's eyes, sweeping across the faces of the gods, as if pleased with their presence, raised Gungnir, the spear of eternity. This move also made the gods subconsciously shut their mouths and look eagerly at Loki. Death in battle is our home in Asgard. We are not afraid of death. Our souls should ascend to Soul Castle. Every one of us, a warrior, longs for this day. However, Thor is different. Thor was killed by an evil ancient life, took his soul. This should not be the home of an Asgard warrior. His body should be buried in the land of Asgard, and his soul should go to the Soul Castle to award the gods. Take back Thor's soul and wage a never-ending fight against the enemies of Asgard who dare to provoke them. Loki's majestic voice came to everyone's ears like a thunderclap. The gods raised their arms and uttered their cries. Never die. At this moment, Asgard's huge war machine began to operate. Groups of legionnaires prepared their clothes, and under Loki's instruction, a large number of gods began to roam the 9 realms looking for enemies to kill you. LeBlanc, the legendary careerist from another dimension world, cruel and ruthless, greedy and tyrannical. And any subordinate who found LeBlanc or even came to LeBlanc was not allowed to act without authorization. And Loki, leading the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, went to the Earth under the teleportation function of Gungnir, the Eternal Gun. A confrontation between Asgard and Earth is about to take place. Please subscribe. Everyone seems to be entangled in the strength gap between the captain and Sesshomaru. It may be that they did not explain clearly. The article never said that the strength of the two is equal. Mexico SHIELD branch base. A rapid alarm sound broke the calm of the base. In the information control room, with the sound of a few hasty footsteps, the door opened automatically, and Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff walked in quickly. As soon as he entered the door, an agent immediately began to report to the chief. Sir, 50 kilometers away in the southern desert, a very strange Nunghuang fluctuation was detected. Call out the monitoring. After a few taps on the keyboard, the agent saw a picture appearing on the big screen in front of him. Seeing the bright, colorful light beam and the figures of Loki in the beam of light, Nick Fury's one-eyed flashed a cold light. Sure enough, it's here. Nick Fury guessed the follow-up development in an instant. If it wasn't for Lyon's accident that scared away the opponent 673 and made the opponent afraid, then there are not just a few people, but 3 armies. Loki's arrival this time is only to show his toughness, and to be held accountable, by the way. This subsequent friction between Earth and Asgard should not be too great. At most, the relationship between Earth and Asgard fell into a cold war. Nick Fury's plan to win over Asgard is likely to run aground, but it is the best result to eliminate a war now. Director Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury. The latter said flatly, "Let's go. Let's meet this Loki and see what he wants to do." After speaking, he turned and left, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped and continued. "By the way, remember to call the professor and the others. Negotiation, accountability, that also requires the Earth to show its own experience." Natasha Romanoff nodded in response. Thousands of miles of yellow sand. On the Huangsha Highway, there are no shelters around, only all the towering mountain craftsmen and telephone poles. In the blue sky, a scorching sun hangs, and the sun shines down, illuminating the world. The hot wind makes the air slightly blurred and distorted, and the dryness will make people feel a little irritable and unhappy in their hearts. This is where the battle with Thor was fought. On the devastated battlefield, one could see how fierce the battle was. Even if it was a day apart, Tian Lei King Warrior and Xie could even feel 10 traces of the aura that disgusted them. Loki stood in front of the 4 of them, Gungnir holding the eternal spear, just waiting quietly. Sure enough, the group of humans didn't make him wait for long. Boom! There was a howling sound from the sky, which attracted the attention of Loki and Sif. When they looked up, they saw a black and strange flight aircraft slowly flying from the distant sky. Complete ground. Pissed. As the hatch opened, the metal ladder fell, and 3 people walked down from it. It was Nick Fury, Magneto, and the Professor. Since it is not a war, there is no need to bring so many people to negotiate. Too many people will only make the other party underestimate and think too much. His Highness Loki. In front of Loki and the others, only 1 or 2 meters apart, Nick Fury spoke first, his tone full of seriousness. Seeing Nick Fury, Volstagg, who was carrying an axe, wanted to shout angrily, but Hogan and Fandral, who were quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately grabbed Walls, who had a tendon, and told him to shut up. After all, now, the declaration on Loki Odin Square has given him a preliminary prestige. Volstagg broke the rules at every turn. After all, if Loki remembers it, maybe this simple and honest guy will suffer a lot later. Loki didn't care about the small movements of the people behind him. The eternal spear tapped lightly on the ground, preemptively giving him his power. Midgard, the eldest son of the Odinson family, died in battle. You have an inescapable responsibility, but God's realm is merciful. We cannot start a war. However, we have your answer. What answer does Asgard want? The murderer who killed Odin's eldest son must pay the price in blood. In the name of the Odinson family, I ask you to use all your power to find her. Loki is extremely strong, with an Asgard attitude. Loki's words made the three of Nick Fury's eyes fluctuate. You mean her? Nick Fury asked back. There was a sneer in the corner of Loki's mouth. He dared to bring the four Sifs, who were brothers with Thor, to question him. He was not afraid of the human being in front of him telling the truth, unless he wants to completely anger Asgard, which is a conspiracy. That's right, that woman named LeBlanc. As soon as these words came out, the three of Nick Fury looked at each other, with surprise flashing in their eyes. Director Nick Fury, it looks like there's something delicate going on between Loki and LeBlanc. Whether it's a falling out or something else, we have to get an angry Asgard to set his sights on LeBlanc. The professor speaks with psychic power. Only stupid people will expose the truth, but the really smart people always divert contradictions. Rather than Loki, diverting Asgard's attention is the right choice. Nick Fury naturally understands this. The truth is no longer important at this time. So he made a choice. The tone changed slightly, and he said indifferently, "Yes, the enemy of the Earth is also the woman named LeBlanc. Once she and her accomplices appear, we will kill her at all costs." Kill her, huh? Loki smiled disdainfully, looking very arrogant, but he didn't say much, but said another thing. "I remember, she also has 2 comrades Earth. Give them to Aspen 0.6 guard." Impossible. Fury immediately rebuffed. Luxian and Fiona are LeBlanc's enemies. They were just manipulated by that woman with black magic. Now we have cleared the black magic. Whether it is manipulated or not has nothing to do with Asgard. I only know that they are involved in this matter. Then they must be responsible for it. Loki's tone turned cold immediately. The 4 people behind them looked at each other. Volstagg's lips moved, but he still didn't speak in the end. Fury frowned. "They are our solid allies, and we will never hand them over to you." Fury's tone was extremely firm. For a time, the atmosphere on both sides immediately became tense. Except for the sound of the breeze blowing in the distance, everything is so quiet. Loki and Fury looked at each other. Although the latter was just a mortal compared to Loki, he had no fear, neither humble nor overbearing. There is no arrogance and domineering, no humility. On the contrary, it makes Volstagg and others appreciate a little. It's just that they don't know that this was originally just a political drama played out for them. Loki originally knew that it was impossible for Fury to agree to his condition. If he forcibly demanded Lucian and Fiona, then Fury would have to turn the tables with a high probability, and some truthful information would inevitably be revealed by then. How disbelieving the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif would shake his prestige. After staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, Loki let go after posing. "Mark your words, humans, if Asgard finds out you're involved with that woman, then you don't want to see the Asgard army coming to Earth." Boom! Loki's eternal spear hit the ground lightly again, and with a crisp sound, a dazzling beam of light fell down. Loki and the others were bathed in this light, and finally disappeared and returned to Asgard. Looking at the disappearing, colorful beam of light in the sky, Fury said flatly, "Charles, Mr. Eric, what do you think?" A political show, building up prestige to put Loki on the throne, Magneto said with unabashed sarcasm. "Don't look at him as if he has never read a book since he was a child, and his sense of smell and politics is even more messy but his IQ is not low. If he can't guess what the anticlimactic Loki's purpose of coming to Earth is, he is no different from an idiot. It's just sarcasm. The three of them are very clear that once this so-called political show is completed, the situation on the opposite side of the Earth will not be very good. Professor Charles said calmly, "As LeBlanc's spokesperson, Loki means our future enemies, and possibly the entire Asgard. We don't know enough about Asgard. The existence of Asgard has made LeBlanc's power in this universe greatly expanded. Once Asgard is completely ruled, the next war should spread to the Earth. Even if there is Lyon on the Earth, the opponent will be jealous. But how long can this fear last? Nobody knows." Charles finished speaking and looked at Magneto. "How do you feel over there?" "Normal." Knowing what his old friend thought, Magneto shook his head. "The armor material on them is very special, although there are also metal elements. But there are other elements with specific gravity, which can resist part of my ability. But enough. Even if they have an army, I can let them all be buried." His cold voice was full of confidence in himself. Such is the pride of the mutant brotherhood leading Magneto. Nick Fury nodded, believing that Magneto wasn't bragging. For Magneto and professors of SSS dangerous level, the SHILD analysis data had already been prepared. He is well aware of the strength of the abilities of the two of them. Both of them have the ability to destroy a civilization, and Magneto's potential is even more terrifying. But his education level is not high. Otherwise, if Magneto has extremely high attainments in physics and electromagnetism, then Fury can't even imagine who else can be his opponent. A man with the ability to destroy planets. At that time, the entire human race will have to live under fear. Definitely, he will definitely not say this. Let's go. This conversation didn't waste much time, and the three of Nick Fury didn't want to stay in this scorching place any longer, and took the Quinjet back to the base of the SHILD branch. Similar to a military base, SHILD's base equipment is not inferior at all. The military power here can fully support a war. On the training ground of the base, densely packed agents can be seen undergoing rigorous training, and gunshots can be heard continuously. Its precision is evident. Get off the plane. I saw that on the training ground. The three Ashes who had been severely injured had recovered at some point, and together with the rest of their companions, the X-Men, Natasha Romanoff, and Barton worker Phil, Coulson watched the training of the agents, talk to each other from time to time, and the atmosphere seems to be harmonious. In fact, a group of them are ready to leave at any time, and if the negotiation fails, they will leave immediately. The three walked over and attracted everyone's attention. "Director, how is it?" Seeing Fury, Natasha Romanoff was the first to ask. Fury glanced at everyone and told the details of the negotiation, as well as their guesses, and the rest couldn't help but frown. LeBlanc was originally a big mountain, and as a result, Asgard in Norse mythology is likely to be ruled by LeBlanc's spokesperson Loki. This pressure is not ordinary. Fury looked at the three of Ash. "Are you recovering well?" After experiencing this war, the relationship between the two sides has been rapidly drawn up, as can be seen from the casual words in the exchanges. AI, she tapped her chin. At the moment, 867 didn't wear a helmet, and her beautiful face shone brightly in the sun. "Our body structure is a little different from yours. As long as it is not a fatal injury, we will generally recover quickly." Ash said. He looked at Ike's side. Ike's injury can be said to be the most serious because he lost a leg, is now supported by SHILD's mechanical prosthesis. Ike noticed the leader's gaze and shrugged nonchalantly. "I need a new prosthesis when I go back to my hometown. I believe that the Yuan Project Group will be willing for us to pay." Ash nodded her head coldly, completely ignoring the meaning of robbery in the words. She doesn't have prosthetics, but as we all know, the assets of the Yuan Project Group belong to the rebels. Natasha Romanoff and Barton looked at each other with a habitual expression. Although Ash is a woman, she is not inferior to any man in terms of determination and strength. She is a very charismatic leader, which even a proud Barton admires. Okay, then we have to think about the future of LeBlanc and Asgard. "Leave that woman to me, and I will kill her with my own hands." A clear and indifferent voice came. and Fiona's heroic and beautiful face was full of killing intent. Then you have to line up Fiona. Lucian said coldly as he was wiping the particle beam gun. I believe you can do it. Ash agreed without sincerity, then continued to look at Fury and asked, Director Nick Fury, our metal equipment was damaged in the previous battle, and Ike also needs to get a new limb, so we have to go back. After reorganizing and updating the equipment, I will also try to find out about LeBlanc. She can directly command the counterintelligence team. This is only the head of the Source Project can command, so she must have a very high status in the Source Project group. We need to go back and investigate. Thank you so much for your help, Ash. Fury didn't pretend to stay. Both sides have decisive characters, and he also agrees with Ash's point of view. Ike. Ash nodded and stretched out his hand to Ike. The latter took out a miniature crystal substance from his waist. As a result, Ash handed it to Fury and explained, This is Ike's Pacific base. The Hex generator built needs to cross 2 worlds, so the generator only has a unilateral alarm function. Once you need our help or find LeBlanc's information, you can press the alarm button. We can use the generator energy to capture and locate and immediately support across dimensions. Fury took it to express his thanks, but he felt that it seemed a little familiar. It seems that an old friend did this operation in the 1990s. Then goodbye, Director Nick Fury. Ash acted decisively. After explaining, he stood with the rest of the rebels, and after signaling with everyone, Ike took out the instrument inlaid with hex crystals. The next moment, I saw azure light bursting out from the instrument. Ash and other members of the rebel army shone with azure light. And the next moment, everyone turned into beams of light and shot straight into the sky before reaching a distance of 100 meters. Disappear. Regarding the departure of the rebels, Barton, Natasha Romanoff, and Phil Coulson were more or less agitated, regardless of others. After all, although they didn't spend much time together, the two sides formed a deep friendship, but everyone felt these brave and passionate rebels who fought against the Pang de Yuan Project Group for freedom and for their homeland, and were enemies of the world. I deeply feel admiration. Especially Barton, who is also a shooter. The perception between Barton and Ash cannot be said to be insignificant. Even though both of them combine bow and arrow with high technology, Ash's ability and accomplishments in archery far exceed Barton's, and this has nothing to do with genes and high technology. If Barton is the pinnacle level of archers in human history, then Ash is another level completely surpassed, just like art. Definitely, these are also influenced by Ash having the ancient legendary hero gene in her body. For this reason, Barton also specially consulted with AI She, and AI She was not stingy and taught him all the relevant knowledge, which also benefited Barton a lot. AI She and others each have their own personality charm. Brave and decisive, Liu Zian has a cold face and a warm heart. From time to time, he'll be humorous, although it is very cold. However, during the communication, Barton and others felt that Lucian seemed to have concern. Needless to say, Ike is a genius comparable to Tony and a sunny boy, although he talks about time and other things from time to time. Fiona, an elegant master of swordsmanship, seems to be the daughter of a medieval court family, an excellent female warrior who brings her swordsmanship to the extreme. He is the master of swordsmanship. He seems to have an unknown past, and he has a unique understanding of nature and the world. Although he couldn't take off his helmet and couldn't see his face, everyone could imagine that he was a wise man full of vicissitudes and wisdom. In just a few days, the rebels helped the Earth and almost died for it. Their selfless spirit opened up even the agents who pretended to frozen their hearts. Fortunately, everyone also understands that leaving is only for better encounters. They believe that in the future, sooner or later, they will have the opportunity to fight side by side. Watching the rebels leave, Fury led Magneto, X-Men, and others towards Tony's ward. In a relatively simple ward in the medical department, after the operation, Tony was lying on the ward, and sitting next to him was a strong, slightly fat, simple, and honest white man in a suit, chatting and communicating with Tony. Boss, as your personal bodyguard, Your injury is a disgrace to my profession. Please tell me who made such a big hole in your chest. I must twist his neck naked. By the way, Pepper has been very concerned about your itinerary these 2 days. Besides, she said that you missed her twice. She is very angry now. Fatty's resentful thoughts. After all, as a billionaire's personal bodyguard, his employer almost died in the end. This will be the biggest stain on his resume. Tony Stark is used to the bodyguard and driver, saying it is an employment relationship. But in fact, the relationship between the two is like friends. It's one of the few people he cares about. Leaning on the hospital bed, his bare upper body was wrapped with bandages from his shoulders to his armpits. His face was a little pale, and he was looking at the information on the tablet computer. Hearing that Pepper was very angry, Tony remembered at this time that he and Pepper had agreed to have a candlelight dinner before. Definitely, he doesn't care at all now. When the time comes, he will be coaxed and coaxed. Happy, trust me, you wouldn't want to meet the woman who nearly killed me. He is more concerned about the other woman now, but he doesn't know if Pepper will be jealous if he finds out. Happy hesitated to speak, wanting to say something. At this time, Fury waited for a group of people to come in from outside the ward. Happy stood up immediately when he saw this, and when he was about to say something, Tony put down the tablet and said to Happy, you have to first out. Okay, BSOS. Happy didn't talk nonsense, turned around and left the ward. Boom. When the gate was closed, Fury put his hands on the railing of the hospital bed and said jokingly, you have to thank Fisher. If it wasn't for him, you might have to say goodbye to this world. Tony touched his chest, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Maybe I can ask him to have a good meal. Okay, I can mention him a thank you, but he certainly doesn't have time. Fury didn't say it was perfunctory, but at least it was quite insincere. Skipping this topic, he changed the topic. Loki has come to negotiate with us. What do you think? What do you think? It's nothing more than searching for enemies in the void. I'm afraid that Luwu, as that woman, should use herself as a target for Loki to hit. Tony sneered. That's right. Asgard has fallen, and that woman has planted a nail in our universe, which can be said to be offensive or defensive. Fury said seriously, for us, this is not good news. The Avengers team isn't working anymore, Nick. After a little thought, Tony opened his mouth, and what he said made Fury frown. You mean it? This is not just our matter. It is also related to the whole world. We can't completely resist this matter, even if we are arrogant. Tony shook his head. Originally, that time at New York Seaside Park, already made him feel lacking in confidence. But now LeBlanc and the entire Asgard, just an Avenger, are like a wave in the ocean disappearing at any time. No matter how confident and proud he is, it is impossible to put this responsibility on himself. This is not responsible for the entire human civilization. He can't take this responsibility. Fury heard what Tony meant, and he also understood it. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't think that the group of people in front of him could solve such a big crisis. After standing up straight, he touched his chin and thought, this matter is related to the fate of the entire human race against the forces from other worlds. Tony, do you have any ideas? An idea sprouted in his mind, but Nick Fury didn't bring it up first but looked at Tony. Tony took out the tablet and tapped on it. The holographic projection screen appeared in front of everyone. This is a plan. Earth Defense Force. Seeing this name, everyone immediately frowned. As they continued to watch, everyone's expressions changed. This is a fairly complete organization. It is slightly different from the major intelligence agencies and the military in terms of details. Its structure is complex and simple. To put it bluntly, BDF, it is to unite the defense forces of the entire Earth. Several branch structures, such as the department in charge of investigation, to investigate the various weird times of the Earth, and the Science Guard, the most important department composed of the best scientific researchers in the world, to specialize in the research and development of emerging technologies by the highest wisdom, especially for combat. The research items are equipment, weapons, super soldiers, ability serum, and so on. The attack department gathers the best elite members in the world, and each of them has a very strong ability, equipped with the best technological equipment, weapons, etc., Relying on the military power of all major countries in the world, it is dedicated to resisting future interstellar wars, alien invaders. The larger the number of these elite members, the better, and they should be formed in the form of an army. And the real core is the combat team composed of the strongest individual combat ability of the defense forces, which uses combat power to benchmark the gene-powered rebels and even the Shao organization. These specially deal with single-body combat, which is an enemy that cannot be dealt with by conventional troops and technological weapons. Members such as Magneto, Hulk, Phoenix Gretchen, etc. Tony counts as one, not to mention that he has planned to develop anti-series armor. The unique flexibility and air superiority of MK armor is enough to become one of them. Everyone who watched the Earth Defense Force's meticulous structural plan was shocked. No one expected that Tony had already been thinking about and even perfecting this plan just after the operation. Wow, this plan is very feasible. Natasha Romanoff nodded approvingly, and even the X-Men who didn't like working with the government agreed. After all, there are many conflicts between mutant and the government nowadays, but in the face of powerful foreign invaders, all conflicts will be transferred every day. This is the unchanging law between tribes and between countries after the birth of civilization on Earth for thousands of years. Only Fury frowned. He is very clear that the plan Tony put forward is very good, but if he wants to implement it, there are many obstacles. He must gather all the forces in the world, consume funds and resources, and all countries need to let go of their contradictions and join hands. Fury, this matter is related to the entire human civilization, and we must promote it even in difficulties. Tony said firmly. He already realized a lot when he was on the verge of life and death once. You should know the characters of those people. Fury rubbed the space between his brows with a headache. That's why they didn't get hurt. Tony snorted coldly. Human beings are like this. Only when the real crisis comes will they know how to abandon all contradictions and hold together for warmth. Magneto and Charles glanced at each other. The latter thought for a moment and said flatly, "They pay more attention to interests. We can definitely exchange interests." Benefit. Everyone present was moved. What kind of interest can make all countries unite together? Resources? Or technology? Tony lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head and said in a deep voice, "A brand new world, a technology that can promote the evolution of human civilization for a century or 1,000 years." You mean? The experimental results of the Yuan Project Group, the Hex Technology Portal. Tony said with deep meaning. Nick Fury glanced at Tony unexpectedly. You mean? That's right, the source program experiment and the benefits brought by the Hextech portal will make them agree. Tony nodded. To put it bluntly, it is drawing a big pie, with the powerful forces of the chaotic dimension universe, LeBlanc, and Asgard as external pressure, and the source project experiment and Hextech portal as internal interests. Give a stick and a date. There is a high probability that all countries will agree. After all, the fighters of the Yuan Project are so powerful that they have completely surpassed ordinary humans. And there is also a Hextech portal that can cross parallel universes. The benefits brought by this are too huge, and it is the most tempting for anyone. This is also Tony's trump card to promote the establishment of the Earth Defense Force based on this. Definitely technology is here. Whether you can get it and whether you can research it successfully is none of his business. Top floor of the SHIELD building, Long Island. The former SHIELD director Alexander Pierce sat on a chair, took off his eyes, and put down the plan in his hands that could detonate the entire world. He rubbed between his brows with a headache, looked at Nick Fury, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows and didn't know what he was thinking, and said helplessly, "You really gave me a problem, Nick. This plan is running out of time, and Earth is running out of time." Nick Fury knew that the plan didn't just need him, nor did he need the influential old boss to come forward. He turned around, looked at Pierce, and said coldly, "If you know there's an external threat, but you don't work together, you will only kill yourself. They need benefits, and I give them enough chips to feed them. Pierce clicked his jaw lightly. A brand new world, a technology that is enough to make human civilization leap forward, a hex portal. Once implemented, it will be a gluttonous feast, and anyone will be full of oil. The moment he saw the report, his heart was already moved. To put it bluntly, even if Fury doesn't say anything, he still wants to promote the fact of this plan, and he must use all his abilities to take a bite out of this huge amounts of benefits. This will lay the biggest foundation for Hydra to dominate the world. One Earth can no longer satisfy Pierce's ambition. A new world, more advanced civilization and technology are the real goals of HYDRA. Today, Pierce has completely changed the original plan. Any insight plan is in the past tense. It is too narrow to rule a mere Earth. Their eyes should be on the stars and the sea. Let's go meet those high-level people. In the conference room of the White House in Washington, the president and a group of senior officials and congressmen of the federal government gathered here. The president sat at the main seat with his chin propped on his hands, looking at the senior officials and parliamentarians at the long, round wooden table. The security director outside the door closed the door, and the meeting began. Nick Fury and Pierce are both in it. At the president's behest, Nick Fury used the projector to start broadcasting the encrypted information data. The battle at Seaside Park in New York, several wars in Mexico State, the three parallel universes of order, chaos, the mysterious and powerful Akatsuki organization, the stunning appearance of the Black and Holy Grail, the war between the Girl Spare and the Yellow Ape, the Yuan Project Group, etc. The truth is in front of everyone. This made these high-ranking government officials couldn't help but set off a storm in their hearts, and their faces were full of horror, especially when LeBlanc led the anti-espionage team to kill SHIELD agents and X-Men, and finally learned that there is Asgard of Norse mythology in this universe under the dictation of Nick Fury. Thor came with the storm, stood in the sky, and summoned the mighty thunder to strike and wreak havoc on the earth. The final scene freezes when LeBlanc summons the terrifying ironclad White Hand to crush the mighty Thor and drag him into the nether abyss. By karma. Finally, a high-ranking official couldn't help murmuring, "Isn't it true that SHIELD can direct and perform it for funding?" One of the congressmen questioned. These videos literally shattered his worldview. I have been living in the world of human civilization, and the scientific community has been arguing about whether there is an alien civilization. Fortunately, not to mention aliens, people from parallel universes are now coming to the Earth. Not only that, but also Norse mythology also appears. The well-known Thor, the evil god Loki, the king of God Odin all really exist. The rest of the eyes flickered and remained silent. They are not suspicious, but they are very clear that SHIELD is not inferior to any agency, even the military, and the funds allocated by the government Congress. It will also not use this easily exposed method to defraud funds. That is, and how not to believe these are facts. After Nick Fury and Pierce looked at each other, the latter took the opportunity to stand up and began to describe the plan to form the Earth Defense Force. And when this plan was proposed by Pierce, immediately encountered opposition from many people. "I object, this matter is too involved. We need to rediscuss." That's right, the establishment of the Earth Defense Force is related to the fate of the entire planet. We cannot be hasty. Asking for flowers. The opposition believes that this matter needs to be renegotiated. To put it bluntly, they have not seen any relevant interests. Not only does the United States need to spend a lot of resources and money, it may also waste time. From the opposition, there are the supporters. The commander of the U.S. Army slammed the table and said loudly, "The military supports the establishment of the Earth Defense Force. As you said, external forces are ready to move. The Earth can announce the arrival of an era of crisis. We need to form our own forces and wait until the war." Come on, what are we discussing? Discussing what? Discussing surrender? The military philosophy is simple. That is the need for war, whether it is exporting war or other wars. Anyway, as long as there's war, they will support it. For the military bosses, war is the best time to gain benefits from it. Military power and money can all be obtained from it. Whether you win or not is another matter. Therefore, senior federal officials and the military originally are two groups with divided interests. What's more, the military has somewhat captured a sliver of information. After all, the top commander of the Mexico State Base has revealed a lot of information. This information is enough for the military to see even greater benefits. The neutrals remained silent, as usual. For a while, the opposition and the supporters immediately quarreled. Amidst the quarrel, the president knocked on the table. "Gentlemen and ladies, pay attention to your manners." The president's words immediately silenced both sides of the quarrel. Satisfied with his prestige, the president looked at Nick Fury and said, "Director Nick, continue talking." Nick Fury also knows how to cast a bait. So, as he flicked his projection pen, two images immediately appeared on the projector. One is the fighter experiment of the Source Project Group, the members of the anti-espionage team, the combat data of the gene-powered rebels, and there is something similar to a portal. Gentlemen, what comes next will hold the key to changing the destiny of mankind. The situation is changing. In the video of the members of the World Security Council, Pierce took the lead in proposing the concept plan of the Earth Defense Agency. When this concept appeared, it immediately caused an uproar in the meeting of the World Security Council. All countries in the world are well aware of the ability of the United States to do things. Today, Pierce actually proposed the so-called Earth Defense Force, which immediately aroused the vigilance of members of the councils of various countries. Facing the temptation and questioning of various congressmen, Pierce took out the documents with a calm face. The World Security Council meeting is basically led by the United Nations, and for the sake of confidentiality, Pierce specifically led the meeting with SHIELD, making this meeting in an encrypted form. So he also confidently and boldly transmitted the data and video to the parliamentarians of various countries. But when the congressmen saw the video and the 657 information, their expressions suddenly changed. After watching carefully and confirming the accuracy of the information, everyone didn't answer first, but hurriedly ended the meeting and reported to the senior management. The matter is too big for them to call the shots. But Pierce knows that this time, the first cooperation in the true sense of human history will be ushered in. This is not just a formal cooperation. Resources, military power, technology, etc. will all be integrated together. Definitely only big countries can carve up this huge feast and cake, and small countries can't even insert their citizens at all. Among them, Hydra is attached to SHIELD and will eat a lot. Pierce was in the meeting room of the SHIELD building, walked to the French windows, picked up the wine glass, and shook it gently, with a fanatical smile on the corner of his mouth. Soon, this change will help Hydra set foot on the top of the world. Located 40 kilometers northwest of Mexico, an ancient ruined city in the civilized world, Teotihuacan, on a street named Deceit, Lyon and the girl spare are eating local specialties with one hand and watching with great interest. At night, the confusing colorful lights are shot at the majestic pyramids and magnificent buildings, accompanied by beautiful music and commentary, which makes people feel as if they have traveled through time to that era and feel the trajectory and beauty of that era. The girl was eating food elegantly with her cheeks puffed out, while turning her small head as if looking out. When a nearby crowd saw the girl's beautiful face and temperament, they all cast amazed eyes. Lyon watched the buildings on both sides with great interest. The architectural style has Oriental characteristics, which proves the cultural integration between Mexico and the East in a certain era. While the two were strolling leisurely, the voice of an American CNN anchor suddenly came to Lyon's ear. Just at 4 p.m. yesterday, the White House issued a statement that a new round of UN summit will be held at the UN headquarters in New York with 30 participating countries. The White House spokesperson pointed out that this summit will change mankind. History of civilization. According to the information we have received, the theme of the UN summit this time is to unite the world to form an Earth Defense Force. This makes us guess what happened. The federal government will suddenly propose to form an Earth Defense Force. The people on the whole street seem to have been attracted attention and they all stop to give speeches to the host of the LCD TV hanging in the glass wall window. And another so-called expert is guessing what an alien invasion is, what is a lot of nonsense about uniting the world to contribute to Earth peace. Anyway, except for Mei Jing, who was brainwashed by public opinion, no one else would believe it at all. However, the content of it is intriguing, especially what the so-called Earth Defense Force is and why the United States promotes this defense force. Careful people have also found that most of the participating countries are developed and developing countries, and backward countries are not among them at all. This makes people even more suspicious. Lyon is well aware of the reason, but he really didn't expect that because of his intervention, the Earth seems to be creating an Earth Defense Force. If the power of all countries can be integrated, then the strength of the Earth Defense Force cannot be underestimated. At least it will usher in a new era. It seems that the pressure he puts on makes people like Nick Fury anxious. While thinking, a small light white hand held a piece of ice cream and put it in front of him, interrupting Lyon's thinking. He looked over and saw the girl staring at him with her head tilted, holding an ice cream in her hand. The bag, all of which is inside, while Lyon was thinking, slipped to the side ice cream shop and bought a bag. Lyon smiled softly, stretched out his hand to touch the latter's smooth hair. In the girl's slightly joyful eyes, he found ice cream, which was very sweet after he took a bite. Lyon didn't delay too much either. Instead, he continued to wander around with the girl. When we walked to a building full of Oriental classical-style relics, there were not many people on the street here. There were trees and trees on both sides of the dark path, and the colorful lights in the distance made the light and shadow here erratic, which made people feel dizzy. The weird feeling of hemp. No wonder no one comes here. The quiet score made the girl like it very much, quietly licking the ice cream, acting like a little follower. Both are enjoying the moment. The breeze blows, the trees and vegetation on both sides shake their branches and leaves gently. The fragrance of the plants and the dessert in the mouth make this moment so beautiful. It's just that this beauty didn't last long. Lyon and the girl stopped, and there was no one around at the moment. Only the street lights on both sides were shining dimly. Ahead, a black figure looms. Under the orange light, 5.3 could be seen as an old man wearing a black suit coat and holding a civilized stick, looking at the two of them with those faint eyes. To be precise, his eyes were on the young girl. The slight maliciousness in her eyes made the girl accurately capture it, and her pretty face was immediately icy cold. Wisps of terrifying aura are spreading from the tender body. Lyon stared at the old man, felt the vague darkness and the pungent sulfur smell of the old man's body, and a name appeared in his mind instantly. Faith, Lord of Hell. What a perfect person, a perfect soul. Moto Faith stared at the girl and spoke slowly. The pure and dark magic power seemed to be like an index finger, and the black-purple streamer turned around the girl. The light that spilled from the top of the street lamp was covered by this darkness. In an instant, the speed of time and space in the world slowed down a bit. At the moment, Saber, who was originally a cute girl, turned into a ruthless death god who slaughtered all living beings. Death God's eyes stared at the old man. Wisps of killing intent turned into sickles to cut the air. But the killing intent that would instantly turn any ordinary person into an idiot had no effect on the old man. In the darkness, his figure was blurred. The old and ethereal voice spread in the ears of Lyon and the girl. The life born from the great sacred vessel is the soul bathed in curse and darkness, and it is also the purity yearning for light. Souls like you are rarer and purer than fallen angels. Submit to me, to the great king of hell. You should not wander among ignorant beings. Your 13 destination should be to pick up the blade and slaughter the greatness of the common people. The power of bewitching and seducing spreads across the world. It seems to let the girl sink into the endless abyss. But the girl's soul is too pure, so pure that this kind of power can't control her will at all. She flicked the girl's pale jade hand, and with the black blood streamer entangled rapidly, a blood-colored holy sword appeared in her hand. You are annoying, the girl said truthfully. The girl doesn't know how to hide it, and everything she hates will be revealed on the surface. From the girl's vision, from the perspective that ordinary people can't see, she sees that the old man is surrounded by countless dead souls, each of which has a distorted face and howls. I want to break free. I want to be free. But it can't be done at all. The soul of the old man is like a cage with huge amounts of souls locked in the cage. King of hell? I think Lucifer, Satanish, Lord of Nightmare. Those who call themselves Satan won't recognize your name either. Me Faith Tor. Lyon took a step forward. At this step, the world seemed to be shattered suddenly. The temperature in the surrounding area suddenly began to soar. The old man who claimed to be the king of hell, Faith, finally shifted his gaze to Lyon and let out a huh in his mouth, as if he was a little surprised. After looking up and down, I was even more surprised. From the very beginning, he didn't see anything strange about the man in front of him. He just thought he was an ordinary human being. When the Ancient One was confronting the Dark Lord Dormammu, he smuggled to the earth and planned to fight with him more than 10 years ago. The little brother who signed the contract contacted and communicated with each other. Before finding the younger brother, he suddenly noticed a soul that attracted him very much. When he rushed here, he found this extremely special girl. Unexpectedly, there was a human being next to the girl who couldn't see the details clearly. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the world recently, so can you tell me why you know so much? Child, Faith said seemingly kindly. It's just that Lyon has already seen through this sinister, cunning, and greedy old guy, and he keeps walking. After a few dodges, afterimages were pulled out, and Faithto was face to face in an instant, less than a few tens of centimeters away. The wind and waves turbulent, making the suit coat Faithto was wearing danced, and Faithto gracefully stretched out his hand to hold the circle hat brim to keep it from getting blown away. Face to face with Lyon, eye contact. However, there was a trace of fear in his heart towards the human kid in front of him, because at this time, he seemed to feel the same breath from this man's body. Eyes condensed. I feel that your body has a devil's breath, a devil's blood that I have never seen before. Are you from hell? Demon? Hell. Lyon couldn't help but laugh. As a layout person, he wouldn't leave any openings for himself, so he rewrote the half-devil's bloodline for himself. Compared to Faith, a hell devil-level boss, his current strength is really not an opponent. But that doesn't mean he's afraid. Except for the blood of the half-devil, his final ability still comes from the old man of the chief captain, which is not far behind the level Godfather. However, as long as he wants, the gold coins in the entry column are enough for him to directly exchange for a character ability equivalent to the combat power of a level Godfather. For example, a saint with a normal 7th sense. It's just that the usual gold coins are too useful. To exchange gold coins for abilities that have not been created, the gold coins need to be doubled, which means that a character ability that was originally worth 10,000 gold coins will cost 20,000 to exchange. I can get a discount. He is budget conscious and definitely will not do uneconomical things. But now, Lyon does not need a rush to exchange, because the faith in front of him is just a soul projected on the earth. As long as the real body of faith is not Ancient One, he is limited to the contract and dare not come to the earth at all. What's more, his original character is a werewolf who has the title of Demon Hunter and dares to fight against the Demon Queen Morgana. The character design will definitely continue. 757. So Lyon faced Faith's deep eyes and said with indifference in his voice, I have killed many demons, but I have never killed a demon lord of your level. If you hang your head as a trophy on I believe the business will be much better. The overwhelming murderous intent spread. Faith's heart moved, and he kept searching in his mind, wanting to find a matching character, but his expression remained unchanged. Oh? Are you going to fight me in this bustling urban area and city? Lyon doesn't want to continue talking nonsense. He is going to decide on Faith's soul. Boom! Lyon suddenly stretched out his hand, and under the shocked gaze of Faith, he pierced through the night and grabbed his neck. Faith snorted. Lyon's lips drew a cold arc, and he said softly, I hate people interrupting this silence, since you were dancing then, don't stop. Boom! The loud noise resounded all over the world, and I saw a pair of devil-like wings tearing and blooming behind Lion's back. The neck and exposed arms seemed to flow like magma, and the wings fluttered. The long night sky. A figure as bright as a shooting star cut through the night. The terrible roar ravaged the sky, causing people in the city to look up at the sky subconsciously. But under the night, they could only see a shooting star with a red tail flame disappearing. People pointed and showed joy, but they didn't know that the so-called shooting star was actually two people. On the billowing dark clouds in the sky, in the terrifying fog, Lyon held onto Faith's neck tightly and immediately led him across a canyon area hundreds of kilometers away from the city. At an altitude of tens of thousands of feet, a raging fire was burning all around, and it fell towards the ground like a meteorite. Faith wanted to struggle, but a terrifying force he had never seen was imprisoning his soul. He didn't know what this power was, but it was powerful. The others are just part of the projection of his soul, unable to break free for the time being. In the end, watching the human with a cruel smile in front of him, he grabbed himself and crashed into the deep ground of the canyon. Rumble. The roar of the terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. The entire earth shook, and the turbulent air flow swept in all directions. The mountains formed by the surrounding rock walls were all broken and collapsed under this terrifying air wave, and the sky was full of stones, dust, and smoke. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from hell came, and in the dust and smoke that filled the sky, a figure rushed forward and flew backwards towards the distance. After jetting straight for several thousand meters, it smashed heavily into a thick rock wall of a hill. Boom! This person is embedded in the rock wall. Densely packed cracks spread across the entire rock wall like spiderwebs. The dust cleared, and the moonlight fell from the sky, revealing the figure of this person. It was Faith Tor in a suit and coat, embedded in the rock face. Click! Gravels continued to fall from the sacred place. Moto raised his head in a little embarrassment. His eyes had already turned into pitch black, and he looked extremely horrified. At the moment, Faith Tori has ignited anger. As the demon lord in hell who really stepped on the throne of Satan, no one dared to offend him for many years, and the only one was the perverted woman sorcerer supreme, Ancient One. But even if he was forced to sign the contract by the hammer of Ancient One, he would still, just because of follow-up plans. At that time, he thought it was not worthwhile to fight the Ancient One to the death. As the Ancient One of human beings, he has lived long enough, but unlike demons, he will eventually die of old age because of his longevity. Moreover, Faith is very clear that he is not the only one coveting the world, but also the sinister and hypocritical angels in heaven, Dormammu, the Dark Lord. So he compromised. Also just a compromise. Besides, who else could disobey, blaspheme Faith? No one. But today, a mere lowly human being humiliated him with that superior attitude, with that indifference and disdain. How could he let such a person go? Even if he breaks the contract, he will crush this human being, and he will make this humble human suffer the most painful torture for millions of years. Roar! Moto Faith discarded that false and kind appearance, and showed the face that really belonged to the demon lord Faith. The human epidermis burned like molten lava, wisps of black smoke fluttered, and the skin turned into ashes, revealing the hideous red skin, sharp teeth, horns on the forehead, and a long demon tail at the end. Faith Thor, who revealed his real body, released a terrifying energy that made the world fear. Boom! The surrounding hills shattered and collapsed in an instant. Densely packed gravels floated around uncontrollably, and the ground under their feet raged violently. A terrifying blood-colored beam of light shot straight into the sky, connecting with the dark clouds in the sky, and the vortex of the dark clouds burst into a thunderbolt, which is rampant, a majestic and terrifying surge of energy. You humble human being, I want to take out your heart. Mo Faith roared angrily at the surging and majestic energy in his body. But at the next moment, a figure came from a distant pen, surrounded by layers of cone fog and sound barriers, and shot towards Mo Faith. The sight is spectacular, but in the eyes of Moto Faith, this is another challenge from the humble ants. Mo Faith breathed out in a low voice. The killing intent in his eyes was completely undisguised. Boom! The air wave exploded. Mo Faith suddenly disappeared in place, and when he disappeared, all the rubble floating around turned into powder. Dawn greeted him, but what Faith did not expect was that Usher was not that humble human being at all. It was a phantom of that man, and when the phantom shattered, what was revealed was a golden apple emitting dazzling golden light. In the apple, there's an unknown power that even Faith fears. A trap. This was the momentary thought that flashed through Faith's mind. This kind of power seemed to be able to devour everything. Moto Faith's supersonic flight stopped instantly, and the high-speed movement stopped instantly, immediately bursting out with a terrible impact. Horrific winds raged in all directions. Mo Faith's ferocious face was full of fear, and he wanted to escape from you without hesitation. However, the golden apple has already been shot in front of him. The golden apple shining with golden light, Li Dejiao, transmits a terrible devouring power, making Mo Faith's figure uncontrollable in this golden light immediately, and the body of the soul blurs and rotates into a viscous black streamer and is swallowed into the golden apple. Among the apples, in the streamer, one could vaguely see Mo Faith's face of fear, despair, and anger. 1 second before being completely swallowed, Moto's roar came from Faith. Cunning and despicable human beings, you will pay the price for this. Your family, relatives, friends, and everyone you know will suffer endless torture because of you. Before he finished speaking, he was completely sucked into the golden apple. It is like a thing isolated from the world. The vast golden light recedes, and the surface layer exudes a glimmer of light, floating quietly. In the distance, Lyon stood on top of a mountain that hadn't yet collapsed, holding out his hand. He saw that the golden apple seemed to be spiritual, shooting towards him, pulling its long golden tail. Lyon took the golden apple in his hand and tossed it twice, muttering jokingly, "If you want to take out my heart, it won't be you. You can only hang quietly on the exhibit closet of the office. Believe me, not only a part of your soul, but also your main body will accompany you soon." From the very beginning, when Faith set his sights on Saber, he had made up his mind to take this old guy's soul as a trophy. I never thought about going to war with this old guy. He never forgot his restriction of not shooting, as a reason why people have been severely injured in self-cultivation, and because Morgana, the enemy of the chaotic dimension, could not catch the breath, he chose to watch the battle on the coast of New York, and LeBlanc, Mexico summoned one of Maud Caesar after smashing Thor's hand and dragging him back to Netherhell. He showed up, but only pushed back with momentum. This time, if there's a big war with Moto, wouldn't it make people suspicious? 003. So he exchanged 2,000 gold coins for golden apples. The golden apple is a mythical item among saint warriors, and the golden apple contains the seal goddess of strife, Eris, which is definitely just an imitation that contains a ray of divine power from Athena. Authentic products cannot be exchanged at Lyon's worth. A golden apple with a trace of divine power from Athena, who is at the level of the 12 main gods, is enough to seal Faith, who is only a part of his soul. Good quality and low price. Even because of Faith's fear, despair, and anger at the end, he converted more than 1,300 gold coins for him in an instant. This means that the stronger the strength, the stronger the luck of the character, the more gold coins will be converted into emotions. The conversion efficiency of ordinary people is simply not as good as that. There are definitely a huge number of them. He will definitely not let go of these leaks. After calculating, the time is about the same. In a short time, a carnival that will spread to the political secession world is coming. That harvest will make Lyon's lies and scripts come true. The so-called lie, when the content becomes true, it is no longer a lie, but a fact. Lyon looks forward to that day. At this time, Ancient One's gentle voice came from beside his ears. Looks like maybe I won't have to, Mr. Lion. Under the moonlight, Lion stood on the top of the bare rock, holding a golden apple, and turned his head to look at the past. He was wearing a yellow magician robe, holding a classical oriental folding fan, and the crimson mark between his eyebrows was faintly visible. Lion raised his eyebrows when he saw the mark. I saw more than one thing that surprised me today. If the words pointed out something, Ancient One knew what Lion was worthy of, and it was not surprising that the other party could see through it. Ancient One opened the folding fan and fanned it lightly, walked over to Lion side by side, and stood on the edge of the cliff to look at the Ming dynasty. A chaotic canyon. In fact, people always have limits. Ancient One's words are vague, but Lion understood, but he just took a look at Ancient One and the slightly tired corners of his eyes before making a sound. It was Ancient One who spoke first. She turned her head to look at the golden apple in Lion's hand, and said with a smile, "This thing looks very familiar." Golden apple. Lion handed it over, and the latter took a look and felt the vast and huge, unknown power in the golden apple, and couldn't help sighing in shock. Holy, bright, benevolent, vast, such power is true. I have only seen it from a certain great existence. No wonder it has the ability to seal ink faith. It's somewhat similar to the golden apple in Greek mythology in my mind. Ancient One returned BDCD back. That's it, but it should be destroyed, and it doesn't have such an ability. Ancient One was surprised, and then seemed to remember something. Could it be from that world? Lion shrugged. Compared to this universe, that universe's Olympus is even greater. 17. It can be seen that you have disapproval of that, God King. After speaking, Ancient One sorted out his words. Compared to the other side, this God King is curled up in the city of omniscience and holds silver parties every day. I don't need to look at such a person. Lion's tone was full of disdain. Compared with the king of God of the Saint Seiya, the so-called God King of this universe is simply incomparable. A god at the creation level can reach the single level at most in a peak period. How can it be compared? No matter in terms of structure, wisdom, and scheming, there is no difference at all. Sensing the deep disdain in Lion's tone, Ancient One's calm heart couldn't help but surge up. Just how much difference does it need to make this man full of fear of Zeus from that parallel universe? I am looking forward to such a wonderful world. But I have to advise you to be careful. Ancient One Magician, that world will be much more chaotic than you imagined. Power, conspiracy, calculation, and war are more powerful than this universe. Less than. Thank you very much for your reminder, Mr. Lion. Ancient One nodded his chin and paused for a moment when he succeeded in shaking the fan, before giving a kind reminder. She glanced at the moonlight and said with a smile, "Then don't disturb your day today. I think that guy is getting impatient. By the way, I think this part of Faith's soul will make him angry. But because of the contract, he can't bear the price of breaking the contract, but I don't think he will let it go. If possible, I think it should be able to give some tests to those future heroes. You care about them?" Lion was really surprised this time. Unexpectedly, Ancient One shook his head. "If the original timeline is followed, I will wait and see, but I already have a premonition that the future has become unpredictable due to unknown changes. Such a crisis requires more strength and excellent heroes. Just like you, Mr. Lion, you never take action, but you still guide them to grow from the sidelines, don't you?" In the end, Ancient One showed an expression of "I understand you," and finally his figure slowly blurred and disappeared. Lion raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that Ancient One would think of him so much. He really did. Lion returned to the girl's saber with his golden apple. Continue the journey of the two. As for Lion's safe return, the girl was neither surprised nor worried, because she trusted Lion more than her own life. She trusts Lion to be able to do it all, and she needs to wait quietly for Lion's return, and in fact, it does. The only thing that surprised her a little was the golden apple brought back by Lion, which looked delicious, but Lion told her that the golden apple could not be eaten because there was a disgusting demon sealed inside, which would spoil her stomach. The girl felt a little regretful, although she never ate a bad stomach, but eating an ugly and disgusting demon in her stomach No matter how the girl was, she would still feel disgusted. But later Lyon took her to eat local specialties. The taste was pretty good. According to Lyon, it was compensation. Girls are always so easy to please. Food, reading, or kill those things and people that make her hate. Asterisk caret nabla caret asterisk. New York, United Nations headquarters. The inner wall of the hall is a curved surface. The roof is a suspension cable structure, and the overlying dome is 153.9 meters high. It is also one of the early panel high-rise buildings and the first building to use glass curtain walls. The front and rear facades are made of dark green heat-absorbing glass curtain wall with aluminum alloy sash. The steel frame is 90 centimeters high, and the gables at both ends are veneered with white marble. The building is simple in shape, bright in color, and strong in texture contrast. In this building that was built at a huge cost, representatives from more than 40 countries around the world, they all fully represent the 40 most powerful developed and developing countries in the world. Today, at 9 o'clock in the morning, will also represent the opening of a new chapter in human history. It is also the so-called common cooperation in human civilization. At this critical moment, media reporters from all over the world poured into and surrounded the building, wanting to obtain first-hand information. However, the building has long been surrounded by various agencies in the United States, and they cannot enter at all. Even a few blocks away are occupied by agents and soldiers, and anyone who is suspected will be arrested directly. In the meeting room of the heavily guarded building, spokespersons from more than 40 countries gathered together. And at the moment when the pointer representing the direction of time reached 9 o'clock, a meeting related to the future destiny of mankind began here. Outside the meeting room, hundreds of agents in suits occupied the building to ensure the smooth conclusion of the meeting. On the circular corridor platform in the distance, there are towering vegetation on both sides, and in front of it is a huge amount of floor-to-ceiling glass. Through this huge amount of floor-to-ceiling glass, you can vaguely see the world-famous Hudson River. Nick Fury, Tony, is standing here. One of the two is S.H.I.E.L.D. director. The other is a billionaire and one of the founders of the Earth Defense Force. But in this meeting, the two are not eligible to participate. Compared with the size of the helm of an institution and a group compared with more than 40 countries, it is far worse. But it does not prevent the two from occupying a large position in this plan. When discussing the plan in the meeting, two people are also needed to make an analysis for representatives from all over the world. Looking into the distance through the glass, Tony is wearing a black Shun grid suit, wearing sunglasses with his head turned back. He is a psychiatrist. The sun gradually rising in the distance. The sunlight is slowly spreading towards this side. Tony doesn't know when he likes this sight, because it always makes him feel alive. Nick Fury, still wearing his signature black trench coat, stood shoulder to shoulder with Tony. "How is it? Didn't you think it would be today?" Tony said without looking back. "This is what I hope to see. Human civilization always needs unity in the face of powerful foreign enemies, and it will also accelerate the development of human civilization." Lushu Fury said without changing his face. Although he said so, in fact, he really never thought that he would be able to witness this scene with his own eyes in his lifetime. His emotions are mixed. The meaning of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence is to solve supernatural events. He has always been in a state where everyone is intoxicated and I am alone. The people of the world have escaped from this state. Some lost, but also excited. For this cause, he gave everything. Now, the crisis of powerful external forces is coming, and he dare not say what the future fate of the earth will be. Asking for flowers? But at least, this time mankind will face it together. Tony just smiled and said nothing, but suddenly changed the subject. "Did you know something happened in Mexico State last night?" Fury recalled the news he received last night and the images detected by the military satellite, and his original complex emotions became heavy. Another new species. JRVS analyzed and compared it, and found that it looked like a demon. "Do you think it was someone from there who came to the door?" Tony asked again. Fury hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "Maybe it's a demon, but it doesn't have to be someone over there, otherwise Lyon wouldn't have dealt with that thing in that state." 0. But maybe we still need to meet Lyon. The three dimensions of chaos, order, and chaos are powerful and mysterious. He does not want the Earth and human beings to be exposed to the eyes of interested people so soon. Demon Queen Morgana is a hidden danger. He thought that this time the suspected demon thing was just here to investigate, but after Lyon dealt with the opponent in a relaxed and freehand way, he guessed that this possibility was unlikely. After all, last night Lyon was tantamount to a shot, but not quite a shot. If it was really discovered by the devil from the Devil Queen's side, then Lyon will not continue to complete the journey with spare in such a leisurely manner. Then a new question arises, since this is not a demon from that world. Where did this thing come from? So Nick Fury felt more and more urgent. He needed answers. Relax, Nick. I think he will give you a satisfactory answer. I like to get along with him. He is like an ancient European troubadour, unrestrained, wise. His brain seems to have accumulated countless knowledge and knowledge library. Tony shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to look at the taut Nick's clothes, and said with a smile, "Compared to the fact that we have another crisis, I'm more curious about the golden apple that eats that thing, if he is willing to sell it." The content of this joint meeting, which has attracted the attention of the whole world, is impossible to guess. Here, the intensity of the discussion far exceeds the imagination of the outside world. Today, the concept of parallel universes has become an established fact. Not only that, but the power of the tip of the iceberg shown by parallel universes can almost make human beings despair. Human beings are always like this, although they're doing crazy internal friction for resources. But once encountering a strong external threat, or even possible destruction, human beings will show solidarity like steel. The proposal of the Earth Defense Force was passed very quickly, and it didn't even take more than 10 minutes from the beginning to the end. When the United States proposed it, the representatives of the other 40 countries immediately agreed. The rest is funding, personnel, technology, benefit distribution, and other issues. After all, June 3-7 is trying to unite, but the interests that should be fought for must be fought for. The big countries definitely eat more than half of the biggest cake, and calmly watch the rest of the countries compete for interests. Among them, Nick Fury and Tony definitely will not continue to watch. Their biggest task is to build a complete Earth Defense Force system. The combined energy of Seychelles, Pierce, and Tony has a lot of influence on the United States. It can even be said that some things are hidden in it. Nick Fury and Tony understand that although the benefits are huge enough to make people drool, the premise is that there must be enough power first. Otherwise, just one source project group and LeBlanc can overwhelm the entire human civilization. Walking out of the headquarters of the United Nations building, the outside was blocked by the agents. The journalists from all over the world immediately went crazy, wanting to attack the agents' line of defense with fanaticism on their faces. It's a pity that the fortifications formed by the agents stopped them firmly. The helpless workers shouted frantically at Tony and Nick Fury with their microphones in various English tones. "Mr. Stark, what role did you play in the joint meeting? Can you say a few words?" Iron Man, may I ask if you led the formation of the Earth Defense Force?" "Mr. Stark, according to the news from the Mexican state news media, someone saw you, and there was an unknown battle. Can you tell us more about it?" "Mr. Stark, obviously, Nick Fury, an independent and bald black man, looks cool, but his popularity is not worth mentioning compared to a billionaire like Tony, a superhero, and no one looks at him seriously." Fury didn't care either. A person like him, originally hiding behind the scenes and standing in the spotlight, would only hinder his work. Faced with crazy reporters asking questions, Tony didn't stop at all, wanting to get first-hand information. Countless reporters just walked towards the parking space with sunglasses and Nick Fury. The car is a custom Chevrolet black SUV from Nick Fury SHILD edition. Tony's injury hadn't fully healed, and he looked fine on the surface, but in fact his last hand was still a little weak. After sitting in the co-pilot, Nick Fury drove the car and left towards the special passage. A group of reporters, shouting frantically, were left in the distance. Driving on the road, the crowds on both sides of the road gradually became denser as they drove further and further away. In the car, Tony took out a piece of chocolate sent by Pepper and ate it to recharge his energy. While looking at the road landscape buildings on both sides, he looked at the virtual road trajectory displayed on the car window in front of him and turned his head to take a look. I remember Lyon didn't seem to come back yet. The end of the road is in Hell's Kitchen. While driving the car, Fury said without looking back, "The Earth Defense Force needs the most elite fighters, and I happen to know such a person." Tony chewed the chocolate irresistibly. The corner of Nick Fury's mouth curved slightly. "Trust me, Tony, if you give him enough preparation, even if you are wearing a steel armor, he will make the deepest impression on you." This made Tony surprised and said, "Another mutant or a mutant?" "No, he is just an ordinary human being without technology or mutation." "Are you serious?" Tony felt that Nick Fury was joking. He would not think that he would be invincible by wearing MK armor. After all, Magneto could restrain him to death, but in the ordinary human group, he is the ceiling of combat power. No matter what kind of advanced equipment they wear, the so-called special forces can only die when facing him. Tony doesn't even know what it takes to beat himself. The car just stopped at a traffic light. Nick Fury turned his head and glanced at Tony, who was full of disbelief, shook his head slightly and smiled. "You don't really think that you can crush all non-mutated people with MK armor? You underestimate the world, Tony. You are a unique genius in the world. You used your wisdom to create a war machine hundreds of years ahead of human technological civilization in a simple environment. You are worthy of pride, but don't underestimate the potential of human beings. Oftentimes, an ordinary person can work miracles." Tony looked ahead and fell silent. The car soon came to Hell's Kitchen and came to the most remote abandoned factory in the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. The abandoned factory is surrounded by open space, and the outside of the factory is covered with weeds, and it seems that no one has come here all year round. Not only that, but various color spray paints on the exterior walls left unruly imprints one after another. Very creative. With a bang, Tony got out of the car and closed the door, glanced at it, and commented. Just as he was about to move forward in 4.1, Fury's warning voice came from his ear. "If you don't want to get blown up, you better not take a step forward." Tony paused and looked at Fury, standing in front of the car with an inexplicable expression. "It sounds dangerous here." "It is he who is dangerous, and his current state is extremely unstable." Fury replied, looked at the factory, and said loudly, "Hey, damn it, don't point your gun at me below. The feeling of being aimed by the muzzle makes me feel as uncomfortable as being stabbed in the asterisk by something." After a few seconds of silence, sparse voices came from the factory. Then a deep voice resounded. "If I could, I'd love to see that picture." There are only a few rusted and scrap cars around the simple factory. Steel pipes and wheels are scattered around, and there seems to be no abnormality. Tony is wearing an expensive suit, combing his hair back and wearing sunglasses, which looks out of place here. He looked at the cold-faced hunk in front of him who was wearing only a tight-fitting t-shirt with a skull printed on it, and asked Fury his own questions. "He looks great, but I'm skeptical of what you've said." The hunk wiped the sniper rifle in his hand and fixed his eyes on Nick Fury. "Why did you bring this idiot to me?" That made Tony's eyelids twitch, and he stared at Nick Fury with a serious look on his face. Tony already had the idea of challenging this guy. "Tony, he's the best fighter I've ever known in the world." Fury shrugged his shoulders, and, after calming Tony down a bit, he said to the hunk, "How are you doing recently?" Frank, the man known as Frank, remained indifferent. "I'm about to get in trouble with a bunch of idiots." Fury was very clear about his old friend's current career, and he could only say that it was cruel. Frank was lazy for a long time. He said indifferently, "Fury, so what are you looking for me for?" Fury's expression turned serious immediately. "Do you know what happened today? The so-called Earth Defense Force." Frank obviously knew what was going on these 2 days. "That's right. That's it. I want to invite you to join." "I'm not interested in Boy Scouts." Frank still remained indifferent and refused. Now he doesn't want to work for the government. His only goal in this life is to kill the sinners in the world. Then what if the people we need to deal with are monsters from other universes and worlds? Fury said softly. Frank, who was faintly impatient and wanted to leave, paused his hand to wipe the sniper rifle and looked directly into Fury's eyes with a hint of vicissitudes. What's the meaning? Literally, we are facing a huge amount of crisis. Frank, we are facing a group of ambitious and greedy monsters. Fury took out the phone from his pocket and put it in front of Frank's eyes. The latter stared at the videos and pictures flashing by on the phone one by one and remained silent. Asgard. Loki stood on the balcony wearing that luxurious clothes, looking at the country he had lived in for thousands of years. There was no trace of emotion on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, soft footsteps came from behind. When Loki heard the familiar footsteps, he turned his head immediately and saw his mother, Frigga, looking at him with gentle eyes, and his originally Hanran face changed slightly. Mother, haven't you rested yet? Aren't you the same? Frigga walked up to Loki. She was half a head lower than Loki, looked up at her son slightly, and said softly, You should rest, my son. Mother me. Before finishing speaking, Frigga put her finger in front of Loki and interrupted. You are my son, Loki. You can't hide many things from me. Why are you suffering? Is it because of Thor? The tender and distressed gaze made the originally cunning Loki unable to face Frigg head-on at this time. He dodged his mother's gaze, trying to change the subject. I'll take you there tomorrow. The voice became weaker and weaker, because he saw a trace of tears in the corner of his mother's eyes. He finally fell silent. He could not face this woman who gave her mother's love for him. Frigga stretched out her hand, brushed Loki's folded horns with her slender palm, and said softly, Don't keep everything in your heart, Loki, although I don't know the reason, but I can see the torment and struggle in your heart. It's not your fault. The people of Asgard will always have their own home. Odin is like this. Thor is also like this. I'm just not used to it, Mother. Loki said softly, eyes lowered. It's normal. It's not easy to run Asgard originally, but I will support you. You just have to do what you think is right. Frigg always showed tolerance and kindness when facing Loki and Thor. She doesn't want to be unhappy. After gently comforting Loki, Frigg put down her hand and said, Go and meet your father. He may be able to give you the answer you want. Boom! These words exploded in Loki's heart like a bolt from the blue. Although his expression remained calm on the surface, his heart beat so fast. Odin, he awoke from Odin's sleep? Complex emotions immediately surged in Loki's heart. Guilt, hatred, and that subtle joy. Loki suppressed the turbulent emotions and said softly, I see. Mother, you should go to rest early and stop worrying about these things. Well, talk to him well, no matter what. You are father and son after all. Before leaving, Frigg could not help but exhort. She knew that there was a rift in the relationship between Odin 800 and Loki. Looking at the back of his mother leaving, Loki blinked a few times, took a deep breath, and left his bedroom with steps. Along the way, the loyal guards of Asgard saw Loki, his right hand clenched on his chest in respect for the future king. Loki nodded and made his way to the great hall of Asgard. In the magnificent hall, on the throne on the stairs, sat a figure. Under the light and shadow, Loki seemed to see a lion that was getting old and dying. And this figure is Odin. He is no longer wearing his own armor, but normal clothing, sitting on the throne, propping his head on one hand, drowsy, beard, and hair has turned gray. This scene made Loki's emotions a little inexplicably ups and downs. But in the end, after adjusting his emotions, he walked slowly to the bottom of the stairs, looked up at Odin on the throne, and said softly, Father God. Odin slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the embankment below. After being silent for a while, he spoke slowly. I didn't expect this to happen, so, is there anything you want to say to me, Loki? Loki opened his mouth. His thoughts were confused, but the beautiful and dangerous figure echoed in his mind. I'm sorry, I never thought it would be like this. Thor died for me. Loki still chose to hide it. He doesn't trust LeBlanc, but he doesn't trust Odin either, and still hates it. A look of disappointment flashed in Odin's eyes. He stood up and walked down the throne step by step. At the moment, he was no longer the king of God who ruled Asgard and the 9 realms, as if he was just a sad father who lost his son. He came to Loki and looked at the son who had fallen out with him. He whispered, "Do you hate me that much, Loki? Do you want me to be grateful to you, Dade?" "My father." Odin's disappointed eyes and tone completely aroused the anger that Loki had accumulated for a long time. He abandoned his fear of Odin, looked directly into Odin's eyes, and asked in a cold voice, especially when the tone of the word father is emphasized. The tit-for-tat tone made Odin slowly close his eyes, as if he didn't want Loki to see his sadness. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall became chilling. Finally, Odin opened his eyes. "Loki, from the beginning to the end, you and Thor are my sons. Maybe it's my neglect that made me forget how you feel," he said sadly and shook his head. "Compared to you, I have always thought that Thor is the most suitable candidate for the throne." As soon as these words came out, Loki was even angrier. Odin knew it too, but continued on. To become a king, he has to consider too many factors. You must be responsible for the entire Asgard. I believe you should feel it during this time. It's not a random appointment. You can become a qualified king by sitting in that seat. Because what you need to face is the life of the entire Asgard people, and you must be responsible for them. Loki, I chose Thor only because of his original character. Loki, do you think you have that sense of responsibility? Odin stared at Loki with one eye. Under Odin's eyes, the latter couldn't help but start to dodge. "Why do you think I don't?" "You are very smart, Loki, but often these little cleverness will limit you. Look at Thor, no matter how low his status is. Even a trivial person, he can put everything aside to drink and talk with him. And you, Loki, your character is too proud. Often proud people will let the words high and low be engraved in your bones. You and those people are naturally divided into 2 classes. Loki, such a king, is not qualified. Odin is like an old father, with a gentle and heart-to-heart tone. This made Loki's lips move, wanting to say something, but when the words came to his lips, he said that he should be a person who is good at sophistry. But at this moment, those sophistry words seemed to be completely forgotten. He looked at Odin with a complicated expression. In a daze, Loki felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. Unknowingly, the haze and hatred hidden in his heart suddenly dissipated a lot during today's conversation. "You..." Loki hesitated to speak. Odin shook his head and sighed. "It's all because of my selfishness and arrogance. I didn't care about your heart, which led to today's situation, Loki. Maybe I did it to myself. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused you to want to kill Thor now, because you hate me." The words flashed across Loki's mind like lightning. As if struck by lightning, Loki's whole body and thinking froze, and he couldn't help but feel a little fear rising in his heart, and looked at Odin in disbelief. He knew it all, and he was dead too. Just when Loki thought that he was about to die under Odin's wrath, unexpectedly Odin stretched out his hand and patted Loki's shoulder and walked slowly outside the Asgard hall. Loki turned around stiffly, staring at Odin's back in a daze. After experiencing a huge storm in his heart, he gritted his teeth and followed. All the way to the outside of the main hall. Outside the hall, the loyal guards saluted excitedly. Odin also nodded gently and took Loki all the way to the grand paradise of Asgard. Standing on a huge platform built of crystal-clear marble, holding onto the stone railing with both hands, you can look at the beautiful mountains and rivers in the distance. Loki was standing beside him. Odin said without looking back, "Are you wondering why I would know?" Along the way, Loki thought of countless reasons, but now he no longer has the courage to lie, but nodded, "Yes." Unexpectedly, Odin said with a smile, "You forgot. I am Odin of the Father of God. How could you hide your little thoughts from me? Actually, I exiled Thor, not only because he offended me, but also because I tested you and him. During this test, I want you to understand some truths, but I didn't expect that there will be other changes." In the end, Minding's tone became dignified. Odin's anger caused the entire sky of Asgard to faintly shake, and thunder after thunder burst out of thin air. At this moment, the majestic Odin is the great king who conquered the 9 kingdoms with his iron hooves. Under this terrifying momentum, Loki fought unconsciously. Father God! Loki's body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, which made Odin, who couldn't help venting his anger, Zhao Zhao Hao, come to his senses, restrained the terrifying aura that was about to collapse the world, and turned his head to look at Loki. Loki, as your mother said, she saw your inner suffering and struggle. Tell me, have you ever regretted it? Facing Odin's one-eyed, Loki took a deep breath, finally nods, not just out of fear of Odin, but a genuine awareness of the guilt he has been reluctant to admit to Thor. He still recognized himself. After all, he couldn't let go of that feeling. Odin smiled. Sure enough, he still didn't recognize his son wrongly. Even though Loki did something wrong, he still has that family affection in his heart. So, would you like to talk to me about all this? Definitely. Through the most sincere communication between father and son. Let Loki get back his kinship. Loki forgot his ambitions and hatred and told all about himself and LeBlanc's plans. Definitely originally also had LeBlanc putting too much pressure on him. He also needs to get rid of this dangerous woman as soon as possible. Hearing Loki's narration, Odin's one-eyed narrowed slightly. A pale witch from another dimension? She really is a dangerous and ambitious person. Can't help but let him look down on a person. The woman whom he imprisoned with his own hands was equally ruthless, indifferent, and full of ambition. But then Odin smiled coldly. It's just that she underestimated me and tried to get her hands on Asgard. In fact, at the end of Odin's life, his thinking and wisdom were on the verge of collapse. In the countless short time, his consciousness fell again and again, and he could not return to the peak when he was omnipotent and wise. The king of God. If he was a little more dizzy, he might really be deceived by that pale witch. As a result, Asgard fell into the hands of the opponent. She's too mysterious and dangerous for 140 father, Loki said worryingly. In the short time he spent together, he, the so-called god of fraud, was eaten to death by the other party. All his thoughts seemed to be in the other party's eyes. Once in his sleep, he dreamed of those charming eyes staring at him. He has only felt this kind of pressure on Odin. Odin glanced at Loki's expression because the evaluation of Shinla aesthetics was at the first level. He knew Loki, and he also knew that a person with Loki's character, if it wasn't for real fear, would definitely not behave like this. His thoughts swirled. If he makes a move, he can definitely be captured or even executed, but this is not the situation he wants to see, because once he makes a move, it will inevitably make his final day come earlier. Perhaps if Loki can successfully overcome this crisis, Asgard's past glory will still bloom on Loki and him. After pondering for a moment, he was shocked when he spoke. Loki, I want you to continue working with her. B to BC. Loki's eyes widened suddenly. Father, Odin held out his hand to stop Loki's next words. We still need her, and with her character, she won't kill Thor so easily. You mean, Thor isn't dead yet? Loki broke out. His face was full of shock, joy, and disbelief. He had personally witnessed Thor being crushed and dragged into the abyss by the huge amounts of Iron Hand. But now Odin actually said that Thor's not dead yet. Odin nodded. Thor's future will not stop here. While sleeping, I can vaguely see him struggling in a world of chaos and darkness. He needs our help. If that's the case, the woman really can't just die like this. We need to find Thor Loki to nod his approval through her. At this time, after solving all the haze, his thoughts ushered in an unprecedented clarity. So, I still need to argue with her. My advantage is that she doesn't know that you have seen everything. Now, she has pushed it to the bright side, but we are in the dark. Odin nodded in satisfaction. This is the embankment he wanted to see. He went on to add, she has advantages that you don't have. Behind her is a very ancient and powerful life, but that life is bound, and we don't fully understand her origin. So, Loki, you must use your strengths to find out her details. Similarly, you must also have corresponding countermeasures. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and placed his finger between Loki's eyebrows. Vast, divine energy instantly instilled into Loki's mind, causing Loki to close his eyes unconsciously. This inexplicable, powerful divine power was fleeting, and the moment Loki felt it, it disappeared completely. When Loki opened his eyes, he saw Odin, who had let go of his hands. At the moment, his face was full of tiredness. Before Loki could speak, Odin said first, "This is a part of my divine power that I gave you. He can help you at critical times, and you can also actively use it, but there's only one chance." This opportunity was put there. Loki knew it well. "I see, Father. I'll leave everything to you, Loki." Odin laughed, maybe because in his later years, he resolved the estrangement between father and son, which put him in a good mood at the moment. "She's a very cunning person. You need to overcome your fear of her, overcome your heart, and defeat her with your wisdom and courage. I will wait for the two of you brothers to return to the Asgard god's domain. After all, it is up to you to join hands and lead it to greater heights. You're still young and have more impact. The new world is a dangerous journey for you, and it will also be an opportunity for you to broaden your horizons." Chatting about homework like an old father and caring for Loki, Loki was at a loss, because the relationship between him and Odin had never been the same as it is today. In the past, Odin was the 10 majestic and inviolable gods in his heart. He'd never seen Odin like this either. But he enjoyed this feeling very much because in the true sense, he felt the heavy father's love like a mountain. "You want me to see that world?" Loki asked. Apart from his fear of LeBlanc, a dangerous woman, he is indeed very curious about the mysterious and vast universe. He has experienced so much, and he does not want to live here, and he does not want to stop. "Maybe it will be a good thing for you," Odin said with a mysterious smile. "The long river of future destiny has undergone irreversible changes, and I don't know what path this change will lead Asgard to. But I believe that you will gain a lot in that world, and this game will lay the foundation for you to embark on the supreme path." Loki nodded thoughtfully. His father's words made him have a hint of association. Maybe he should find a chance to see that world. Besides being full of curiosity about the unknown, he should also save his stupid elder brother. It's not like his younger brother needs to rescue him. After this sincere father-son talk, the gap between Odin and Loki was finally resolved. Loki left. He didn't originally yearn for the throne, and it was just an obsession born of jealousy and hatred. He has a new goal. He just wants to use his own wisdom to wrestle with that LeBlanc. He is the proud and cunning god Loki. How could he lose to a woman? Looking at the back of Loki leaving, Odin smiled in relief. At this time, Frigga came over from the side, looked at her husband, and said softly, "I haven't seen you so happy in how many years?" Odin turned his head and put his arms around his wife's waist. "When the future turned into chaos, I was a little worried about the future of Asgard. The unexpected changes caught me off guard, but now I believe that with these two brothers, Asgard will be able to stand firm when the future storm comes. Fall definitely makes me happy." Frigga's eyes are full of tenderness, and she is not sad about the fact that Odin is about to die. In the concept of Asgard, death is not just leaving, nor is it the end. With Odin's great achievements and contributions, he must be able to step into the Soul Castle, which is just another form of rebirth. Frigga is happy because the relationship between Ian and her son has been relieved. After being happy, Frigga frowned slenderly. "That woman is indeed dangerous. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to find her trace." From the very beginning, when the news of Thor's death came, Frigga was heartbroken like a bolt from the blue. Thor was her own son, a piece of flesh that fell from her body. She was also proud of this outstanding son. "I'm also sure that my son will have a bad fate in the future, but he will eventually become an outstanding king, even surpassing Odin." Unexpectedly, Thor died while walking on the right path. This made her very unacceptable. Fortunately, Odin woke up from his deep sleep and told her all the truth, but at the same time, he also felt extremely angry and afraid of the instigator. She didn't expect that in this day and age, someone would dare to kill the future king of Asgard. He even wants to manipulate everything and swallow the whole of Asgard. This is no different from the behavior of a lunatic, but Frigga has to admit that if Odin hadn't seen everything in his deep sleep, and later, Odin was completely late and his thinking was rigid, then the probability of success of the woman's plan was really high. At least the witch, Frigga, couldn't figure it out, let alone other people. It is hard to find a few people in Asgard who can calm down in the fanatical and hateful atmosphere of Thor's death. No way, this is the style of Asgard. If you can't play with twists and turns, you like the hard steel on the front. So why Loki and Thor are so popular in Asgard? War is a game for the brave, fighting for the winner head-to-head. What is admired is martial arts. But that is the weakness. If the king who leads Asgard is also a reckless person, then the future of Asgard will inevitably decline. It's also why Odin was eager to make Thor grow up in the late grades. Even in the original future, Thor's ups and downs may not have been without his impetus. Frigga knows very well that she has also seen some fragments of the future, and she also feels sorry for Thor's lonely and painful appearance. But this is the way to become a king. The price. Now the relationship and the future are all unknown. That woman in LeBlanc was one of the reasons, which naturally made her jealous. Seeing Frigga's concern for Loki, Odin said softly, "We have already done what we can, and only they can go on the next road. Its weakness, its glory, and we can only bless them." Odin looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers in the distance, with anticipation in his one-eyed eyes. On Loki's side, it has returned to normal, still driving the power of Wong Quan, commanding the gods, and mobilizing the entire Asgard to pretend to search for enemies. He has been waiting for that woman too. Waited for 2 full days. Odin had to fall into a deep sleep again because Odin's sleep was interrupted. That night, when Loki returned to the dormitory, his footsteps stopped, and he saw the elegant woman with her legs crossed and a bunch of grapes sitting on the dormitory chair. Loki's heart moved, and he walked over without a trace of emotion on his face. "You're more cautious than I thought." LeBlanc swallowed the grapes he was chewing and threw the residue on the table aside. "In confidence, I won't come when your father is sober, looking for you. After all, this is his territory. So, are you ready?" Loki walked straight to the edge of the balcony, glanced at it, and asked casually, "You seem to be in a hurry." "I'm looking forward to the moment when I take the throne and take control of Asgard soon. Isn't that what you want to see the most?" Loki said calmly. "You wake up very quickly." LeBlanc's pink lips curled up a little, as if she was satisfied with Loki's obedient and well-behaved appearance. "I just want to see higher ground." Soon, LeBlanc didn't have the slightest doubt at all. After a pause, she clapped her hands. "In a short while, you will be able to justifiably kill me and avenge your brother. Are you looking forward to it?" That was just a performance. Loki's tone was cold, and he seemed angry at being humiliated. "Be generous, my cute little Loki. If you want to really kill me, you have to keep working hard." LeBlanc breasted Loki again. She likes to see Loki's anger, but can't vent at look aggrieved. Sure enough, just as she thought, Loki was obviously very angry, but he could only be incapable of fury, and ended up with a cold face. LeBlanc laughed happily. It was another happy day, but after teasing Loki in the daily routine, she still asked about business. "How about it? Did it arouse Odin's suspicion?" "I feel halfway." Loki mused for a moment before opening his mouth. At this time, he faintly began to get nervous, and the next communication represented whether he could hide this woman. "Half." LeBlanc instinctively sensed that something was wrong. She didn't rush to speak, but stared at Loki, who just looked straight at LeBlanc and was unconsciously dodged by her eyes as before. This made her feel a little relieved. But with her character, a little doubt is enough for her to be vigilant. The surface remains calm. Sure enough, it's not realistic to want to hide from someone like him. "But he's suspicious, aren't you worried?" "Why worry? Didn't he fall into a deep sleep again?" "I believe he is only suspicious, but when the enemy's head is cut off by your own hands, the bones will become your meritorious deeds, and his doubts will not be there." "Valuable," LeBlanc said confidently. "This is essentially a conspiracy. Without Thor, Loki is the only heir of Asgard who can ascend to the throne. In addition, the merits accumulated after killing the enemy and leading Asgard to successfully avenge him are enough for him to become king. Under the fierce righteousness, no matter how wrong Odin feels, he has nothing to do unless he would rather risk causing Asgard to fall into turmoil in his own time and forcefully abolish Loki's imprisonment. Otherwise, he has to agree. Loki glanced over and said nothing, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as he thought before, if he told LeBlanc that Odin had no doubts at all, the woman would be suspicious instead. After all, people with the same cunning personality understand each other better than others. Jujin is a perfect lie. Now the emotions in Asgard are getting higher and higher, and they have reached a critical point. This absurd battle of revenge can start. Loki reminded. LeBlanc nodded her chin lightly. I will show up and let them find it. In addition, although this is a war without any suspense, you have to pay attention. You must be killed in the war. I have prepared for you. No small surprise. Surprise? The alarm in Loki's heart immediately went full. This woman is a lunatic, and he didn't know what the surprise was, but judging by the other person's expression, 10 walks is not a good thing. As for flowers, I don't like surprises. Loki hastily vetoed it, but LeBlanc pretended not to hear it at all, stood up gracefully and walked to Loki's side, leaning her tender body on Loki's left arm, with her hands on her shoulders, whispering in Loki's ear. A lie has to bleed to become the truth. Trust me, this surprise will make you the undisputed king of Asgard. After the voice fell, Loki felt the gravity on his shoulders suddenly lighten. He turned his head to look, and the woman LeBlanc had disappeared at some point. Loki frowned, his right fist clenched. This feeling of being pinched in the palm of his hand and being powerless annoyed him very much. But then he calmed down and forced himself to calm down. Now that he can't turn his face, he knows that no matter what he does, it is impossible for him to completely gain LeBlanc's trust. But as long as the other party thinks that he is not a threat, this is an opportunity. To reach this level, Lyon knew that he had to pay more. Our battle is just beginning. LeBlanc, you will pay for what you did. Loki swore secretly in his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Time passed slowly. In just a few days, more than 40 countries, led by the United States and other big countries, announced to the outside world that they will abandon all contradictions and prejudices for the sake of a community with a shared future for mankind. 0. Together to form the Earth Defense Force. The United Earth Defense Force absorbs the most advanced technology and spends a lot of money to train the most mature elite fighters. To prevent future crises. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar all over the world. Everyone in the world was in an uproar. This involves the most influential and powerful countries from all over the world unexpectedly uniting together. Even the conflicting Eastern and Western powers also joined it. The most important thing is that this is still led by the United States. This is as absurd as the sun coming out from the west. Many people even think that it is an effect created by various countries for April Fool's Day. However, when the influential official media of various countries spoke, the news was confirmed. This immediately caused heated discussions among people all over the planet. After all, everyone knows a lot of things. Let the United States take the lead in forming the Earth Defense Force. The slogan is still an external threat. So where does this threat come from? And we'll let all countries jointly form a defense force. For a while, various conspiracy theories emerged in an endless stream on social media. Discussions from netizens from all over the world almost exploded the popularity. All kinds of guesses emerged. This is simply the most incredible scene in the history of human civilization. I thought the United Earth Army could only be seen in certain film and television dramas. It's incredible. It's unimaginable. What happened that will make the world's major powers abandon their prejudices and contradictions and unite? Shet, I smell the breath of war. Believe me, only an alien invasion will unite the nations. That's right. The Earth is about to usher in the colonial invasion of alien troops, and the end of mankind is coming. Please pray for us, human beings. This must be my dream. This is simply impossible. I just saw the news of the war in the Middle East in a few days. Man, you are behind on news. The troops in the Middle East have been completely withdrawn in the past few days. I feel that the focus of your attention seems to be wrong. Shouldn't our eyes be on the Earth Defense Force? That's right. Didn't you find out that Tony Stark's name is among the core troops of the Earth Defense Force disclosed in it? Moreover, there is also Magneto, the most powerful man in the world. Dangerous Mutant, and X-Men names. Mutant actually joined the Earth Defense Force? Huge gift shed. What is this source plan? In just a few hours, the world's largest and most well-known social media instantly flooded hundreds of millions of netizens from all over the world for heated discussions. Doomsday theory, war theory, and conspiracies all surfaced in front of him. West of the Pacific Ocean, a group of people ushered in near one of the largest island groups. Densely packed freighters, transport planes, and even aircraft carriers gather here. Under the blue sky, dense crowds, cranes, and forklifts are doing renovation work here. The largest island is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the flat land in the middle has been confirmed as the headquarters of the United Defense Force. Here, soldiers selected from various countries will undergo the most severe training here. They will maintain the military here for a minimum of 1 year and an unlimited time, and this group of soldiers will be transformed into more powerful and civilized fighters. What kind of miracle will it create when the 40 most powerful countries in the world unite? This miracle is the building named Global Joint Defense Headquarters, UNH. This originally uninhabited island is expected to become a headquarters base capable of accommodating 10,000 soldiers, as well as dozens of departments such as the logistics department and science, adding up to 100,000 people within a month. A series of facilities such as training ground, track, weaponry, airport, etc. will be completed within a month. And as headquarters, in the future, it is expected that branches will be established in South America, North America, Europe, West Asia, Africa, and the South Pacific Ocean, covering all regions of the world. This time, another miracle in human history will be born. In addition, it is in charge of the Earth Defense Force, which is also supervised by a joint committee sent by 40 countries. It is worth mentioning that the core members of the department are still appointed as Avengers. This team recruits super powerful members from all over the world, and the 190 that this department faces is monsters with humanoid nuclear weapons from other worlds. The Defense Force maintains sufficient independence. Even the top leaders of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, cannot intervene or even order. This squad, and even the Defense Force, are only responsible for the destruction of human civilization or external wars. Maybe it's for publicity, maybe it's for public opinion. Various countries dispatched official media to release the construction process of the Defense Force headquarters in the form of live recording and broadcasting on helicopters, allowing the public to watch in real time. It has to be said that this year has indeed attracted the attention of many people. In an ancient town with quite a history, a handsome boy with a beautiful girl saw this scene on the TV on the street, and he couldn't help but like it. I have already begun to think about when there will be a big battle in the headquarters. After all, the Defense Force, which was built with a lot of resources from all over the world, definitely needs an evil villain. Where the whole brother always comes out to play, it is a good idea to be built on the sea, and it immediately reminds a handsome boy of a big guy who likes to live in the sea. But even a grown-up brother is a bit too BT for the Defense Force, let alone maturity period and even the following forms. Most importantly, Marvel has ocean civilization. Atlantis. If there's a brother boss, the sea will probably be churning. After little thought, this plan was put on hold for the time being, and an alternative plan was made. Anyway, there are too many powerful characters in the sea, and Lyon does not intend to let the Defense Force stop anyway. To use war to support war. At most it is a little bit miserable. Liangzi is full of bad water, and it is estimated that if the top leaders of the governments of various countries know what Lyon thinks, they will probably want to arrest him and cut him to death. Definitely Lyon has his reasons too. After all, even without him, the fate of the future Earth is also ill-fated, and various major events and crises emerge endlessly. He just wants the human civilization on Earth to be prepared in advance to prevent future crises. At least the Earth Defense Force was not established. Because of him, he earns gold coins. While the Earth is ushering in evolution in the war, A win-win situation, it's a win-win. Just when Lyon was thinking about how to toss the newly established defense force with evil thoughts, a girl's crisp voice suddenly came from his ear. "Lyon, my mom eats that." After waking up, Lyon turned his head and looked, facing a pair of bright eyes, looking in the direction the girl pointed. It turned out that there was a restaurant called Louisville on the street not far away. From the girl's drooling expression, he moved his nose and smelled the tangy fragrance. Naturally, Lyon couldn't refuse the girl's longing expression and immediately dragged the girl to the restaurant. The restaurant's main dishes include seafood sauce pie, seafood steak, clams, feta cheese, and so on. The price is not cheap, at least compared to American fast food. KFC, fried chicken, etc. are much more expensive. But the disadvantage of generally expensive things is just that they are expensive. Its food tastes very good. At least Lyon thinks that the food made by this restaurant ranks among the top in his taste, and he was very happy with this meal. While the two were eating happily, Lyon suddenly noticed a man wearing black leather armor and black tight leather pants outside the glass window, riding a cool Harley motorcycle and parked on a road outside the restaurant. Seeing this man, Lyon frowned. "I didn't expect to come to the door. It seems that the old guy can't sit still." The girl seemed to feel something too, following Lyon's gaze. Her expression of joy from eating delicious food immediately turned cold, and her eyes flashed a dark luster. Noticing the girl's expression, Lyon said softly, "Relax, Saber." As she spoke, she pushed a plate of seafood and beef over. The girl turned her head, glanced fixedly at Lyon, nodded her head, and lowered her head to continue her gluttonous feast. Jingle bell. There was a crisp sound from the octagonal wind chime hanging outside the restaurant door, and the middle-aged man walked over in a hurry and went straight to the table beside Lyon. Since Spare used to sit next to Lyon, the opposite seat was empty. The middle-aged man sat down unceremoniously. He yelled to the waiter not far away, and after ordering a few familiarly, he turned to look at Lyon. With surprise and doubt in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Who are you? You came to look for me, but you don't know who I am?" Lyon said unhurriedly, holding a metal fork with a piece of steak in his mouth. "I don't care who you are, but that thing in my head is torturing me every day, telling me to come to you, and it's driving me crazy. So, who the hell are you?" The middle-aged man's handsome face was full of exhaustion, and he stared fiercely at Lyon. The body leans forward slightly to fully pull the pressure. Lyon doesn't eat this at all, but the girl who was eating the steak in my zizi raised her head expressionlessly and stared at the middle-aged man while chewing the food. The faint black light flickered away. It was this look in his eyes that made the man straighten his body immediately, and a crisis of heaven and earth suddenly rose from his heart. Another living body in his body seemed to sense the crisis, roaring and roaring in his mind. The man was so frightened that he leaned back and looked at the girl in surprise. Fortunately, Lyon reached out and put his hand on the girl's soft hair, which made the girl with fried hair become docile and obedient immediately, squinting her eyes and unconsciously chewing the food in her small mouth. "Sorry, I just wanted to scare you guys." Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to be getting better, the man said something embarrassingly. "In essence, I just want to say something, bro. I spoke a little louder just now. But these words are a bit too humble. He still needs to show some face." Lyon didn't care. From the very beginning, he could see that the man in front of him was bluffing, but he had a Chaplin-style funny style. "You should be thankful that you were just scaring, otherwise, you and the irritable guy in your body will disappear into this world together." Lyon wiped his hands with a wet towel and said with a smile. However, what seemed to be a joke, on the contrary, made the man goosebumps, and he felt a chill in his heart. He instinctively thought that Lyon was not joking, and instantly realized that he might meet someone with a big boss level. So he quickly straightened himself up. With a mentality, he whispered in a posture of asking for advice. "Johnny Blazer, I'm sorry, it made me sleep badly these days, and almost became a wanted criminal." Although he didn't say what it was, Johnny believed that the young and handsome man in front of him must understand. Sure enough, as he thought, Lyon meant something. "Is it? Or the people behind it? You really know?" Johnny immediately became excited. Originally, as a special effects driver, he should enjoy his stardom. But everything has changed since a few days ago, since a huge mistake caused him to fall from a height of more than 10 meters during a special effect performance. And his locomotive was smash broken, but he lived in peace. Originally, that's what made it weird, especially the night it showed up. That night, he seemed to have turned into another person. His body seemed to be controlled by another soul. He could only watch helplessly as he turned into a skeleton with flames burning all over his body, and left on a motorcycle laughing wildly. City left its own team. Driving along the highway, it was not until the next day that he found himself again. This made Johnny very uneasy. He wanted to return to his team, but he could clearly feel a voice echoing, asking him to find a man, kill him, and snatch the golden apple from that man's hand. That angry, hissed exhausted, the voice of Jean Long kept echoing. Find him, my loyal knight, kill him, and you will find yourself again, and your soul will be liberated. He kept beating his head, trying to drive out the sound, but he tried everything he could, even taking sleeping pills and falling asleep to no avail. At night, he still turned back into that flaming skeleton, riding his beloved locomotive and galloping towards a destination day and night. After a few days, he came here and eventually beat Lyon too. He was going crazy from the sound. He just wanted to find the answer and then break free from the damn sound. The restaurant is surrounded by soft music and other guests chatting sparsely. It's a fairly harmonious picture, but Johnny is the only one who seems out of place. His face was tired because of being tortured, and at the moment looked so vicissitudes. Johnny looked at the man in front of him full of hope, hoping that the other party could give him an answer. Do you know what I do? Lyon didn't answer first, but pointed to himself. Johnny was stunned for a moment, puzzled, and asked, Does this have anything to do with me? I opened a firm. Lyon answered irrelevantly. This moment made Johnny suddenly realize. After understanding, he touched his pocket and then found out that he had little cash left, only less than $1,000 left. He pulled out $1,000 in cash and put it on the table. This, Lyon glanced at the $1,000 and said without thinking, This is your treat. Before Johnny was happy, he heard Lyon say again, But I can answer one question for you this meal, and the rest of the reward you need to pay is not money. Johnny performing Carr as a special effects star. He is well known, and of course there is no shortage of money. But compared to Nick Fury and Tony, he is a poor ghost. Lyon ignores 0.9 Hiroto, returns to ignore Hiroto, but said that information has value, but all valuable things should have a corresponding price. There is no doubt that the answer Johnny wanted did not match the price he paid. Johnny immediately put on a bitter face. Then what else can I give? Soul. Your soul is no longer yours after you signed that contract when you were young. Lyon said something lightly, making Johnny's eyes widen suddenly. The memory in his mind resurfaced again. When he was young, in order to save his father, he signed the contract with a mysterious old man. Miraculous health. He never told anyone about it. How does this man know? Seeing Johnny's shocked expression, Lyon knocked on the table. So, have you figured out what you should pay? I don't think I have anything more valuable than my soul. Johnny smiled bitterly. Then work for me. I will give you the answer, and you will be my employee. Lyon said kindly with a smile on his face. Staff, employees, thugs, whatever you want to understand. Then what do I need to do? In the future, there should be a very scary woman asking me to ask you to help me get rid of her gang of little brothers. Well, I don't think I can win this fight. You underestimate yourself, Johnny, but you are the knight created by that old man. Lyon smiled slightly. Night fell. A wild laughter broke the peaceful city. The raging hellfire burned the flesh and blood of a human body, turning it into a skeleton. In the dark and deserted alley, the remaining consciousness of Johnny Blazer, who had already turned into Ghost Rider, and the consciousness of the vengeful spirit switched back and forth, struggling. The head wrapped in the flames of hell appeared interlaced with the original face of the skeleton and Johnny. Johnny struggled and stretched out his hands to cover his head and shouted to the man in front of him in pain, No, he is manipulating me. While struggling and roaring, the skeleton knight calmed down. He twisted his neck, looked at Lyon in front of him with the eyes of the skull burning hell, stretched out the skeleton finger and pointed at Lyon, and said hoarsely, "I have seen your sins. Your soul should fall into hell." The girl standing next to Lyon opened her eyes wide and watched the living person transform into a skeleton in front of her, still in amazement. But when he heard what the skeleton man said, he immediately became angry. But before the girl got angry, Lyon's figure instantly blurred and then disappeared, pulling out afterimages, and came to Ghost Rider in the blink of an eye. The latter didn't even have time to react, and a finger had already pointed to the center of his brow. Two big dangers are written on the forehead. At the end of the spirit of vengeance's consciousness, he heard the joking voice of the evil man in front of him. "Then want to get back the golden apple? Then let you try." In the early morning of the next day, the crisp chirping of birds could be heard in my ears, and a ray of sunlight fell on Johnny's face, making his skin itchy. Johnny's eyelids moved and slowly opened eye. Johnny, who just woke up, was still a little confused. But then he seemed to realize something, sat up suddenly from a bed, and found that he was in a strange room, and the interior decoration of the room was not too luxurious, even a little minimalist, kind of like a homestay. Sitting by the bed, he happened to be facing a window, and there was not too much noise coming from outside the door, and he also smelled the aroma of food. Johnny only remembered 15 last night, as if his consciousness had been taken over by the spirit of vengeance. He stood up immediately, opened the door, and went out. Outside the door is the living room. The living room of more than 100 square meters is quite spacious, but it is empty. Realizing something, he spread his legs and walked out against the open door. There's a beautiful scenery in front of me. There's a large grassland directly in front of it. There's no railing outside the grassland, but a road, and the other side of the road is a forest. There are some flowers and plants planted around the house, and a few birds on the eaves are combing their hair while singing in groups. A peaceful picture of time. On the grass, Lyon in a white t-shirt and the girl Saber are having an open-air barbecue. Skewers of beef and mutton are placed on the grill, while the girl is frying steak and eggs. On the table not far away were sandwiches and other food plates and cups. The sun hanging in the sky was obviously approaching noon. The girl was humming an unknown song, wearing a black t-shirt and shorts of the same style, youthful and beautiful. When she noticed Johnny, who was still a little dazed, the girl turned her head and took a look with a strange light in her eyes. For some reason, Johnny seemed to understand this look. This girl, with that eager look in her eyes, is she trying to beat him up? At this time, Lyon, who was grilling, turned his head and glanced at him and said, "Hey, buddy, since you're awake, come over and get ready for dinner." "Hungry good." Johnny responded quickly, walked to the barbecue grill, and the plate was brought to the table. After a while, a sumptuous lunch is ready. The tangy aroma made Johnny move his index finger. There were exactly 3 seats beside the dining table, and after Lyon greeted him, he began to enjoy today's lunch. There are no rituals or prayers. Johnny started to eat without hesitation. I have to say that the delicious food and barbecue made Johnny feel delicious, and his appetite was whetted, and he stuffed food into his mouth with a flick of his cheek, and he was also very hungry. The voracious eater is a little out of tune with the Lion Girl, but it's really worse than the speed of eating. Although Lyon and Spare are more elegant in taste, their physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, and their chewing frequency and bite force are even more amazing. Steak and other meat can be completely crushed after just a few chews. The efficiency is definitely much higher than Johnny. There was not much communication during this meal, and it took half an hour to clean up all the food on the table. After chewing and swallowing the last string of mutton, Johnny burped in satisfaction and leaned back on the chair with a look of consummation in life. Lyon looked amused. The girl obediently started to clean up the dining table. Johnny was a little embarrassed to help when he saw it, but Lyon didn't stop him, and Ritong joined in. Just like a normal person, put the grill, etc. after the dishes are washed. Lyon came to the lawn with a cup of brewed coffee. The 3 sat down. Johnny finally couldn't hold back and asked the question in his heart. Lyon, that thing in my body. You should call me boss. Lyon didn't answer the question, but these words made Johnny's eyes shine. These words are enough to show that the hidden danger in his body seems to have been resolved. But what Lyon said next made him feel strange. The other soul in your body, I didn't solve it for you. Water. Johnny has question marks all over his head. What do you mean? You tricked him into being an employee, but he didn't get things done? Do you know who the old man who signed the contract with you was when you were young? Lyon took a sip of the coffee cup poured by the girl. I don't know. He is from hell, and his name is M.O. Faith. Me, Faith? The devil in the words of the evil Mephisto? Johnny asked in surprise. That's right. You signed a contract with him, and you automatically became Ghost Rider. The vengeful spirit in your body was created and given to you by him. The real purpose is that after you die, your soul will belong to him. You will become his most loyal servant. So it's all just a conspiracy? Johnny was terrified when he thought about it carefully. He recalled his father, who was originally healthy and was suddenly diagnosed with a terminal illness, and it happened that Moto Faith appeared in front of him when he was most desperate and painful. In order to save his father, he signed a contract. In retrospect, it seems that a big conspiracy net caught him completely. Seeing Johnny gnashing his teeth in anger, Johnny shrugged his shoulders. Devils are cunning by nature, and you are just one of them. But it has stayed in my body for more than 10 years without incident. Why did it happen to Riot a few days ago? Then it's the old guy's own fault. He found me, and I took part of his soul. This understatement made Johnny dumbfounded. There was a huge wave in my heart. What did he hear? M.O. Faith, the majestic demon king of hell, was actually taken away by the man in front of him with part of his soul? If it weren't for what happened these few days, he would even think that this person was lying. Also now, Johnny finally understands why the spirit of vengeance suddenly went berserk, controlling his body to find Lyon and even kill Lyon. Thinking about it now, Johnny is a little scared. Fortunately, Lyon was not found by the spirit of vengeance at night. Otherwise, his ending might be a bit miserable. After all, this guy even took care of M.O. Faith. So wouldn't he get it to him for nothing? Then me now. As I said, I will solve your problems for you, and you will be my employee. So what's in your body is the basis for you to be my employee. Lyon stared at Johnny. Originally, there are two different consciousnesses in your body. You possess the consciousness of human weakness originally, and as a spirit of revenge, you are full of mania all the time. That's why you lose consciousness at night, and your body is manipulated by it. He held out 2 fingers, then bent one of them. But now, after my patient persuasion, a preliminary compromise between it and you has been completed, it will not hinder you anymore. And you also have the ability to transform into a Ghost Rider at any time. Johnny fell silent. That nightmare guy still exists, but thinking about it a little more optimistically, at least the other party can no longer cause a series of troubles in his life, and he can even transform into a Ghost Rider. Isn't it great? After exhaling, Johnny comforted himself, adjusted his emotions, and looked at the man in front of him curiously. Boss, you want me to be your employee? What is my job? How should I put it? So far I want to live a quiet life, but unfortunately, there will always be a group of idiots disturbing my life. So I need you to help me deal with them. Lyon smiled and snapped his fingers. As if thinking of something, someone said, Usually, you can move freely and I will not restrain you. As for the salary, you can rest assured that you won't be disturbed by that old guy. Even after you die, I will liberate your soul. 3. Although it sounds very happy, the meaning behind the words is a bit scary. However, the matter has been resolved. Although the Star Special Effects driver has become an employee of others, it seems that it is not unacceptable to think about it. Even in a sense, it is a big profit. Johnny is not an idiot, a big boss who can easily make Hell Demon King M.O. Faith trust him to be his backer, and even solve the previous mess. Where can I find such a boss? It's just that Johnny doesn't know that his future job is not as simple as imagined. Lyon is also unlikely to be a conscientious boss. Lyon glanced at Johnny, who was smiling, took a sip of his coffee, and was already thinking about how to arrange the employees' future jobs. Meanwhile, in Jotunheim, one of the great nations. Here, the entire planetary world is covered by frost, and it rains continuously all year round. Here, there is no light all year round, and you're in darkness all the time. Here is the world where the Frost Titans live. A long time ago, the Frost Titans were a powerful race that could contend against Asgard. But under the command of the king of God Odin, he led the Asgard army to fight the Frost Titans in order to compete for dominance. As a result, the Frost Titan failed miserably. In that battle, the Frost Titan clan was completely lonely, their glory was gone, and countless Frost Titans were buried under the endless glacier. The only remaining Frost Titan signed a contract with Asgard under the leadership of the king, and can only linger here. They want revenge all the time, but the mighty Asgard is like a huge mountain pressing on them, and they have been ruled for thousands of years. And today, Jotunheim ushered in an unexpected visitor. Wearing a thick fur coat and a one-piece hat on his head so that his face cannot be seen clearly, his slender body and those black high-heeled boots strolled on the endless cliffs of the glacier in Gobi, leaving behind. Rows of footprints were laid down, and then they were covered by endless wind and frost. The scene seemed so lonely. Walking slowly, step by step, he reached the territory where the Frost Titans lived. Walking through a glacial canyon, in a narrow passage, came to a dark, damp, and cold place. In this empty place, a few drops of water slowly dripped from the icy edge formed by the frozen mountain wall not far away. Directly in front of you is a huge frozen throne, and a tall figure on the throne is silent, just watching the uninvited guests who broke into Jotunheim. The woman walked under the throne and raised her head slightly to look at the gray-skinned Frost Titan king on the throne. Completely ignoring the Frost Titans approaching at no time, she said, "I heard that your Frost Titans have an artifact called Casket of Ancient Winters, right?" Wisps of frost spit out from the pink lips while speaking. Surrounding them, the approaching Frost Titans showed a cruel look in their eyes, as if they wanted to tear the woman who broke into their territory to pieces. It's just that the woman didn't seem to see half of it, and she was calm and relaxed. This gesture caught the attention of the Frost Titan king on his throne. He opened his eyes, stared at the woman, and said in a low voice, "Are you looking for death?" The Casket of Ancient Winters undoubtedly touched the Frost King's scars. In the first battle with Asgard, Odin won a big victory and took the magical Casket of Ancient Winters back as a spoil of war and put it in the damned Odin treasury. The king who controlled the power of frost was furious, and the blizzard in the dark sky above the canyon suddenly raged, roaring, and the temperature dropped again. For ordinary people, in such a low-temperature environment, no matter what they wear, they may be instantly frozen no matter what they wear. However, the woman in front of her was not a mortal at all. She also saw through the weakness of the so-called Frost King in front of her. In the Battle of Odin, the king had already been severely injured, and he had not recovered for thousands of years. The pink lips under the brim slightly curled up. "Dear Frost King, if you kill me, you will lose a chance to bring the Frost clan back to glory." The wind and snow were blowing, howling in the dark and humid canyon. The woman stood upright in the wind and snow. The hem of the fur coat fluttered, but the charming and soft voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of all the Frost Titans. The rest of the Frost Titans looked at each other, a little restless. These words originally did not have any impact on Lauf, the king of Frost Titan. He has wanted revenge for many years and let the Frost Titans rise again. But as long as Asgard exists, all his ideas can only be in vain. But he still decided to give this mysterious comer a chance. If this is just a lie, then he will make this woman pay the price. Staring at the woman, he said slowly, "So, you are here to seek cooperation? Good. But since we want to cooperate, I have doubts about your identity. I don't know. Has the respected Frost King heard the news of Thor's death?" The woman said softly, but Lauf's brows frowned, and the body that was leaning on the frost throne sat up slightly, with one elbow loaded on the thigh, leaning forward with a full sense of oppression, looking down at the woman below. "Are you the one that Asgard is looking for? You killed the guy Thor." The woman stretched out her hands, and took off the velvet hat, revealing a beautiful face. It was LeBlanc who still used the identity of Bayonetta. My name is LeBlanc, and I think we can have a good talk. Ha! I didn't expect the person who made Asgard crazy to come to my Jotunheim. I have to say, you did a great job, Ms. LeBlanc. Lyon finally showed a happy smile and laughed heartily. I like you very much. You killed the son of that arrogant guy. I believe he should be in pain now. No matter how good he was at fighting in the early years and how great the glory he created, but in his later years, he let his only biological son die. This is retribution. 27. Lyon hadn't smiled in years, but he'd been laughing heartily for days when he heard the news of Thor's death. Pleasant, happy, Lyon appreciates the guy who can kill Thor. Also at this moment, he developed a good impression of LeBlanc. An enemy of an enemy is a friend, no matter where LeBlanc came from and what purpose he has. But judging from this matter, LeBlanc must be the enemy of Asgard, so Lyon definitely should be his guest of honor. With Lyon's hearty laugh, the wind and snow cleared. He also walked down the steps from the throne and stood in front of LeBlanc. As the king of Frost Titan, his height is the opposite of other Frost Titans. He is not that huge, and he is only about 1.9 meters tall for a normal person. After a hearty laugh, he looked at LeBlanc and said in a deep voice, Ms. Pale, what did you mean by what you said earlier? I can give you back your lost casket of ancient winters, but I need your help. This made Lyon's heart skip a beat. The casket of ancient winters is very important to the Frost Titan family. With this artifact, he at least has the ability to fight against Asgard, especially when Odin is about to end. But, Lyon said, if we want to go to war with Asgard, then I will not agree to this deal. Alliance must also be equal. Odin is not dead. Our war with Asgard is tantamount to suicide. Odin is dead, and the probability of winning the war between Jotunheim and Asgard is basically zero. Even without Thor, Asgard's background is still there, not to mention the crippling Frost Titans. The number of troops is far less than that of Asgard in its heyday. Unexpectedly, LeBlanc shook her head slightly. Our trading terms are not in Asgard. Not in Asgard? LeBlanc blinked her beautiful eyes. Yes, I want you to attack Midgard. Afterwards, I can guarantee that Asgard will not oppress you, and you can develop freely. Are you kidding me? Lyon's heart was shocked, setting off a huge wave. He stared at the confident woman in front of him, and his thoughts turned rapidly. Judging from this sentence, Asgard's pursuit of her is not a problem at all. Even, she is confident that she can influence Asgard and interfere with Asgard's rule. But how is this possible? Or, look at other plots? Lyon remained expressionless, but he was a little confused in his heart. He tentatively asked, why do you want us to attack Midgard? Among the 9 kingdoms, the civilization of Midgard is too backward. It's just that a group of ants offended me, and I'm being restrained by Asgard, so I need you to help. LeBlanc naturally wouldn't tell the real reason, but I found a half-truth and half-false interface. Definitely, a few people inside are very important to me. Don't hurt them. Just for that, is it worth the casket of ancient winters? Lyon narrowed his eyes. The casket of ancient winters is indeed a very powerful artifact. If you want to, you can even freeze the entire planet in an instant. But among the powerful artifacts, you can't use them without frost blood. To me, it's just a trading item of some value. Let it play its residual role. I think it's very appropriate. LeBlanc lightly exhaled the air conditioning and said with a smile, how can I believe you can get the casket of ancient winters from the Odin vault? Lyon pondered for a moment, then asked back. The Odin treasury is heavily guarded, and Odin has set up unique Odin powers and destroyer armor. Once you break in without permission, you will be attacked. Lyon does not believe that this woman can break into the Odin treasury. But what Lyon didn't expect at all was, LeBlanc stretched out his right hand, and as a black-purple halo swept across, a square metal box floated in his hand. Its surface exudes strands of powerful frosty breath, making people feel as if they are about to be frozen at a glance. The eyes of Lyon, and even all the Frost Titans around them, widened suddenly. This thing is the artifact of the Frost Titans, the box of ice. You. Lauf lost his voice for a moment, stuttering a bit. He never expected that the artifact of the Frost clan was actually in LeBlanc's hands. But how is this possible? For a moment, Lauf's mind fell into chaos. He couldn't figure out how this woman could steal the casket of ancient winters from Odin's treasury. But no matter what, Lauf realized that this woman was scary and dangerous. However, the temptation brought by the true ice is too great. In addition, attacking Midgard is too simple in Lauf's cognition. Even if it is a poisonous apple, he will eat it. I agree to this deal. Give me the casket of ancient winters. That's not okay. You want to go back on your word? Lauf's eyes flashed fiercely. The surrounding Frost Titans also took a step forward, and a ferocious aura swept all directions. But how could LeBlanc be intimidated by this small scene? I said, after completing this transaction, I will hand over the casket of ancient winters to you. The light flashed, and the casket of ancient winters disappeared in his hand. She looked at Lauf with a half-smile. Her voice was soft, but there was a terrible, murderous intent in her tone. Dear Mr. Lauf, you don't want to kill me and take away the weight of ice, do you? That would be too sad it's over. She is the leader of the Black Rose, the most dangerous Pale Lady, and one of the big three of the Noxus Empire. Cruelty and ruthlessness are synonymous with her. She can be amiable, but it doesn't mean that someone can be presumptuous in front of her. If Lauf doesn't understand, even the remaining use value of the Frost Kirin can disappear. Looking into LeBlanc's beautiful eyes, Lauf couldn't help shivering. From these beautiful eyes, he seemed to see a death storm brewing, which made Lauf unconsciously cowardly. In the heavy breathing of the Frost Titans all around, the atmosphere became chilling. A group of panic monsters surround a beautiful lady. No matter how you look at this picture, there is no suspense, and people will only pray for this beautiful woman. But the real fact is that this beautiful woman is in control of the situation. Lauf stared at the mysterious and dangerous woman in front of him, and finally said in a low voice, "We can be friends." "Definitely," LeBlanc answered without hesitation. But for Ms. Pale, she never regards a group of commodities as friends, and the group of people in front of her are just commodities that create value for the creators. Lauf doesn't know LeBlanc's true thoughts, but as a king, he also knows that the two sides will never become friends. It's just a mutual use. Naturally, these words cannot be said on the face, and hypocrisy is the bridge of communication between the two parties. Since we're friends, our business can begin. I will help you attack Midgard and capture the person you want. Afterwards, return the casket of ancient winters to me. You also need to solve the problem of Asgard. Put pressure on us. Definitely yes. In order to increase trust, I can conclude a contract with Mr. Lau. In order to steady Lauf, LeBlanc spoke up. Lauf clicked his chin lightly. This is very good. When our transaction is completed, then you, Ms. Pale, will be the most honored guest of our Frost Clan friend. I'd love to see the Frost Titans come back to glory. LeBlanc hooked her pink lips, revealing a stunning and beautiful smile. Asgard Hall of Asgard. Loki, Frigga, and the gods of the Aesir Protoss, the commander and others gathered together. Standing under the throne, Loki is wearing luxurious armor, a green cloak, a golden helmet with goat horns, and holding the Spear of Eternity. Loki, what did you call us here for? One of the gods of Aesir, the god of strength, asked in a deep voice. The rest stared at Loki as well. In a pair of eyes, Loki's voice echoed throughout the halls of Asgard. Gods, Heimdall's eyes saw the one who slew Thor was on Muspelheim, and she was on her way to the realm of the flame titan Surtur. These words instantly shocked the hearts of the gods. Fandral, Qian Zhao Zhao, standing at the forefront, reacted immediately. Come, she's joining forces with Surtur against Asgard? The faces of the other gods suddenly changed. Flame Titan Surtur is the ruler of Muspelheim, possesses an artifact Twilight Sword, once fought with Odin and trapped Odin's big brothers Willy and Faye to sacrifice their lives. Successfully prevented Surtur from invading Asgard. Is the most feared ancient demon power of the people of Asgard, an ancient giant fire demon with evil wisdom and extremely powerful power, who ruled in Odin and even his father Pole, existed before Asgard. It was also Odin at his peak that defeated him and imprisoned him in Muspelheim, the kingdom of fire. Even if Surtur is in a weak period at this time, no one could deny his strength. If that pale which wants to unite with the flame titan Surtur, it will definitely be very bad news for Asgard. Loki, we have to stop LeBlanc. If she has the ability to restore Surtur, it will be a disaster. Sif spoke hastily. Yes, we must prevent her from seeing Surtur. The rest of the people also opened their mouths. Surtur's fear never faded from their hearts. Loki naturally understood this too. He looked around the crowd, held up the eternal gun Gungnir. His handsome and pale face was full of seriousness. Gods, summon your army. The war for Sol's revenge has begun. Cut off the enemy's head in honor of Thor. Roar! The gods shouted angrily, and immediately turned and left the Asgard hall. Rumble! In the boundless world of the kingdom of fire filled with lava, flames, and the smell of sulfur, a terrifying beam of light fell from the endless sky. In the colorful light beam, with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, 10 Asgard warriors in golden armor and holding martial arts are walking out with neat and firm steps. The intense high temperature and scalding hot air did not make the Asgard warriors feel any strangeness. For the Asgard warriors, they have the strongest body and will, and they can completely ignore and participate in the battle in any harsh environment. This is how Odin was able to conquer the 9 realms. It is because in addition to the vast and terrifying power of Odin, there is also an Asgard army with extremely strong fighting qualities, wearing a heavy metal and textured leather cape. Let this terrifying legion be extremely neat and visually tense. The Aesir gods and commanders rode Pegasus at the forefront of the legion, staring at the woman who was walking less than 2 kilometers away. At the end of the woman's path, there is a valley with huge amounts of 177. Scarlet lava is flowing slowly on the surface of the valley, and black smoke is wrapped in endless sparks erupting from the top of the valley. Feeling the danger, the woman stopped and turned around slowly. The earth-shattering roar of the imprisoned flame titan Surtur came from the valley behind. Damn Asgard people, I will bring you the twilight of the Lord God sooner or later. I will hold the twilight sword and destroy the high Asgard. You will turn into corpses and perish in the molten lava. Roar! That roar full of hatred shook the sky of the kingdom of fire. The turbulent and majestic force rushed to the 4 directions, causing the gods, legion commanders, and Asgard warriors to poke their hooves and scream at the sky. The power of the ancient fire demon can be seen at a glance. But the gods of Asgard didn't care about this at all. An imprisoned Surtur was not enough for them to pay attention to. What really caught their attention was the man who killed Thor, the Pale, which LeBlanc. At the moment, LeBlanc didn't put on the heavy fur coat and still walked around in the image of Baimuji. The silver-white short hair swayed with the airwaves. She raised her head slightly and looked at the tens of thousands of Asgard warrior legions, the commander of the Aesir Protoss and Loki, the supreme commander of Gungnir holding the eternal gun in the sky. This meticulous planning will also kick off today. It's really interesting. Your eyes found me through multiple dimensions. It seems that I underestimated your Asgard background. As a master of camouflage and acting, LeBlanc has started her acting at the actress level. Godslayer, you will pay the blood price for killing the future king of Asgard. Your blood will flow, your heart will be eaten by Raven, and your head will remain in the darkest and most filthy place. The place is corrupted, and your eyes will be gouged out to watch your death come. Loki's voice from above echoed across the sky. He looked down at LeBlanc, and in this drama, he didn't hide his hatred and anger towards LeBlanc, a woman. In this passionate roar, he raised Gungnir, the spear of eternity. Rip her apart, warrior of Asgard. Roar! The astounding roar made the Asgard warriors excited, and the winged Pegasus in the sky carried their knights, skipping Loki's figure and charging towards Lyon. The ground troops also ran wildly at the same time. The ground was charged with dust and smoke. Facing the menacing attack of the Asgard army, Beef did not have any shred of fear. Seeing the jade hand upwards, purple light flashing, a scepter inlaid with orbs emerged in the hand. If you want to cut off my head, you have to be able to do it. I saw LeBlanc dancing around with the scepter in hand. Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the ground collapsed, and endless black and purple streamers covered the earth. The entire earth began to sag, shaking violently. The pupils of the soldiers of the Asgard ground troops who were running shrank, and a terrifying crack in front of them became a natural moat, like an abyss. What is that? The speed of the attack continued. Hill shouted angrily. The three warriors of Asgard next to Sif just wanted to speak, and the next scene gave the answer. In that terrifying crack, a huge arm covered in gray skin slapped heavily on the ground from the crack. The terrifying big hand grabbed the ground, and a taller and stronger terrifying figure climbed up from the crack. The towering figure is 4 or 5 meters high, holding a giant beheading axe. The ferocious face and the devil-like mouth. The scarlet eyes were directed at ruthless indifference and cruelty. The majestic and raging breath of death swept across the world, raising the beheading giant axe high and roaring. Death, resurrection, rumble. The next moment, the surrounding ground was cracked, and the dense cracks were like huge amounts of spider webs, and the vibration of the earth became more and more intense. From it, countless undead climbed out of the cracks, each wearing tattered armor, corrupted skin, holding a weapon that was never discarded before dying in battle. Noxus, slaughter all life in sight. This huge amounts of undead god of war raised his giant axe high in both hands and roared, striding forward with huge amounts of steps. In his scarlet eyes, all living beings that could move were the targets of his massacre. The army of undead in the cracks behind them kept pouring in, forming a scale of hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. 10 times the warriors of Asgard. Faced with a vastly different number of people, the Asgard warriors not only showed no fear, but became increasingly fanatical on their faces. The fighting spirit in their eyes seemed to be real. The enthusiasm for war makes Asgard warriors never fear the desperate situation. Come on, kill them all, and let those humble undead die again. Volstagg ran beside Hill, raised his axe, and roared at the Asgard army behind him. This anger spread to the ears of the entire army, boosting the morale of the army even more. Roar! The sound of running is like dense drums and bells. The boiling blood is burning. At this moment, everyone has only one belief in their minds, and that is war. Boom! Laser rays shot out from the weapons of the Asgard warriors in golden armor. In an instant, hundreds of undead warriors were pierced by lasers. However, even if these undead soldiers were pierced through, their actions still could not be affected, and they continued to charge on their own. Volstagg, who charged at the forefront, showed the bravery that was exactly what he looked like. The same goes for the rest of Hogun, Fandral, and Sif. Boom! When they were less than 100 meters away, the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif stepped on the ground suddenly, and the whole person jumped up instantly. The weapons in the hands were raised high and fell towards the center of the undead army like a few meteors. Kill! An axe split an undead soldier into 2 halves. Volstagg fell to the ground and swept across the ground. All the heads of the undead soldiers around him were chopped off. The rest also used their own unique fighting styles to fight against the army of undead. The sharp sword in Fandral's hands is like the fencing art of court nobles. Every attack is swift and vicious, piercing the heads of undead soldiers precisely. The intensity and bloodiness of this war, involving hundreds of thousands of people, is far beyond imagination. Blood and limbs are flying in the battlefield, roaring, and screaming like a symphony in the sky. Flight troops flying in the sky. Groups of Pegasus fluttering with pure white wings, knights stringing spears in their hands, holding the hand corpses of undead soldiers. This hand-to-hand combat with cold weapons, combined with the extremely sci-fi long-range beam attack of the Asgard Legion, added to the tragedy of the war. However, although the combat ability of undead soldiers may not be as good as that of Asgard soldiers, the number of undead soldiers pouring in from the cracks far exceeds that of Asgard legions. No matter who understands, this is the last war. Countless lives fell every minute and every second. In the center of the battlefield, the undead god of war, 4 to 5 meters tall, kept swinging a huge axe. Every swing of the terrifying power could take away the lives of a group of Asgard warriors. Blood and limbs spattered, and the screams continued to echo. The attacks of the Asgard warriors are not worth mentioning to this undead god of war at all. His bare gray upper body is like thick armor, so that the attacks will not cause any damage to him at all, and will only arouse his bloodthirsty ferocity. Constantly absorbing blood, the breath of death, strengthening oneself, the strength is getting stronger and stronger. On the battlefield, he cut the surrounding undead soldiers in half, raised his head, and looked at the undead soldiers who wantonly slaughtered Asgard soldiers. While Stag yelled, "Fandal, Hogan, Sif, come F***K with me, guys." After finishing speaking, his stout right leg stomped hard on the ground, and his whole body leaped 100 meters towards the undead warrior like a cannonball. Seeing this, Fandral, Hogan, and Sif, who have always been inseparable, immediately dealt with the undead soldiers around them, followed Volstag's footsteps, and charged towards the almost invincible undead war god, and all the undead soldiers who blocked them were chopped down. The rest of the Aesir gods, god of strength, god of war, and other gods also noticed the undead god of war, and they all killed them together as if they had a tacit understanding. Facing the siege of the powerful gods, the undead god of war did not have the slightest fear or hesitation. Aiming at Volstagg, who was attacking in the sky, was a sweep. The ferocious force combined with the giant axe almost tore the air apart. The whistling made Volstagg laugh wildly, holding an axe that was at least 5 or 6 times smaller, and chose to head on. Boom! 2 axes with very different file sizes collided together, and the terrifying power erupted instantly. With the 2 of them as the center, a terrible storm was set off, sweeping in all directions, and all the Asgard warriors and undead warriors along the way were all killed. Liftoff. And under the power of the acceleration of gravity, Volstagg can't stop the shocking area of the undead god of war at all. It was split by an instant sweep. Puff! A mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, and the person flew backwards like a cannonball. He shot thousands of meters along the way and finally fell on the ground, killing an unlucky undead soldier, and the ground was smashed. A huge, deep pit emerged, and gravel and smoke scattered all over the sky. Lying in the deep pit, Volstagg felt as if all the bones in his body were broken by the shock. Walls! Seeing this, Fandral, Hogan, and Sif, who came belatedly, roared angrily, and launched a siege to huge amounts of undead god of war with other gods who rushed over. Meanwhile, with the bloody battle below Loki floating in the distant sky, he didn't wait. He looked at the woman standing behind the crack that kept pouring into the undead army. His eyes narrowed slightly. Raise Gungnir, the spear of eternity. A surging energy instantly burst out from this weapon that symbolizes Wong Quan, and the next moment, above the endless sky, a terrifying thunder light suddenly descended, aiming directly at LeBlanc. The speed of lightning is extremely fast. The thick and earth-shattering thunder pillar was raging, and LeBlanc didn't dare to underestimate its power when she saw this. She knew very well that it was Odin's magical weapon for countless years. It has an extremely terrifying ability, no less than the casket of ancient winters that can freeze planets in an instant. The bewitching black-purple light of the pupils renders the pupils, and the energy of black magic is displayed. Boom! The earth-shattering thunder pillar pierced through the earth, and the huge amounts of energy caused the entire earth to vibrate suddenly, and the powerful thunder continued to interweave and wreak havoc, and the air within a kilometer could smell the scorching smell. And LeBlanc, who was bathed in the thunder, was evaporated in an instant. Loki's eyes froze, and he put a hand to his mouth and whistled. Hiss! The next moment, a neigh resounded through the sky, and a ray of light flashed, and in the void behind Loki, an 8-legged horse with a handsome hair, white snow stepped on the void and turned into white light and rushed towards Loki at an astonishing speed. At the moment when the figure of the 8-legged horse and Loki intersected, Loki grabbed the saddle that restrained the 8-legged horse and jumped up, riding on the horse. This divine horse is surprisingly the mount of the king of god Odin, Sleipnir. The 8-legged horse Sleipnir neighed in the sky, and the long-lost battle scene made Sleipnir extremely excited, shaking his head, stepping on the void with 8 legs, and rushed to the battlefield with Loki. Boom! The endless thunder, sitting on the 8-legged horse on the crotch, holding up the eternal gun Gungnir. At this moment, the Asgard warriors who were struggling with the undead army looked up and saw this scene. In a trance, the soldiers seemed to vaguely see the demeanor of the king of god Odin at the peak of the pass from Loki. It was also at this moment that hot blood ran through his body, and the blood seemed to be boiling, inspiring countless Asgard warriors to roar and howl. Asgard, be invincible, kill your enemies. Loki, 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 come on, slaughter this group of evil and dirty things in front of you. The extremely vigorous Asgard warriors have sword and combat strength, which means that in Asgard, blood, war, fighting, and death will all arouse their bloodlust and desire. They also believe that, under the leadership of Loki, even mighty enemies will be conquered. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was full of thunder, and Loki originally did not have the authority of thunder, but Gungnir, the eternal gun, happened to have it. Gungnir, engraved with runes, also contained Odin's divine power that Odin had sealed for countless years. Supplemented by the authority granted to Loki by Odin, he can basically exert most of Gungnir's power. Loki is enjoying himself for a while. Looking at LeBlanc dodging embarrassingly amidst the thunder, his heart was filled with joy. That's it. He has longed for this scene for a long time. Since he met this woman, he has only been devastated. You must know that he is the evil god Loki, knowing that this is just an act, but at least it can make him feel happy from the bottom up. The strength of the 8-legged god Sleipnir is that it can communicate with its mind, and its teeth are engraved with runes, which has a very powerful combat power. Speed, strength, and magic are all the ceiling among mounts. Seeing such a fully armed Loki, LeBlanc also sensed something was wrong. Ask for flowers. It is constantly dodging the dense thunder that is constantly washing in the sky. LeBlanc gazed at Loki in the far sky. Since when has he mastered so much authority over Gungnir, and even able to control thunder? Has Odin really planned to completely delegate power to Loki? Or did Thor's authority be temporarily increased in order to avenge Thor? Regardless of the possibility, this matter made Lu Xianlong vigilant. It seems that this guy has a lot more tricks than he imagined. But that's what makes it more interesting. Be vigilant. But LeBlanc's plan still needs to continue, and this big drama needs to be more authentic and credible. Thinking of this, Lu Yeben is not dodging the thunder that fills the sky. Floating in the sky, the fur coat fluttered in the wind. Her short, silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient and jerky black magic words sounded like spirits from her pink lips. Boom! Above the head, the thunder exploded, and the thick thunder column raged mercilessly. LeBlanc did not dodge or dodge, holding the handprints with both hands in front, and the scepter floated and rotated at the front. The next moment, a bright black-purple magic circle suddenly appeared. A series of ancient magic imprints were engraved on the magic circle, and they combined to form a huge defensive magic circle. Rumble! The thunder pillar bombarded the magic circle, causing terrifying ripples, and the endless waves of electric arcs intertwined. 0. The space between heaven and earth vibrated violently. The surface of LeBlanc's body was branded by the shining magic, and the coquettish pale, which showed her own style at this moment. Catch the scepter as it spins and floats. LeBlanc suddenly pointed at Loki in the distant sky. Clatter! A black-purple magic circle arranged layers of magic walls in the air behind her, and from this dense magic circle, 10 black-purple chains danced wildly and attacked Loki. Every chain is entwined with corrosive magic. Once it is locked, no matter what power it has, it will be corroded and sealed. This is one of LeBlanc's strongest black magic. Sensing the danger, Loki just wanted to give an order when he saw the 8-legged god Mastermind roaring in the sky, weaving and shuttling. The white horse soared in the sky of the kingdom of fire. While flexibly dodging the densely packed, dangerous chains, it was also shooting towards LeBlanc at an astonishing speed. Very nice. LeBlanc's big eyes narrowed slightly, and her pink lips curved slightly. However, it is very dangerous to be so close to her. She stretched out her light, white jade hand and shook it lightly. In an instant, I saw a dark purple energy ball suddenly appearing in front of me, expanding rapidly, and it happened to be on the way of the 8-legged god horse. The moment Loki saw the energy ball, his scalp went numb, and he secretly cursed LeBlanc a lunatic. Among them, once the majestic black magic energy explodes, no matter who has the frost blood or wears the armor made by dwarf, it will be unstoppable. However, he couldn't dodge. In this battle, he had to play the demeanor of the future king of Asgard. Just like Odin, no matter what enemy he faces, he always maintains enough arrogance. The 8-legged god Mastermind also doesn't know what counseling is at all. With a hiss, Mao Baishue's body blasted out bright electric arcs, entangled with endless plasma, and brought Loki forward without any hesitation. This scene also happened to make the Asgard warriors below subconsciously look up when they felt the energy fluctuations in the sky. The tearing lightning is that touch of demeanor called fearlessness. Pegasus, Sleipnir, and Loki crash into the terrifying ball of energy. Rumble. The terrifying energy exploded in an instant. Raging lightning and black-purple energy torrents swept across the world. The earth trembled, and the huge amounts of wind pressure made the soldiers of the two armies who were fighting below all overwhelmed. How to stop? All look up to the sky. In the black-purple frenzy filled with gray-white chaos, a flash of electric light visible to the naked eye is tearing apart the torrent of energy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.